Not recording.
Right, chapter 35. A Truth Amongst Liars. Our unconventional story takes place in the Asakusa district of Tokyo. And move you guys over there right now. So the Asakusa district of Tokyo. November 26, 1994. At 6:20 p.m., fresh, delicate snow appears to be falling on the picturesque village. Although you cannot feel the coldness of the ice or hear the crunching of the frost beneath your feet, you can still hear the joyous, bustling activities of the Japanese citizens. You may smell the festival-cooked gyoza and yakitori sizzling in preparation. This is a place of peace and utter serenity. Even the dead walk these scenic grounds with an uncanny calmness never truly experienced in the Shadowlands before. Although you are within the Jade Kingdom's boundaries, you remember that this is a proto-nationalist settlement that does not abide by the Emperor's regulations. Although the Mon coin currency is still accepted for particular exchanges, there are several things happening all at the same time right now. And unfortunately, or possibly out of fortune, the Circle has decided to separate and explore various locations on their own. Although the main objective is centered around making contact with Benimaru Shinmon, the god of destruction, there may be more to unravel. So at this current time, I need everyone to roll 1d10. All right. Looks like we are starting with you, Jay.
Helps if I unmute.
All right. Let me move over to the Geisha house. Let me also make sure that my battery is plugged in. Apparently I am not plugged in. Give me 1 second, Jay, before my laptop shuts down on me. I think that might have done the trick. Yes. All right. I am not going to shut down like I thought I was going to. All right. So, for Jay, you see yourself on the screen, correct? Top portion?
Oh, there I am.
Okay.
I was hiding.
No worries. All right. So Jay, as Josie, after spending 3 Mon coin at the Geisha house, you find yourself standing at the ready within a very relaxing foundation filled with talents, arts, and simple pleasures. A young wraith will approach you from the southmost hallway, appearing very lively and spirited in her pallid geisha makeup. She walks towards you with good formality and posture, eyes widening kindly to meet your gaze. Let me move her over to you right now. I'm going to activate her on roll 20 so you know what she looks like. Okay. It looks like Roll20 does not want me to do that right now, so I'm going to let you just kind of take her icon as a idea of what she looks like, Jay. So,
Okay.
yeah. So she will look to you and say, good afternoon. Wakaya Jose. Konnichiwa.
Good afternoon.
She will bow courteously towards you.
I'll bow back.
Okay. Will you join me to my drawing room?
Of course.
Okay. And she will lead the way down the hallway. As she opens the sliding door to the room that she wants you to preside in with her, give me a perception and awareness roll, difficulty 6. How'd you do?
Well, the good news is because I was able to re-roll that 10, I didn't botch. Oh wait, no, you said difficulty 6, so now I have 2 successes.
Oh, even better. So, as you are making your way into the drawing room with her, she will step away into the room itself, and right around here, you will notice something with your awareness. It appears to be a very, very bright light that is kind of emanating from the room itself. And you can see underneath some of the floorboards that there is a strong emitting glowing light that is coming from it as well. You have a feeling of what this might be, but it's just very, very supernaturally different than everything else in this house. So, you will make your way in. And yes, this geisha will look to you and say, so, it sounds like we are going to be teaching you Japanese. And is this correct?
It is, although if you happen to know the Icelandic language, it seems likely we will be going there in the near future, and it would be helpful to know that as well.
Yes. These are 2 things that I can teach you right now.
Oh, excellent.
If we are to begin with Japanese, there are some very important things that you should know as you are being taught by me. The first important detail is that when we address each other in this region of Japan, this very particular district, we are very traditional, and we speak to each other by our last names. Not our first names, but our last names. It is our family name that we address each other by.
I see.
Yes. The second detail that I want you to understand is that, and she will then go into, Jay, a description of like a large amount of different types of arcani that are common within the area of Japan. I will not give you the Japanese names for all of them, but I will need you to do a intelligence plus occult roll as you are learning this in Japanese, the different words for arcanas.
Okay. Intelligence is 4. Where's my occult? Oh, thank God I have 2. All right, 1 second.
Yep.
And ooh, roll 1d10. Well, difficulty 6 still?
Yes.
Alright, well, I still have 2 successes.
Okay. You will notice that there are a couple of forms or arts of arcana that were omitted from her description to you. So you're kind of like naming them out loud as she goes along and describes each one of them to you. The ones that are missing is moliates. And, yep, moliate is one of them that's missing. And there is a second one as well. I just want to make sure that I give you the correct information. I grab my book really quick. For some reason I didn't write it down. Castigate. So both moliate and castigate are missing from their vocabulary when she's describing the various arcanos that wraiths use in Japan. So you kind of like make a mental note of that in your head. The third thing that, and as she's teaching you Japanese and the basics during this period of time, she will also teach you that the 2 most important customs of Asakusa is the food that comes from the earth that we farm and share with each other, and also the wine, the alcohol, and the booze that we make for each other as well. For both of them are keys to a satisfied and happy village. And it is these 2 customs, or these 2 resources, that are seen very, very proudly in Asakusa, and are seen as a form of exchange, trade, friendship, sometimes even apologies or kindness, or just creating good intentions with one another, trust. So it's important to know these things.
Building relationships, in other words.
Right. And yeah, she will spend a good deal of time teaching you the basics of Japanese. Before she's going to begin teaching you Icelandic, she tells you we're going to take a small break. If you needed to get yourself some fresh air, you may do so at this time. But please don't wander too far, because we'll want to begin your lesson soon.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
2 seconds. I'm checking my inventory to see if I have wine or any sort of food. I don't think I do, but I'm... Oh, because I clicked the wrong thing. That would be why. Somebody else has wine, right? Nobody can answer that because nobody's there.
Yep.
Well... All right, well, in that case, I don't have any wine, so I can't do anything with that. Okay. So I guess I will take a short break, and I will just bow and say I will take a short walk to gather my thoughts, or short walk, and I'll just go out here and pace up and down the hallway just a couple times and kind of subtly see if I can get any information about this light that you were talking about, while trying not to make it obvious by keeping a steady pace going up and down the hall just a couple times.
Certainly. Yeah. Do you have any investigation?
I have 2 investigation, in fact.
Okay. I need you to roll your wits and your investigation.
All right. 60-10 it is. God. Well, I didn't botch.
Okay, that's good.
But I also didn't get any successes because
Okay.
apparently I'm just required to roll at least 1 today.
For some reason, your mind seems to travel into a state of kind of looking at the blueprints of sorts and kind of like memorizing the features that you're seeing. So as you're kind of like looking at the walls and the floors, you're kind of getting a sense that in order to discover more about this bright light, it's most likely because of the brightness coming from this area right here.
Mm-hmm.
But your instincts are telling you that you'll have to enter in through this sliding door to make your way into that very particular area and reach that spot. It's not the easiest location to find. There's also a possibility that you can make your way around this way, which seems to be 2 sliding doors as well. The light is just as bright as the hallways, but it's just a little bit more fainter right here. But you're just kind of like memorizing all the different spots that you can come in, wandering and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, you haven't really taken on any kind of intrusiveness toward anyone inside the house. You are just kind of wandering around. No one seems to be bothering you. Is there anything else you'd like to do while you're just walking up and down the hallways?
If I had fatalism, I know what I would do, but I don't have fatalism.
And Nicole, don't forget you are her shadow guide, so you can always pipe in and give her ideas if you want.
I do have a suggestion.
Really?
But it's not something to do in the hallway. But while you are learning different languages, why don't you ask if you can get some paper and maybe practice writing? Maybe she's willing to give you some paper, and then you can also use that to give to what's-his-face for the maps.
That is not a bad idea. I don't trust it, but it's not a bad idea. Well, I can't think of anything else to do in the hallway.
Okay.
So I'm just going to say that I feel I have successfully stored all the information she's given me.
Okay.
And you know what? I will say, is there any chance that there is paper around so I could perhaps write down notes?
I understand that this is probably very important and a good custom for your civilization to write things down and whatnot. Unfortunately, paper is very scarce here in our side of the Shadowlands, and therefore is more of an item of trade as opposed to something that we can give out freely. What I can do is I can speak to our shogun of Asakusa and see if we can arrange some paper for you. Do you have something that you could exchange for paper?
I'm not certain if what I personally have on hand is going to be valued, but I feel like my circle, who are scattered at the moment, together we should have at least something worth something to then.
Okay. Well, why don't you come with me and I can introduce you to the shogun briefly?
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Might as well get some of the gears moving, right?
I could not agree more.
Okay. She will exit the area and go over to the double doors that are just a little bit further south and open them very, very courteously. She will make her way over to the double doors that are located a little bit to the west, and you'll hear her tap her fingers very, very carefully against one of the sides. You can tell that she is using some type of power in order to reach to the other side and touch the skinlands and make this sound. When she does so, the individual on the other side will say, "Yes, you may enter." And she will open the doors, welcome you in as well, and bring you up to the north. So Jay, when you get here, there are a couple people of interest in front of you. So we'll start with the young lady in the upper right-hand corner and activate her on roll 20 for you. Hopefully roll 20 will at least allow that one to happen. All right. So, the lady in the top right is a young woman wraith, average in height, with light brown eyes and a pale makeup complexion that's quite intact. She wears a dazzlingly beautiful kimono that emits an almost watercolor painting hypnotism to it. Her dark brown hair is gorgeously decorated and stylized with hairpins and combs. She has a very gentle and delicate gaze in your direction, as she does not seem to she does not wish to waste a single second of her afterlife, but at the same time she seems to have the patience of a calm river. Right now it appears that there is a man with her, and I will have to activate him on roll 20 as well. So Jay, this is a young man in appearance, very well built in stature, very average height, fair skin. He has long, wavy black hair. He seems to be sporting a very gloomy facial expression right now. Wears a formal black vest and is currently holding his gray kimono downward at the moment, as if he is doing something constructive. Strangely enough, has his garments folded away and tucked into his sides. He also is wearing what appears to be a black workman's boots. As you examine his eyes, you'll notice that they both seem to have a red tint to them. A red tint to them. And yeah, he will currently be what appears to be applying some kind of makeup. So in his hand, he's holding what you can kind of determine to be like an artifact of sorts. And he is applying this makeup to the geisha's body who is next to him. So she is having makeup applied to her body currently by him. And your geisha will address her and say, in Japanese, Junko, very, very casually, I would like to introduce you to somebody. She is currently one of my students, but she has made a request that is very, very interesting. And then she will look to you and say, this is Kirigiri, the shogun of Asakusa. If you could introduce yourself to her, I'm sure she would be very pleased to meet you. And she steps aside and allows you to address these two characters in this room. What would you like to do, Jay?
Quick question. Did
Yes.
she explain which honorific I should use for Kitty Gitty, the Shogun?
Yep.
Son?
Just Kitty Gitty is fine.
Just Kitty Gitty?
Yep.
Alright. Kitty Gitty, son. My circle mates were hoping to trade for paper, and I was hoping for paper to make notes of what she is teaching me, as it is quite valuable. But she says that paper is not so common that it can be given away, which is entirely understandable. However, in the near future, when my circle mates have gathered once more from their individual adventures, we were hoping to trade for paper. I'm not sure that I personally have anything of value, but amongst my circle mates, surely we would have something.
Okay. Are you saying this in Japanese?
As best I can.
Okay. I need you to roll your charisma plus linguistics.
Good thing I've got 4 charisma.
Yeah.
And good thing I bought up 2 charisma. Or 2 linguistics. Wow, I'm just rolling all 6s today. And I guess a 1. Roll 60 then. Oh, wow, damn. That's at least no 1s.
Okay.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. Kitty Gitty, Junko will look to you and smile. Your Japanese is very good. I see you learn very, very fast and quickly in our small little village here. I'm impressed. And
I have a fantastic tutor.
oh, wonderful, wonderful. And yeah, so we would be happy to make a trade with you, of course. May I ask the purpose of your stay?
I'm not sure if that cut out. Purpose of what was that?
May I understand the purpose of your staying today?
Stay.
Yes. Are you here for the festival?
I don't believe I was aware there was a festival. I am here. Well, my purposes and my circle purposes are not. Or the circle. Yeah. Hold on. Brain trying to work with mouth, and it is.
Okay.
The purposes of my being here in the geisha house are not unrelated to my circle's purposes. My purposes of being here is to learn the language, since we are here, but the circle's purposes are... I'm not certain it is a secret, but I feel it would be not wise of myself or considerate to share their purposes without asking their blessing for my sharing their purpose.
Very wise. I see that you are holding a lot of the details about you and your circle close to yourself. And this is fine. We want you to feel like you are a guest here in our village. Feel warm and welcome to our place. All that we ask is that you do not cause commotion and do not interrupt us in our customs. We have a festival going on. If you want to participate in that, you may do so.
Quite interested in the festival.
Yes. But otherwise, yes, I do give you and your circle permission to conduct a trade with us, if you will. And we could probably get you some paper. And when she says get you some paper, she looks over to the gentleman that I described to you earlier, sitting next to her, applying the makeup to her her face and body. And he will look to you and kind of nod his head very slowly, as if in agreement that this is something that can be arranged. Give me a perception and awareness check while you are observing these two interacting with you.
All right. More 60-10. A well-rounded character. 2 successes.
All right. So, Jay, have you noticed that I put a little kind of like stick with a skull to the right of the character?
I noticed the skull. I didn't see the stick.
Okay, let me show you what that is exactly. It is a traditional Matoi banner used in Japanese culture. Unfortunately, your mentor has not, your teacher, I should say, has not taught you exactly what the purpose of this is, what its custom is, and what it's used for. But it looks very, very old and ancient. But it, as far as you're concerned of like observing it, it seems to be a banner of some sort. And it's just kind of leaning up against one of the walls.
I'm not sure if that's anything I need to address, but I will certainly look at it.
Okay.
I'm not going to be hiding my glance at it. I will simply look at it for maybe 2 to 3 seconds, and I'm sure that they will notice me looking, so that if they wish to address it, they'll know that I'm interested, but also if they don't want to address it, I haven't asked any questions.
Okay. Junko Kirigi will look to you again and say, if there's nothing else, then please continue enjoying your voice lessons, and I hope to see you in your circle in the near future.
As do I. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And your teacher will look to you and say, all right, let's head back. And she will bow to the two in the room.
I will also bow
Before they
leaving.
leave,
Okay.
can I use Freudian slip?
Yes, you may.
Cool.
Oh no.
Let me just reread exactly how that works.
Yep, I'm going to do the same on my end.
Oh, don't worry, Jay. I'm trying to help you. You're curious about that, so am I.
I'll go back here because that's probably where you're going to
Activate the thorn.
yeah.
All right.
I was trying to think of the word rather than, fuck with me. Fuck with my character.
Well, remember that the shadow is a part of yourself, so you're only hurting yourself. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm glad that I could reassure you.
Ah, is that what you were doing?
Oh, I was attempting to. All right. So, I'm just going to read this out loud. So at the cost of 1 angst, do you have any angst, by the way?
I believe so. Let me double check that.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, good. The shadow can force a wraith to make a sudden, involuntary action or to make a quick, unedited statement. Freudian slip can also be used to put an unbidden thought into a wraith's mind. To resist this thorn, the wraith must make a willpower roll. So 2 successes are necessary to counter the effects of Freudian slip. So
So
Jay,
willpower?
yep, Jay, roll your willpower.
Alright, give me 1 second.
And Nicole, I don't believe you need to roll anything.
Nope.
God, I have full willpower, so 10d10.
All right.
Yeah, I am probably okay, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, difficulty 6, right?
Difficulty 7.
7?
Difficulty
Oh, that's,
7.
That's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I still have 5 successes.
Okay. So what, Nicole, I'll let you do is you can install at least a thought in her mind, but it isn't going to occur outwardly. It'll just be a thought in her mind.
Okay.
So go
I just
ahead and
wanted
say,
to.
yeah.
You should really ask about that banner. That was going to be my thought.
That's okay. I will ask the question to her before we get situated learning Icelandic.
Okay. And the moment will pass. Let me mark off point of angst. And the two of you will head back into the drawing room to continue with your Icelandic.
All right.
And I will put you guys in time stop in the moment. Everybody, I need you to, everybody except Jay, that is, I need you to roll a d10 for me. Rob must be bound up on something.
You say a D2?
Wait.
Did you not get my roll?
A d10, I got your roll. All right, Alex. Sounds like we are heading in your direction. Let's see what I got for you. Alex is Bronson. You are recovering from a slight murmur that has crackled inside your very soul. As if your very willpower was being challenged and rattled by a familiar but terrifying power. The relic cigarette that was once comforting your lips has fallen to the snowy ground below, emphasizing your internal conflict. It does not take you very long to right yourself back up and brush yourself down from these exclusive emotions. Right now you are standing directly outside the appointed military hold for Asakusa. There have been no actions made towards you at this time. From your line of sight, you are able to see a middle-aged wraith. Very distinguishing armor decorates her wiry frame, and nestled at her side is a very ornate-looking scroll, currently rolled up and sealed. She bears some very grisly-looking scars across her face of her corpus, bloodshot crimson eyes that show no sign of pupils or an iris. She has a very stern but neutral expression pointed right at your direction. She says nothing, but her body language would speak otherwise, and she just kind of stares at you at this moment.
Can I get...
I'm going to activate her on roll 20 for you as well, so you can see her.
Okay.
What was your question?
I was just going to say, can I get like a general idea of what the, I guess, emotion behind the look is? Like, is she like, why are you here? Is she like, please leave? Like,
do you have any empathy?
I do not.
Okay. You can do perception, just flat out perception, and I can give you a general sense.
Okay.
How'd you do?
Got to reroll a 10.
Okay.
So assuming we're looking for 6 or 7, that's 2 successes.
All right. So with 2 successes, there are a couple things that cross your mind. And if you look at the map, you'll notice that she's located on these steps over here. The first is a very neutral soldier-looking gaze at you, very just kind of keeping calm, collected, but also calculated. She's just observing your every move. The second thing that kind of comes to mind is that you are wearing samurai armor, several sharp weapons, and a sniper rifle at your back. So there might be a reason for her to feel a little insecure around your character at this moment in time. She hasn't taken any action against you or has, hit an alarm button or anything, but she is watching you very, very precariously.
Yeah, I mean, Bronson's basically just kind of trying to shake this weird feeling that there was a disturbance in the force. And he'll just kind of like wander back towards, like, is there any I guess, can he hear any signs of the festival thing that's going on?
Yep. Most of the festival that is taking place would be further to the west. So if you were to head west from where you're standing, you would probably make your way over to the central area of Asakusa, where most of the festivities are taking place.
Yeah, I think that's probably where Bronson is just gonna start, like he'll, take a slight bow to the lady there, and knowing that he's making her uncomfortable and knowing that he's got, a little bit of confusion, he's gonna probably head back to the west towards the sound of the festival and try to just, I would say blend, but be as inconspicuous as he can without looking inconspicuous,
Okay.
Like, he's not trying to hide, but he's also trying not to be the center of attention with the samurai armor and pointy things and gun.
Yeah. She will nod her head towards you as you bowed earlier. And you will make your way to the west, undisturbed. And I'm going to place your character on the map so you know where you are as you enter. As you enter this area, you'll notice that there are a lot of, mostly just people who are currently living, quote unquote. So the quick, the living, the mortals are getting ready for a big festivity. They are preparing their foods and pouring various beverages and wine. They are preparing what appears to be a lot of decorations and music. They're having drums prepared, and people are practicing those. They're creating what appears to be a pyre over here in the corner. You're not really sure exactly what this festival pertains to or what its purpose is, but you can tell that the living are really getting a huge kick out of it. You do not see any wraiths, though. There are no wraiths in sight as you wander onto these central grounds.
And sorry, I didn't see. I didn't see if you pinged. Where's that pyre?
Oh yeah, the pyre appears to be over here, just a little further to the west.
Can I tell if, like, I guess on my way over this direction, did it look like wraiths were avoiding this area, or they just didn't have any reason to be here?
It looks like they might just be conducting some of their own activities and you haven't spotted them yet. Most likely when you start exploring some of the grounds, you'll start to see some of the wraiths that are hiding within the cracks.
I gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, I guess I'll just kind of start moseying on that direction. See if I can get a general vibe of what the festival is like, what kind of decorations are up, like what the living are doing, and then if there are any wraiths around.
Yeah. As far as your site will show you, let me move you over to a different map so you get a better view of everything that's going on as your wraith senses start to go off and explore the area even more. You will see that there are indeed some wraiths that appear in the area. A lot of them seem to be doing various preparations that are very similar to the ones that are living as well. And that's probably why it was so difficult for you to notice them at first. So what I'm saying is the dead are also imitating what the living are doing. They're preparing the same kinds of accommodations, and they're pouring wines into drinking flasks and glasses for people to drink out of. They are preparing various foods. The decorations that you were kind of paying attention to seem to be colors that are very resonant to those who are hard workers or laborers. So fire patrol, the police, construction workers. You get, as you're kind of like exploring all of these various colors that they're using, it kind of gives you this very earthly feel of labor workers who work within the society or the community of sorts. So, and I kind of see that in some of the decorations as well, where they're kind of praising the work that the the fire patrol and the police and all those various workers do, as if they're creating some kind of appreciation for them. Just a little bit to your left, you'll see a wraith who just seems to be kind of minding their own business. Looks like they're trying to help prepare for the festivities. And to your right is another wraith who seems to be kind of like putting some decorations up as well. So if you decide to move anywhere or interact with anyone, let me know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Bronson will just kind of casually approach this wraith up here.
Okay.
At a respectful distance, and see if they take notice of him or anything.
All right. Let me see if I can find them for you. So, the wraith that you come up to seems to be very much so dressed in a mixture of festival clothes and beads and various attire, but it has also combined a very wraith and ghastly look to her as well. Right now, she seems to be kind of putting up some of the banners and decorations. She's kind of like preparing some of the various urns and jars in the Shadowlands in very specific locations for decorations. She will notice you and look over and just say, "Konnichiwa."
Bronson will bow and say konnichiwa. Excuse me, miss. Do you speak English?
I need you to roll your wits, please. So straight wits, please.
The good news is that's probably not a botch.
Okay. She'll look to you, and kind of like take in the words that you say, and she'll shake her head. Yeah. So there's obviously a language barrier between the two of you.
Yeah. I guess at that point, Bronson will, I guess, gesture towards the decorations that she's putting up, and do his very best to indicate that he'd like to help.
Okay. So she will take you over to one of what appears to be a water well, and she will basically kind of like position her hand towards the ground as if to say, like, I want you to stand here, and kind of like be at attention. She says various numbers in Japanese that mean nothing to you, and then she kind of like looks over to the sides of the village itself to kind of like see how the timing is going to be going, and she looks to you and says, like, I need you to stand here. And it looks like she's like kind of like posing herself with her shoulders, very, very upright and firmly, as if to say, like, to stand at attention like a soldier would. You get a sense with your wits still active right now that she's probably kind of imitating that of a soldier. Like she's trying to pretend to look like a soldier in front of you, as if to say, stand here and look like this.
Well, Bronson will actually say, just kind of quietly, well, when in Rome, and he will stand at attention and see what goes on from there.
Okay. She will observe you and kind of like move some of your kind of armor to, your armored arms to the side, kind of like pat your back as if to say, a little bit more upright, and just kind of like looks at you, kind of strokes her chin a little bit, nods and says something in Japanese that seems to be very pleasing, and goes back to her task and starts working.
So I guess at this point, I've got a pretty good view of kind of what's going on in the area. So Bronson's just going to be kind of at attention, doing his best to look, soldierly and get a feel for what's going on, and otherwise just be set decoration, I guess.
Okay, yeah. You get after a little while of doing this, and there's an interaction that's coming up. So this one wraith will come up to you when he sees you standing there at attention, and I did not mean to move the map like that. Sorry about that. The young wraith will kind of come over to you when he sees you standing there at attention. He will actually say a few things in Japanese. It seems very pleasant in tone, very, very kind of kindred and kind. And it sounds like he's trying to say something very polite to you, and he will bow to you very, very deeply.
Bronson will probably say konnichiwa and bow equally deeply, and say, presumably in English, do you speak English?
Roll your wits again, please. Difficulty 7. Oh.
No, that's not what I meant to do.
That's okay. You can try again.
So that would be 3 successes.
Okay. He will look to you and say, like, yes, actually, I do speak English. You are not Japanese.
No, I'm a traveler visiting your lovely village, and was curious about the festival that seems to be preparing, and I tried to offer to help or learn more about your customs, and this lovely lady over here indicated that I should stand here, so here I stand.
Oh, I see. He kind of like looks over to her and kind of calls to her, and they will kind of have an exchange in Japanese. There seems to be a misunderstanding, and she'll kind of gesture towards you with one hand. After a little while, he'll nod his head, come back to you, and say, she thought that you were one of the paid actors that is here to represent the soldiers who fight for Asakusa. Decoration, or someone who is imitating the soldiers that are to be honored and represented here. Usually they will present the armor along the sides, and they'll have paid actors dress up as various leaders from the past who were great soldiers, great generals, and fallen shoguns. But she seemed a little confused with your armor, since you are like a blend and a mixture of different things. So she assumed that you were just representing a soldier. So that's why she had you stand there.
I can certainly understand that confusion. I certainly meant no disrespect, and I had no intention of impersonating one of your fine soldiers. Is there anything I can do to assist with the preparations, or perhaps just remain somewhat out of sight? I don't want to cause a disruption. I'm just fascinated by the events going on, and would like to know more about your culture and what this festival is about. Clearly it's to honor the workers and the soldiers, but every culture has their own way of doing that.
Certainly, I understand. Why don't you come with me? We are going to create a spiritual fire of sorts. A spiritual fire. In the Skinlands, they are going to be using it as a form of honor and how to put this. I guess you could say memory or memorabilia, thoughts on past ancestors and family members. So it's not necessarily a funeral pyre, as they would call it in your culture, but it's more so just a recognition of those past members. What we do on our side of the Shroud is we like to create a very supernatural effect using their fire as well. It's a combination of their fire and our fire, so to say, that crosses over from both Shadowlands and Skinlands. If you want to help me with that, I could greatly use some help.
I would be more than happy to help. That sounds like I suppose, a fitting tribute both directions, from you to them and from them to you.
Fantastic.
I would be more than honored to help.
My name is Tetsuya. I am the woodworker. And he will kind of open his hand out to you for a handshake. You can see that he has like various decor that he's kind of holding all over himself. And, just the swords that he has at his side are all fakes. They're just meant for decor. And, he just has various items all across from him. The one thing that seems to be very important to him is his axe that he wields at his side. So he kind of like looks to you and starts handing you some of the decor or some of the fake weaponry to help decorate the area. But then also takes you over to the fire that is over on the side. And in the Skinlands, you will see that the mortals seem to be gathering and placing the wood in a very specific, symmetrical design, each with its purpose and meaning. It's a mixture of both young and old, and they're just taking their time, making this look very important. On the other hand, you will see the Wraith take you a little bit further to the west, and he will take you over to what appears to be a small grove where there is some wood that is nearby, and he will look to you and say, we're probably not going to need too much, but let me show you how we are able to do this on our end. And he will take his axe, and he will apply what appears to be a power of Arcanos that maybe you haven't experienced quite yet. And the moment that his axe falls down onto the piece of wood that is out in the grove, the small little forest that the two of you have wandered into, it will not only cut the wood into pieces, but it will be delivered from the Skinlands into the Shadowlands and appear before you. He will exhale deeply from this, and he will gesture towards you, saying, go ahead, try to lift it. You'll be surprised.
Bronson will just have this like look of complete and utter amazement of just, how did you do that? He's not going to say it, but he, that's just kind of the look on his face of like, I'm out of my league right now. But he'll just cheerfully go over and try his very best to pick up a piece of wood.
I belong to the Yore house. We use a power called Ikari, which allows us to use momentum and force and drive and will to cause things from the mortal world to travel into our world. Sometimes relatives will leave objects for us to collect and bring over to our side. And he'll kind of like gesture his hand out to the fields and say, we have various smaller shrines where people will basically create small rituals, placing sake, rice wine, into little caverns for us as offerings. And we will use those offerings to bring them over. Unfortunately, it does take a strong amount of strength to do so. Not necessarily need to, and he points to his axe, I don't necessarily need to use my axe to strike an object into the Shadowlands, but it is a gift that we use to pass things over into our plane. And by using this wood this ceremonial wood that is out here and applying it to the fire, I think I will be able to show you how we create this this memory for the ancestors.
So out of character, can you say what that power, what he said it was again?
Yeah. He used the power he said was called Ikari, and I can put that in the chat. And he said that he belonged to the house of Yore, which is also in the chat.
Yeah. So Bronson will, again, he'll do his very best to pick up the wood and make himself useful. But while he's doing so, he'll kind of sort of conversationally ask, is it possible to learn this Ikari that you use?
Well, I'm sure that where you come from, you probably have a similar power of your own. I don't know what words to use to describe that, but I'm sure with a little bit of study and with a proper mentor or teacher, they could probably teach you this in your own customs. But I can only tell you what we call it on our end.
Merely to know that such a power exists is a boon to myself. I thank you.
Oh, absolutely. It's very useful. But, he kind of like thinks back into his mind as if to recall something maybe given to him from a very wise person or a mentor of his own, and he'll look to you and say, like, but it is important that the living do not see you do this in front of them, nor would I recommend you performing this on objects that perhaps would alter great systems or things that are in place in the Skinlands. So, for example, taking food from somebody's home and the people who live in that home, becoming hungry and starting to blame their neighbors for stealing their food. It can cause a chain reaction of many horrible events to occur. So it is very important that we are very mindful of what we take from the Skinlands and bring out over here. The wood that you and I have just chopped over here was given to us by the people in the Skinlands, part of their ritual and our own. But there are certain objects that I would recommend not taking from the Skinlands, but I'm sure you'll discover that as you go along.
Yes, I am admittedly relatively new to all of this, and Bronson will just kind of gesture broadly at like everything around him. But I've certainly got that impression.
And I'm sure,
even if I am able to find a suitable mentor and learn this power, I will seek to use it with the responsibility that you indicate.
And I'm sure that you, your culture and where you come from, they probably have laws and rules for interacting with the living and where not to use your powers to disrupt things on the other side of the shroud. Would this be accurate?
I don't know that it's entirely my place to say. As I say, I'm relatively new here, but my general impression of how to interact with the living is don't.
I see. Well, that is...
So to see your culture interacting with the living, even in a small way of them offering tribute to you and you assisting them in their ritual, it's a refreshing and interesting cultural change.
Yes. I try to see it as a very delicate dance that must be performed between both of our worlds. But part of what keeps us together and holds us together is that we are a proto-nationalist nation, or a proto-nationalist village. We do not abide by the rules of the Jade King. So a lot of our customs are built around tradition and proper ritual and interaction with the living, which is done in a very, like I said, delicate manner. It is these types of exchanges that the Jade Emperor would have you believe is not possible. but we believe that it is possible. So if you have any other questions while you are here at the festival or while you are visiting Asakusa, feel free to ask me.
Bronson will bow and extend his hand to Tetsuya and say, I really appreciate the offer. I will certainly take you up should any questions arise. And if there's anything I can do to assist in the preparations for the festival, hauling wood, whatever, please don't hesitate to let me know. I'm happy to simply observe your customs.
Okay. He will take you back to the pyre that is being prepared, both in the living world and the Shadowlands, and he will kind of show you how to nestle and lace some of the wood that you have chopped and integrate it with the wood that exists in the living world as well. So both living and dead wood is starting to crisscross together to possibly create an effect. So we're going to time stop at this moment. Nicole and Rob, please roll a d10 for me. Okay. So Rob, you've got a very interesting encounter.
Hey, it's Stannis.
So, Oliver Berg is in a very unique situation compared to everyone else. Bound down to a bed with Stygian steel chains and a single copper nail driven through your gut. You have suffered no superficial damages to your corpus, but you are unable to resist. You are unable to use your arcana, and your 5 senses have been dampened dramatically by all the restraints. You are left there, blinded by the neck scarf that is now wrapped ceremoniously around your eyes, with only your shadow to keep you company. You cannot confirm if you are completely alone in this hotel room, but you definitely notice that the weight that used to accompany your side has been lifted. Your heretic forged saber has obviously been stolen. The harder you attempt to hone your senses, the more muddled they become. The only minuscule change that has occurred in the last few minutes is a spiritual release of your natural undead talents. A blockage that was once stunted and inhibited your ability, and your growth has changed. Perhaps this is because of the daring chances that you have participated in as of late. Not second-guessing yourself any longer, and gaining a profound confidence that you naturally once had. As this is happening, a projection of Gelder Cryus, a man from your destruction harrowing, becomes evident deep inside your mind. Pride goeth before the fall. Isn't that what your father used to say to you? Or was that just the History 101 professor from MSU? You certainly have a very interesting headspace for such a young man.
Do I?
Hmm.
I don't think I'm in a. I don't think I've been destroyed again. So why am I seeing you?
Try to experience me as a mental residue from your last encounter with the labyrinth. When you are at your worst, and lights have been snuffed out around you, your circle distantly disconnected from you, and all hope has drained from your cerebellum. Oblivion will always find you and embrace you as an old friend does. And my chaotic voice will remain quite residual. but not as a torture device of the abyss. That's your shadow's job, after all. No, consider me a bloodstain upon your hands after sentencing your wife and child to die.
So, what does that do for me?
Very little at the moment. However, there is something very interesting that you should be aware of before I leave you. Lord Seth has taken a specific interest in your faint existence. After devouring your family whole, he now turns his appetite towards you. And as you can imagine, the hive mind that all Shadow Eden share will be quite interested in your corpus as an appetizer.
Well, he better get in line, because it looks like somebody might have beat him to it.
I wish I could show you right now the state of your psyche left within my ravines. You recall the other cadavers that you discovered in your descent?
You mean the other two?
If you remember, Rob, in your destruction harrowing, there were 3 bodies that were quite still. And as you started to observe a couple of them, they started to disintegrate and fall apart, allowing the characters who came out of them address you.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I meant. There were 2 others.
Yep, there were 2 others. So then you will also recall that they disintegrated and withered, as have the millions that have come before you. The inevitable struggle. Wilfred Owens once called it that. He probably would have preferred the Great War as opposed to the Well of the Void.
So what about the other 2?
As you ask this question, Rob, you will start to feel your restraints are being undone, as if somebody is starting to unbuckle you from the Stygian steel. The image of Skalder will leave your mind at this point. And I can find where I have put him. You will have all your bonds removed by a particular individual.
Can I make Skelder? I'm just joking. An ally?
Yeah, that would be a very strange relationship. I'll give you that. All right.
Your shadow's just like, that's another fine mess you've gotten us out of.
Talking to Skeldor? You don't know that he got us out of this.
No, to you.
How did I get us out of a... Oh, what, by befriending Skeldor?
No, like the whole, hey, you're now handcuffed to a bed with a spike in you, and, you're bound and your weapons have been removed. Like, your shadow was getting excited. He thought it was finally over.
To be fair, it wasn't really my weapons. It's just more Bronson stuff.
And if Bronson knew, he would be cross.
I mean, I've just got some donated stuff back from the group, so pretty much everything I lost was technically not mine.
This is true.
I'm the only character who, if you say you just lost everything in your inventory, I'm like, eh.
More like the party lost everything they put in your inventory.
So, Rob, a very familiar-looking young man will unbind you from all of your bonds, and he seems to have a very different expression on his face than he did when he was first tying you up in a sensual manner. Once he's completely undone all of your Stygian steel chains, he'll look to you and say, "There isn't that much time. You've got to go."
Why is that?
Look, I told them that I would hold you here as long as I could. Most likely it would probably be for like a few days. But to be honest, it's not going to be looking good for you. And I didn't want to leave you here with the possibility that horrible things might happen. So I want to give you a chance to get out of here as soon as possible.
Can I, is this just a part of his scheme? I need to read him.
Sure.
What would be a, like, is that a streetwise? Is that a, like, I could see him, oh, I'm helping you now, get out of here. Like, and then it's like, well, I got him out of my hair.
It can be your wits, and it can be either your streetwise or your empathy.
Wits and streetwise, I'll do.
Sounds good.
One.
Okay. With one success, you definitely get a strong sense that he is telling you the truth. He is not putting up a facade. He is not trying to flirt with you. He is not trying to deceive you. He is instead telling you the absolute truth right now. He's being very vague, and he's not giving you the full details, but right now the things that seem to be important to him is letting you go and letting you run and escape this place before things get worse.
Okay, I'll start getting up, but I'll say, why are you helping me all of a sudden?
I didn't want to leave you here. You seemed like a very genuine person, and you were not afraid to open yourself up to me earlier. And I don't want to see someone like that waste away in a room like this while everything burns to the ground. You deserve a chance to get out of here and live your afterlife as you see fit.
I mean, get out of here. This town or this building?
This town.
Oh,
You can start with this building, but you should get out of this town.
I'm going to, guess I'll bring up, because you said last session when I was tied up, you specifically said I felt like there were 3 other people in the room.
Yes.
I'll bring them up. I'll be like, is this about the other 3?
It is, but there's nothing that you can do about them.
The other 3 from the bar?
No,
I'll hint that they be the other 3 human traffickers we saw before.
Okay. No, it has nothing to do with them. No. No, this is bigger than that.
Do you want this town to be destroyed?
I don't care what happens to this town. All I care about is me getting out of here, and quite frankly, you getting out of here too. We can leave together if it'll make you feel better.
I can't leave without my circle.
I'm telling you, it's too dangerous.
It's worth the risk. I'll say
Yes.
with absolute confidence. Can I make a leadership roll to like inspire when I say that? I want to see if I can inspire him to want to stay behind to help me, since he technically, obviously already feels guilty. Like, I want to convince him I'm taking the brave action to save my group, so he's like, maybe to make it up to him, I'll stick around and help him save the group too.
Okay. Please roll your charisma and your leadership, and I will be rolling against you. Ugh.
This is a tested roll, because it's not like a negative. I don't know. 6, right?
Yep, you no longer, yeah. So yes.
Okay, that's 4 successes.
Okay. I also rolled 4 successes on my end. So successes go to the defender. I'm sorry, the tie goes to the defender. Did you want to blow willpower?
Is it too late to blow willpower?
No, you can blow willpower.
Okay, I'll blow willpower.
Okay. Please re-roll 3 of those dice.
Big money, big money, big money, big money, big money. Fuck. Can I blow another willpower?
You can not blow a second. But your words do captivate him. He does understand where you're coming from. He'll look to you and say, look, you got to do what you feel is the best decision for you and your circle. I understand that. Just know that I gave you a chance to escape while you could have. Okay?
Fair enough.
All right.
But if we get out of here, maybe I'll run into you again. I'll kind of throw out a lead to see if I can keep I want to make a contact in Asakusa, and I'm trying to throw that sort of lead out.
Sure.
And maybe I'll hint to say, hey, is there somewhere I can find you again if we get out of here?
Yeah. He looks at you and he says, I think you know exactly where to find me.
Okay.
It's where we first met.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to think here. Before we go, why can't you tell me more about what's going to happen in this town?
Yeah, I just can't. It's too dangerous. You wouldn't understand.
Can you give me a hint of something to look out for?
How to put this? There are people who do not belong in this village, and I'm not talking about your circle. There are others who do not belong in this village, Oliver. And they are going to change things around here by using their methods and their tactics that they have brought with them from the West. That's all I can tell you.
I understand. Thanks for the help. And I don't hold this against you.
I appreciate that. And I do apologize for getting you into this in the first place. But if it means anything to you, you've definitely changed my mind as far as how to live the rest of my afterlife. And he will smile, very genuinely. And as he smiles at you, he'll start to disappear and vanish and kind of mystify away, as if using his...
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's literally disappearing.
He's literally disappearing. He's using his Arcanos to disappear.
Okay, I'll kind of let him... as he's leaving, I'll say, good luck.
Okay.
Kind of say, hopefully you make it out of here. And it's time... I basically traded a sword to get a warning, I guess, if you really think about it. From a gameplay perspective, don't I have a couple of open contacts and allies that I can select based on how many points I have in that skill that I haven't allocated yet?
Yes.
Can I allocate this character as one of them?
You may, yes.
What's the difference between ally and a contact again?
Allies are people who can join you on quests and journeys. They can kind of use their own skills to work with you as like a literal sellsword next to your side. A contact is somebody who trades information with you and usually wants like an exchange of either information or money in order to give you something in return. They can also teach you things.
Okay, follow-up question.
Yeah.
Since this person is an Asakusa, if I have them as a contact, are there ways to get words to people? Like, can this be part of building a contact network?
Yes.
Then I think this seems more like a contact type character.
Sounds good. I'll make a note of that. Does Oliver want to do anything while you're in the hotel?
I'm gonna start making my way out of the room, and let's see. Do I even remember where the group was? Like when I last saw them?
You remember them making their way down to the south. You don't know exactly where they were headed because that was more of just their own decision. You went off and you did your own thing.
Oh, so yeah. But can I make... Did they mention where they were going last session before we left? And can I make like an intelligence roll or something to try to remember?
Yeah, you can make...
Okay.
You can make an intelligence roll.
And then before I roll, I assume probably... If I don't make the roll, I'm going to assume they went to the geisha house because that's where we were going. Part of it. So one success. Was it the? I don't think it was actually the geisha house though.
Yeah, you get a strong sense that they were heading towards the geisha house. They wanted to. You remember that they wanted to visit the geisha house because that is basically the central point where they are to find the Nemoi.
Okay. I'm going to start to leave this place. Is there anyone in this room?
Sonar for me again?
Where I am.
Oh, nope. There doesn't appear to be anybody in the room with you.
Okay, I'll peek out into the hall.
Okay.
And
Yep.
I'm gonna declare right now I'm kind of stealthing it out of here.
Sure.
Actually, you know what? What about this way? What is this? I'm on the first floor, right?
Yes.
Can I exit this way and then head out?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Okay, well I'm not going through the front door after all this. I'm leaving this area.
That's fine.
Assuming they let me.
Yeah. You find yourself an open window, and you use your very ghostly form and powers to kind of just smoothly slink away out the window onto one of the porches and just kind of like jump down onto the ground itself, and you start to make your way down to the south. I'm guessing you're going to be heading to the geisha house?
Yeah. Does that cost me a corpus?
It will cost you 1 corpus, yes.
Okay.
But that's it. Nothing tremendous.
Curious. So yeah, I'm heading to the geisha house.
Sounds good. And Nicole, you will be our last story.
Okay, I'm gonna step away for a sec. I'll be back
Oh.
a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Give me 1 second as I am rebooting Roll20. And I still got you, right, Nicole?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let me move us over to your location and I can give you a description. Don't forget that your 3 sentences are still active right now with Alex's character, Bronson.
Okay.
And if I remember correctly, you are at the tea house.
That is correct.
Okay. So, Nicholas Arwen, you are standing outside the luxurious and ornate tea house just north, beside the geisha house. It is here that you are welcomed with warm soul-fire lights, beautiful snow-covered trees and plants, and standing to greet anyone at the entrance appears to be a young wraith. He is very dashing in appearance, wears modern, formal attire with a fancy black tie decorating his neck. He wears a decorative floral vest quite profoundly and with fondness. He's standing very boldly with a light overcoat over his shoulders. He also possesses a very delicate, soothing red eyes that remind you of warm candlelights. So let me activate him on Roll20 for you. So, Nicole, he looks to you and says, Gogo gasaimasu. Kyo wa dono yo ni otetsunai dekimasu ka? He will say this quite fervently towards you.
I will look apologetic and say, I'm sorry, do you speak English or Mandarin?
Seems to be a recurring theme going on. Yes, English. I can do that just as well. I was just saying, good afternoon, and how may I help you today? He will move the part in his black hair back to reveal his more colorful facial features. My name is Osamu, your entertainment for tonight. You are currently in the tea house of Nozumi, the tea master and brewer of this establishment. Please, come, enter this way, and I will show you to our accommodations. Seems to be very warm and friendly.
Can I just read to make sure that he is really being warm and friendly or just putting on an act?
You certainly can. That's going to be your perception, and you can use empathy, expression, subterfuge.
Oh, thank God. Subterfuge.
Okay. How'd you do?
Hold on, I gotta explode the 10.
Okay.
It's a difficulty of 6. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 successes.
All right. Yes, he is being very, very genuine with you. In fact, you find yourself lost in his eyes for a moment, and you're just kind of like, oh, shit. I probably shouldn't be doing that for too long. And he looks to you, kind of smiles and laughs and says, if you are feeling uncomfortable, just, you don't need to make your way in. I just thought I'd greet you here at the entrance, but is there anything that I can help you with currently? And he takes off his overcoat as if to put it around your shoulders.
Oh, that's so nice. That is basically what Arwen is saying in her head. But
Okay.
no, I don't need any help, really. I'm just traveling with my friends, and I just wanted to visit the tea house, so that's why I'm here.
Well, please join me then, and let me lead the way. Do you allow him to put his overcoat around your shoulders?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, and it's a very warm coat. Just a little bit of weight to it, but nothing, too crazy. And he will lead you down the gardens. It's very beautiful, very picturesque, almost kind of like a storybook of sorts. And you'll head through the garden and then towards the front steps. He will open the doors very politely for you and allow you to walk through. And he will gesture to the left and say, please, follow me this way. You will notice that he will remove his shoes, place them to the side, and step into this tea house and knelt down on one of the mats.
I will also remove my shoes,
Mm-hmm.
and I will kneel on this mat.
Okay. And in front of you appears to be what he was possibly describing earlier to you. Seems to be a young lady, Wraith, with some very, very intricate designs around her death mask. Very festival looking, but she looks at the same time very, very seriously in your direction, as if very formal and unmoving. And the gentleman who had escorted you in will speak some Japanese to her, and she will acknowledge this. And he will get up from where he is sitting and smile at you and make his way over to what appears to be a small kitchen in the back.
Do I still have his coat?
Yes.
Okay.
When he does this, she will look directly towards you and says, he tells me that you speak English. Is this how you'd like to speak with one another?
Yes, please, if that's okay.
Absolutely, absolutely. And she will prepare very, very calmly and carefully what appears to be some very beautiful, ornate teacups in front of you with small plates and matting. And it looks like she's almost turning this into her own like ritual of sorts to perform in front of you. And this entire environment just seems to kind of swell and bring you in to this very calm and comforting location. Eventually, wrong button. The gentleman will come out again, and he will bring what appears to be a tea kettle and a mat to place it on, and places it very, very carefully and particularly next to her. As he's doing this, she'll look to you and say, it is very important for you to know, since you are an outsider, that our customs are very precious to us. We carry them over into the Shadowlands with us and maintain them here, even today. And we want our visitors to be feeling whatever comforts and tranquility they had back when they were once living. So if there are any needs that you require, to please let us know here while you are enjoying your tea. Where do you come from?
Oh, I come from... Man, I just blanked on where we're from. Where are we from? We are from... Hey, Shadow, where are we from?
Sorry, your shadow has land down under stuck in her head.
I mean, we're from the U.S., but like, I'm assuming they really want like this is the Jade Empire. So is it Stygia?
We don't want to say Stygia because that's basically like saying we're from the capital. I think of the capital of U.S. Wraith. I don't know. I'm trying to wait. Where was your character from again? Because I remember being abandoned, but
Oh, I mean, technically, I'm from the Midwest. I never really picked a state, but
oh, okay.
No, I'll just say I'm from the U.S.
Ah, very good, very good. The gentleman who was assisting earlier will get up from where he has placed the kettle, and he will start to make his way back to the kitchen as if to get some more ingredients, possibly some food for you and the tea master to enjoy together. Do you drink any of the tea that she pours for you?
Not yet. I want to say I apologize because I noticed that you're setting everything up, but I only have one Mon, and I don't know if that's enough for this opportunity. And so if it's not, that is okay. I just really wanted to just visit the tea house.
Hospitality is for free. You do not need to pay us any money for our services today.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I'm still not drinking it yet. I'm just kind of holding it.
Okay.
Drink it. You want new experiences? This is a new experience. Drink it.
And she pours
I'm
herself.
also by myself.
She also pours herself a small glass as well. And she begins to describe all the different ingredients that she used to make the tea. The things that kind of catch your ear are white pomegranate and various jasmine. And she just kind of goes into a very, very specific list of ingredients that she uses to fuse into this hot tea that she's made for you. She takes a sip out of it, deep and emotional breaths from her as she exhales and enjoys every single drop that she takes. It seems to be like a very slow meditative process that she endures when she does this. And then she looks to you to see if you've enjoyed the tea as well.
I will, take a small sniff just because I want to smell the aroma, and then I will take a sip.
Okay. Could you describe for me how Arwen drinks her tea normally?
In this case, she's gonna hold the teacup with both hands.
Okay.
And then kind of like bring it to her lips, kind of like if she had like a bowl and she was trying to drink like milk out of like a cereal bowl, kind of like that.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, that's fine. She will smile in your direction and say, well, any thoughts? As you are drinking this tea, it is probably some of the most glorious and luscious tea that you've ever had in your life. It's almost like you're breathing into your corpus as if you were living again, but instead it is just kind of stimulating this effect that is very similar to maybe drinking tea for the first time.
Oh, okay. I will say this is very delicious, and I've never had tea like this before. This is quite amazing.
I'm glad that we could be accommodating for you. So, you say you are from the United States. Anywhere in particular? And she starts naming off certain cities that she's familiar with, like Chicago, Salt Lake City.
I am close to Chicago, so in that general area.
Okay. Are there any family members that you have that live out there?
My dad is still in the Skinlands. He still lives there.
Oh.
The rest of my family is actually in Thailand.
I see. You must honor them very well then, with the deeds that you do here in the Shadowlands then. Wouldn't you say?
I hope I'm doing him... I hope I'm making him proud in what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. Did you have a goal set in mind for your journeys here in the Shadowlands? A eventual place that you'd like to stop and call home?
In the Shadowlands?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Putting
I
down
haven't really
roots.
thought about that
What's
yet.
that?
What did you say, Jay?
The putting down roots. What's that for? Let's go see out everything.
I haven't really thought about that.
No. You are still young. This is very understandable. And quite honestly, as soon as she's about to finish that sentence, you will hear a struggle occurring inside of the kitchen. A lot of like grunting and disturbance. You'll hear some various pieces of, I would say, plates and dinnerware hit the ground. Sounds like some chopsticks and glassware will also fall down onto the ground as well. The tea master looks perturbed by this, and she's very, very curious on what's happening. She smiles at you very, very patiently, gets up from off her knees, and starts to walk over to the kitchen to observe what's going on. The moment that she opens the door, she will actually have her jaw drop in absolute shock and horror. And she will start backing away from the kitchen until she hits the wall behind her and just stares in absolute pure shock. You can feel a malevolent energy emanating from this kitchen room the moment that the door was opened. What would you like to do?
Ooh.
Run. It's not safe. Run.
You know, I agree with you. So
If you don't run, you might be abandoned by your crew.
all right, so I'm gonna first stand up, put my hand on the handle of my sword. I will look at the woman who just went into the corner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to her, grab her hand, and I'm gonna start running.
Okay. Do you take a look at what's going on in the kitchen at all, or do you just focus all your attention on her and getting her out?
My attention on her and getting her out. But as we're running, can I ask her, what did you see?
Okay. Yes, you may. Let me... Yeah. She will look to you, still with, her hand covering her mouth in shock and dismay. And she will say, Jikoku. And she will run with you.
As we're running, I'm just gonna say, I don't know what that means.
Jikoku, we must put him to rest. This isn't right. And she continues to keep up pace with you. Where would you like to move Arwen during this scene?
Is this a door I can get through
Yes.
without using my corpus or anything like that?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so then we're going towards the exit, so here we go.
Okay. She will follow you. She's still kind of in absolute surprise and shock as she runs with you.
I will say we'll come back for him. We have to get to my circle, and then I'm gonna send one of my mental messages to Bronson.
Okay.
Saying, I think someone was murdered at the tea house.
Okay. You can take a few more steps if you want to, and I'll join you with my NPC as well as we run out of the tea house. Okay. Alex, as Bronson, you will receive this message. Do you want to respond to it, or would you like to take any action?
See, is Tetsuya still there near me, or has
He is.
Okay.
Yep. The two of you appear to be chopping some more wood up in the grove together.
Okay. I will turn to him and say, if you will excuse me, sir, there seems to be a disturbance of some sort at the tea house. One of my party seems distressed. I feel like I should go to them. If you don't mind?
No, let me come with you, actually. It sounds like quite the ordeal.
Yeah, she said something about a murder. I don't know. But yeah.
Murder on this side of the shroud? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it wasn't, the most sensible thing I've ever heard, but and then Bronson will just take off at basically a full sprint towards the tea house.
Okay. And he will join you as well. The two of you will travel south to make a quick dash over to where the tea house is. So, allow me to move us back to the geisha house. And I will add Rob's character up to the north. But before I get to you, Rob, I'm just going to conclude a scene with Josie. So, Josie, you will actually have your final lesson after some time has passed by with Icelandic and you have mastered a good sense of both languages, both Japanese and Icelandic. She seems very, very pleased with your progress and is very happy for how far you've come. And she'll look to you and say, well, that concludes today's lesson. And I hope you are able to use these new skills in whatever journey you decide to take next.
I do as well, but before I leave, I couldn't help but notice the, I'm not sure what to call it. It was a very interesting something on a stick next to, I wrote her name down.
It's a banner.
The banner sitting next to Kitty Giddy, or next to the man sitting next to Kitty Giddy. Do you mind if I ask about that?
Not at all. In fact, it's a very important thing to know around these areas too. Actually, 1 second. Pull that up so I don't flub it. Yes, that is the traditional Matoi banner. It is used in our culture as a way of, well, to be more fair, it was a banner that was used back in the past to warn others about a fire taking place or bursting through into someone's home. I know nowadays in the West they use fire engines and lights and loud sirens. Well, back in our day, we would have an entire squadron of people who would run out with these banners, and they would make as much noise as they could and draw notice and attention to the fire that was taking place, allowing the people around us to take notice and act accordingly. So it was a bit of a warning sign, but it was also used to gather attention. Does that make sense?
It does. Although I am now curious why... out of character. Did you say what his name was, or did we only address Kitty Giddy?
We only addressed Kitty Giddy.
Okay. It occurs to me that I did not catch the name or something to call the man sitting next to Kitty Giddy. Do you mind if I ask his name so I can properly refer to him as you have explained to me earlier?
Yes, that is, so last name, Shinmon.
Shinmon-sen. Okay.
First name, Benimaru.
Oh, Benimaru, you say?
Yes.
I do actually have some business with Benimaru. Give me 2 seconds while I pull up the name of the flower because I can't remember. It was a white lily. Also, dang it. Sorry, Myles. What was the name of the family name of Benimaru?
Shinmon. I'll put it in the chat for you.
Shinmon. I was writing it down. Shinmon Benimaru.
There you go.
And thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing if I wrote it down in this. Must have put it in my notes, writing it down rather than in my searchable computer notes.
Okay.
Flower. I only said flower, not specific.
I can help a little bit if you'd like.
Oh, I'm sure you could, but I don't trust you. It was grandmother Anna. Oh.
I just wish to provide you information that we both know.
And what information are you providing me?
The name of the flower.
At what cost?
No cost at all.
In that case, what is the name of that flower?
You were correct, it is a white lily.
Aha. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
The geisha will look to you. The geisha will look to you, Josie, and say, "May I take you back to our entrance?"
that is not the worst idea. If you trying to phrase this in a way so that it is diplomatic. If you happen to have a chance, my circle does also have business with Shimon-sen. We have a white lily to give to him from Grandmother Anna, but I understand if he is currently busy. I'm happy to follow you to the entrance. The kind lady at the entrance did say that in the morning she would pass on the message and we could meet up in the morning. So it is not urgent, but I did want to put that information out there in case anything could be done about it, perhaps, or to make sure that he gets that information. Just in case.
I will bring this to his attention. It seems like the two of you, or at least the three of you, are in good communication so far. So I can't see a reason why not to. Follow me this way, and I'll make sure that message gets delivered.
Well, excellent, thank you.
Yep. And she'll take you back to the entrance. And she'll bow very, very politely to the tender at the front, who is sitting at her desk very, very nonchalantly. And she will bow very, very calmly and kindly towards you and say, "It has been an honor being able to teach you the ways of our customs and our language. Feel free to come back anytime, even if it's just for conversation."
I greatly appreciate the opportunity you've provided me. I do hope to come back again someday, although it may not be anytime soon, as business with the Circle does seem to be taking us far and wide.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then I will bow to this lady too and say, I plan to be back early this morning, or I believe you said 10 a.m. this morning, to meet with Benimaru if he is willing.
Yeah. She'll look to you and say, "Unfortunately, that sounds good. Benimaru has not left the building yet, so I haven't been able to deliver your message, but I still have that in mind."
Thank you so much. And then I will exit the building.
As you exit,
look.
you'll see a very familiar looking Oliver Berg standing in front of you. It looks like he's just about to approach the geisha house. And the two of you will see each other.
Man, I was going to kick the door down and be like, Josie, we got a problem. No.
You seem to be in quite a tizzy. What's happening?
I didn't actually say that. That's what I would have said if I'd kicked down the front door. Hey, I've been looking for the group. I'm glad I could find you. I have a new potentially troubling piece of information.
Well, I'm not sure where Bronson is, but I believe Arwen went to the tea house. Should we go to the tea house?
Yeah, we can talk on the way.
That sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, if the two of you want to exchange any information right now, I recommend doing so. I'm going to place everybody over at the tea house at this time.
I am,
Okay.
but I'm going to do it as we're walking away. I don't know who's on what side, so when we're out of earshot of the villagers. Wait, I'm going this way.
Sorry.
No, I guess you're right. We should go this way. Let's go this way.
Motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
Are you?
So this town is in trouble. It was described as almost burning down. There are people who do not belong in this village. They are going to change things with Western tactics, whatever that means. So I think if we want to keep this town out of trouble, we might need to keep an eye out and figure out what that means and who those people are.
You say a fire. Well, you know what? In order of importance, I have learned...
It'll be a metaphorical fire. Just more that this town will burn. I mean, something bad is going to happen to this town. and some people who sound like outsiders of the town using Western tactics. So maybe they're people from the hierarchy area rather than here in Japan.
Interesting. Well, let me tell you very quickly, in matter of importance, I have learned the native tongue, Japanese. I have also learned the Icelandic language, as my tutor actually happened to be fluent, so I've learned that as well. I have seen Birimaru with my own 2 eyes, and we should probably address him as Shimon-san, because they address people by the family name. And I am planning to meet up with him early this morning around 10 a.m. so that we can meet him and give him Grandma Anna's white lily. They are open to trading for paper. Oh, and speaking of paper and fire, I don't know if this is relevant, but you did say fire, and I asked my tutor about it. There is a banner. It almost looks like a jellyfish on a stick. It is white, and apparently if that comes out, that means there's a fire. So it seems somewhat important. I figured I would let you know. So, does any of this information help with what you have learned?
Wait, sorry, go over the fire part one more time.
In case of a fire, at least in the Skinlands, in Asakusa, they would take out these banners and they would run up and down the streets and make a lot of noise. Instead of, sirens like we have in the US, they would make a lot of noise and wave these banners, and these specific banners, give me 1 second while I pull up the name. It is a Matoi banner. When they wave these giant banners around, and they are unmistakable, like I said, looks a little bit like a jellyfish on a stick and has these strands of something coming down. So they're very attention-getting. And if you see that and there's a whole bunch of noise, probably there's a fire. Although, since this is not the Skinlands, perhaps it will be some other danger. But also there might be a festival tonight. I don't know if you heard that, but there's probably going to be a festival tonight.
Okay. All right.
So that might be part of the festival. I forgot to, or didn't think to ask if perhaps the Matoi banner was for the festival, but I at least know what it's for now. So, anything else that you wanted to tell me besides Westerners that might be us that are going to change things with tactics?
I got robbed.
Robbed? What?
I got robbed. So I don't
got
have any equipment or money anymore. I don't remember
Again?
what I was carrying. So other than that, no, nothing.
Oliver, what are we going to do with you? Apparently not give you anything is what we're going to do with you.
So back at the tea house, as everyone is starting to rendezvous together, Alex, Bronson, and your new colleague will be located on the east side of the map. You can see us over here. And it looks like we're starting to run towards the tea house together to catch up with everyone else.
Ooh. One more piece of information. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
There are potentially 3 of these people.
3 of them.
But I can't guarantee that.
Interesting.
I think they robbed me. I think they might be the ones that robbed me. But I didn't see them. I was blindfolded at the time. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. Okay. Bronson, hello. What are you in the rush for?
Josie said that there was,
Josie.
Arwen said that there was some commotion inside the tea house and seemed a little distressed, and so let's go in and investigate.
You know what? That does seem somewhat important, so let's go ahead.
Bronson doesn't even break his stride as he just charges past, says it, and just keeps running into the door.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. Your colleague will join you as well and run behind you. Going back to Nicole as Arwen with the Tea Master. Do you want to take some more steps?
Oh, whoop. I'm
No, I'll stay here by the door because I don't want to like leave the tea house. So I guess
Okay.
I'm okay where I am.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll try to calm the tea master down so I can get some more information.
Okay. I'll allow the rest of the circle to catch up to Arwen if they want to.
Sure.
And yeah, as you guys have probably already heard the description, is this young wraith who is very intricately dressed. She looks to be in shock and utter distress at this moment. She's currently holding Arwen's hand as if trying to keep herself together and very composed.
me as the Wraith. Aw, look at that. You found somebody new to abandon you.
Wait, who
It's
you?
so
Oh,
hurtful.
I'm yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you said that. You said that as
As
the
the
shadow, right?
Or, so yeah, as the
Yes,
shadow.
you-
I said the
you
shadow,
said
not the
that.
Wraith, didn't
I
I?
didn't.
Because
Oh,
I'm like,
sorry.
wow, Josie just suddenly became very evil.
No, that was supposed to be shadow. My brain
Okay,
said one
okay.
thing and my mouth said another.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Oh no problem. It's like what?
I will look at the group and just kind of wave towards the tea house and say there was a commotion. And I think someone just died in there. I don't know. Like I just wanted to calm her down and get the heck out of there.
Wait, we want to leave or we want to go figure out what the commotion is?
No. Go. We should figure out the commotion. I was saying that I got the tea master out.
Oh,
Since it was just me, I didn't know what was going on. So I figured protect the tea master, come outside.
okay. Where was this commotion coming from?
I will look at the tea master to see if she's okay with us going back inside. I don't want to just leave her out here.
She will shake her head towards you and like move her way over to this gentleman over to the north and start speaking Japanese to him. Josie will kind of pick up that she's talking about the man who is in the establishment with her named Osamu, and that he has become Jigoku and needs to be put to sleep.
Hold on. Osamu.
Yep, I'll put those both in the chat for you. He will respond with his eyes widening at this news, and he will look to the circle, but then make his way over to the west, where he will find a relatively large bell with a like a handle that he can use to make a long ringing sound with it, a gong of sorts, to make a loud sound.
I will ask in Japanese. Sumimasen. What is Jigoku?
She'll look to you and say, I don't know how to describe this in your words.
Is this something I can see?
It is something that we all can see. Yes, they exist with us after all.
Would it be disrespectful to ask to see this so I may be able to recognize it in the future?
Yes, you may, but use caution. This is a dangerous event.
I see.
Can I
give me 2
ask
seconds. Okay.
Josie to ask him? I'll say, ask him if it comes from a wraith. Like maybe they're referencing like a specter or something like that. Oh, you're speaking Japanese right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll be like, does it come from a wraith? Is it maybe like something akin to a specter?
Do you even have the context of?
Or am I not hearing the conversation yet?
You're
Okay,
hearing
never
it,
mind.
but you don't speak Japanese, so you don't know what I'm asking yet.
Well, no,
You
I
can-
thought we were asked. I didn't know. I thought we were
I was-
trying. Okay, never mind. I thought I was understanding your half of the conversation.
No.
The young Wraith who has rang the gong several times will look to the circle and say, "We should probably depart really soon. Is there anything else that you needed here?"
I would like to see this Jikoku before I leave so that I may know. And if I remember correctly, cold hurts specters, and I do have these. I'll say in English because I doubt I know the word in Japanese, whiskey rocks, and I'll take out a couple whiskey rocks and say cold in Japanese to help, just in case.
Okay. You will, the circle and everyone standing there will see the doors that are to your east fly open. And inside the what was once a tea house is a very disturbing and ghastly sight as darkness has taken the inside of the place, and tendrils and dark melt formations are starting to cover this figure that is slowly and carefully walking towards you in the group. It hasn't taken any action of malice just quite yet, but it definitely looks very destructive in nature. So I'll put it on the map for everybody as well. And yeah, it just seems to be slowly walking towards the group step by step. It looks like they are in a lot of pain, and you can hear the anguish coming from their voice. These two, when they notice this, will address your circle and say, "We should leave, we should leave."
I will look at this and be like, Jigoku this?
They will both nod very, very, very quickly in your direction, as if to say, "Yes, yes, that is exactly it. We should go. We should get out of here."
I'm just gonna look at everybody and be like, run.
Does anyone want to make a perception and occult roll while still seeing this happening?
Actually, yes.
Sure.
Perception, or what was it?
Occult.
Well, as it
Can
always.
multiple people do it?
Yep, you can either do it as a group, or you can have one, or you can do it individually.
I would also like to try something else after the occult roll before
Okay.
we leave.
I'm gonna roll myself.
I'm rolling individually because I can explode 10.
Jesus. What's the difficulty level 6?
Standard 6.
Well, thank God for that, because at least everything that wasn't a 1 was a success.
Okay.
Oliver, you should go up and talk to it.
You don't even have to. I'm about to do something akin to that.
Well, I got 2 successes on my occult roll.
Okay.
And I got 1.
Okay. So how many successes from you, Rob?
I didn't roll.
You didn't roll. Okay.
I'm doing something else after the occult roll.
Gotcha. Alex, how many successes did you roll or no?
I did roll and I got 1.
You got 1? Okay. So those who got 1 success, I believe that's Nicole and Alex, this is definitely a specter. A specter.
Okay.
And Josie, or Jay, since you have 2 successes, again, I will emphasize the fact that this specter does not seem to be what is described in Wraith lore as vaporous. Raporious. So Raporious means that they are basically in frenzy and want to destroy, mangle, and eat other entities around them. They're at a certain level of calm right now, and they seem to be kind of like pacing themselves very, very carefully with each step. But they do look very ravenous at this point. So that is what you get with your 2 successes.
I feel obligated to note that I've seen about half of Fire Force.
Oh, good. It should be a little familiar. This should be very familiar to you then.
Yeah.
Fire Force.
What's Fire Force? It's an anime.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's all that World of Darkness is anime in very distinct formats. Anyway.
So the 2 will make their way to the south as if to escape this area.
Can I intimate this thing to get a read on what it desires?
You certainly may.
Okay. I'm going to do that then.
All right.
I go get into its head and all I see is hell agony. Oh God. So what do I roll for? It's intimation plus what?
You're trying to twinge them, correct?
Yes.
So that's going to be your perception plus intimation, difficulty 7.
Okay. Here goes nothing. 1 success overall.
Okay. The strongest sense that you get using your powers of intimation by observing this specter is that he wants to be back with the brewmaster again, as if that is like a strong colleague, possibly someone that he holds a deep respect and love towards. So all he can focus on is her and walking towards her, trying to get closer and closer to her.
And I'll say that kind of to the group. I'll say, hey, the Spectre seems to be focused on the brewmaster. If this comes to blows, maybe we can use that to our advantage. But question to you, Myles. Is it in a destructive way that it's obsessed with the brewmaster?
Not necessarily, no. It seems like he wants to get closer to her, but you kind of get a sense that there's a possibility that might cause bad things to occur the closer that he becomes to her.
But it's potentially destructive as a consequence, not as an intention.
Correct.
Okay, well then I'm going to relay that information to the group so we all know what's up. All right. Are we staying here? Are we backing away?
Question. You've said that it's the brewmaster, but Arwen, do you know which one is the brewmaster?
Oops. Yeah, it's this one.
Okay, are you going to tell us which one is the brewmaster?
Oh, wait, didn't I mention that was... Well, the Tea Master. I called her the Tea Master.
Ah. So I will assume that Tea Master and Brewmaster are the same. So I wanted to make sure I knew that in advance before I go chase them down and be like, and tell the Brewmaster in Japanese. Wait, did I ever find out her name?
Nah, I just know her as Tea Master.
Then I will say something like, Sumimasen, Brewmaster, and I hope that she turns back at me.
Seems to be in a moment of like distress, but she does turn and looks back at you as if in with deep concern.
In Japanese, I will say, one of my comrades say that this Jigoku is concerned or is focused on trying to be close to you.
I see. I understand that, but you also need to understand that we need to leave this building, this entire establishment at once. I understand that he probably still has some connections with me, but that's not going to help us right now.
I just wanted you to know, to make sure you knew.
All right.
And I'm also going to be like, and I'll be like, it seems my comrades are not swift. I'm going to go get them. And I'm going to walk back and be like, y'all.
Are you really going to run from this thing, Bronson?
Hey, all I know is that Josie started talking Japanese, and then they all just started kind of calmly walking left us.
No, they
here.
were not calm.
Well, Okay, but still.
You could take this thing. Show them who's boss. I mean, sure, around here they might be afraid of these Jigokus, but you know, where you come from, you know what's up. We've taken down these things before, and it's time to show them who's boss and do it again.
Literally, I'm going to see Bronson in thought, and I'm going to grab his arm and be like, run! And just drag him away. And hope that everybody else, because... Oliver, are you joining?
Wait, oh. Yeah, I am. I'm walking away. Well, is Arwen staying?
She is.
Arwen, what are you doing?
I guess I'm moving.
Okay.
It seems like a bad idea to just let this guy wander.
I'm taking up the lead, or the rear guard as we leave.
Okay.
I'm going to say they know what it is. They're going to get help. We should leave and see how they take it down so that we can take things like this down in the future. We will get information from them.
This is your chance to impress. Like, think of the clout you would have in this town, Bronson, if you took this thing out now. Showed them that you don't need a group of people to come here and help you take this down. You can do it. You are armed to the teeth. This is your moment. We've been training you to become a badass. Now, do you want to be a badass, or are you just gonna say you're a badass but not walk the walk?
You know, if I had all of my weapons, I probably would, but like I'm down a sword, so.
Oh, so the sword makes the man?
No, but the man likes having more swords.
Like,
Come on.
How much does it cost for me to use honeyed tongue?
Let's find out.
While that's happening,
Yeah.
Josie, are you sure? Like, you should really try and like stay here and figure this out. Maybe you and the circle can take this down.
So, Rob, your shadow is almost preternaturally persuasive, and it can really turn on the charm when it chooses to do so. By spending a point of angst and rolling a temporary angst, difficulty is Alex's manipulation plus subterfuge. The shadow may take any of one sentence strangely compelling and believable.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So what am I rolling?
So after I take away 1 point of angst, you're going to be rolling your temporary angst, so it'll be 1d10, I believe.
Wait, only 1d10 of temporary angst?
Correct.
Oh, and what's the difficulty?
The difficulty, Alex, what is your manipulation plus subterfuge?
Yeah, I was afraid you were going to ask that. That's a total of. You said manipulation and subterfuge.
Correct.
Yeah, that's 2.
Okay. Rob, the difficulty is a 2.
Oh boy. Come on. Big money, big money, big money, big money. Yeah! You do what must be done. You want to impress. You want to fight this.
Well, I suppose this is what's happening now. And Bronson will, like, just kind of, as he's, starting to follow everybody else, he'll just kind of stop, put his hand on his katana, turn around, and then step up.
Okay.
Like, I'm not running from this.
Okay.
If they can run and get help, I'll at least hold him off for a while.
By the way, Rob, I gave you the wrong number for your temporary angst. I think you had more.
I had 4 to roll.
Okay.
But it makes no difference. I got what needed to get done.
Especially
you were looking for a 2.
Yeah, especially with the difficulty of 2. So, yeah, it appears that you and Nicole's character, Arwen, are the only ones who have, like, stood by with the Spectre in mind.
I'm Stan.
Because of that, hey, Myles, can I roll a Dark Passion?
You certainly may. Which one were you thinking?
Should I be specific?
You can say
out loud?
first one, second one, third one, fourth one.
Second one.
Second one? Okay, let me check that.
I'm sighing and being like, God damn it, I almost had them out.
Yes, you may go ahead and roll 5d10 for me.
Awesome.
I also have a question.
1 second.
Sure.
Ooh, look at that 10. Look at those 2 7s.
All right.
Gross.
Okay. What was your question?
Well, and I think I know the answer, but if you use a thorn to get somebody to do something that is a dark passion, you don't get to roll that dark passion because you made the decision and not the Wraith?
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
No worries. So, it looks like we are entering combat.
So before we go into combat, I did send you a DM in Discord.
Oh, sure.
Just a quick question.
No problem. Let me check that. The answer to that is yes.
Okay, and then so how would I go about doing that?
Just let me know that the shadow wishes to do that, and I will consider that.
Okay, I will let you know what the shadow is saying.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Are you going to send that to me in a chat, or?
Yeah, I'm going to send it to you in the DM.
Okay, sounds good. And I'm going to pull out. I love how I started off this entire session with like careful customs and traditions of this area. Now we're just fighting a specter.
And it's on. Is it on fire, or is that just the coincidental icon you used from Roll20?
It is just a Roll20 icon that I'm using.
So I conceivably I'm not, because being on fire is important or not is an important distinction when you're considering grappling something.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Go on, grapple it. It's cold outside. It's snowing.
As some time is passing, some of the dark tendrils that are wrapped around this entity will start to take a little bit more of a physical form around this specter. And it will start to actually make out to be something more physical instead of just a dark, shadowy, fiery entity. So I will put that on the screen for everyone.
Oh, that's not ominous at all.
No.
Oh God.
Like, that's actually Bronson in character. Just, well, that's fine. This is fine. I'm glad this is happening. This is fine. This is wonderful.
I mean, he has an attack. Can we talk to him first? Maybe?
I mean, that would be my preference because, yeah, that's a spooky looking dude.
I know it seems it seems like the specter is deep in thought, that as if it's like meditating on something that's been said to it at this moment, and it's just like deep in thought.
You know what? What's his name? Arwen will say, is it Osamu? Is that his name?
It is
Samu?
Osamu.
Osamu.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she'll go, Osamu, can you understand me?
Oh,
If he responds.
I can hear you quite clearly. Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. Let's just stay here and chat, right? I'm just gonna look at the group like, what should we do? Like, he clearly is, communicating.
Hey, Myles.
Yes.
Can I do stretching reality on a specter?
Is that your phantasm?
Pandemonium.
Pandemonium? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And let me check that really quick. Is that one of your basic skills?
No, this is one of the tutor ones that you gave me.
I see.
Well, that I bought, rather.
Yeah. Let me pull that book up. What was the name of it again?
Stretching Reality.
Stretching Reality. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Because if nothing else.
Yeah. Well, what is your intention for using this?
Preventing him from going any further, minimizing the chaos that is spread, keeping him in this one place so that even though he very much wants to be with the brewmaster, it will be a shame to lose the tea house, but better the tea house than everything else, especially since they were running away.
Okay. Sounds good. I need you to roll your manipulation plus pandemonium, difficulty 5.
Manipulation, you say? All
Yes.
right. Literally, I just... Oh, here it is. Keep putting my things in places elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Manipulation is... only 3, but still pandemonium is 3, so yet again, 60-10. Hey, Shadow. Helping a girl out?
I am always here to help you.
I don't suppose you'd be interested in giving me, perhaps, 4 dice?
Let me double check something. Oops, wrong thing. I just want to check how much angst you actually have before I can offer you something.
Totally understandable.
And that is updated, by the way.
Wait, is it the bottom one that's temporary or the top one?
The bottom one is temporary.
Ooh, okay. I can give you 4. It's a risk.
How about just
I would
2?
prefer to give you, let's just give you 2.
Okay.
I mean, it's still a risk, but I'm always here
it's
to help
always
you.
a risk. I'm sure that I will have so much angst to give you shortly, but I very much want to keep this fellow in place so that we can minimize. So, all right, 8d10.
Aw,
Oh
that sucks.
yes, no angsts. And what was the difficulty level?
5.
Sorry?
5 difficulty.
Really? Only 5? Damn.
Yeah, local shroud is really low here.
Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Okay. So, I am reading the description in my book on how that'll work.
Okay.
And how are you affecting the perception around me when you do this? Like, what you're telling me that it's best for me to stay here?
It is definitely best for this entity to stay here, but if he decides to walk towards me, it's like the stairs just don't stop. He keeps walking down and walking down because he's on stairs right now, right?
Correct.
So yeah, if he tries to keep walking towards us, the stairs just never stop. If he chooses to walk forward.
All right. This seems very, very effective on him. When he takes a step forward, he kind of like looks at his foot for a moment and then steps back again, looking around, confused as sorts. Alex, as Bronson, are you doing anything in this moment?
Well, he's not, or I guess the Spectre, because I don't know the gender. The Spectre isn't. I guess Bronson is just seeing this Spectre kind of pausing indecisively, and Bronson knows that he is, just terrifying, because his shadow told him so. So he's convinced that his mere presence is what is holding the Spectre at bay. So he's not drawn his weapon yet, but he's ready that if the Spectre comes at him, he will draw down and fight.
Okay. Nicole, as Arwen, what are you doing?
I got a question.
Yes.
So a specter is shadow eaten, so it is technically the shadow at the time, right? Sort of.
The shadow has completely taken over, so he is in permanent catharsis, as it were.
Okay, so if I use, what is it called? Mnemotex?
Mnemotechnics?
Yeah, if I use that, because it says that if I'm using it to heal painful memories, it removes angst
Okay.
from the target's shadow. So is that, since it is a specter, what does it work?
I would think so. I'm just double checking it for you. See here. Yep, this would work on a specter.
Okay, cool. I will attempt that then.
Okay. That's going to be your charisma plus mnemosis. Difficulty is going to be a 6.
Okay. Come on. We can do it. Yes. So 6 successes.
You said 6?
Correct.
All right. Let me remove your... I believe it costs you
It costs
2 pathos and 1 willpower to cast this.
Yes.
Okay. Got that marked. Just waiting for Roll20 to catch up. All right. All right. So when you do this, how many successes did you get again?
6.
6. You are able to slow down this process of pain and anguish that it is occurring within this specter. You are basically letting out the angst that is within it, causing it to become quite pacified. And it kind of like struggles in this moment of like trying to discover and figure out, what its purpose and existence should be. Now that it's kind of gotten over the pain that it was experiencing earlier. At this very moment, as everyone is kind of like using their powers to influence this specter, something sudden will happen. And right behind everybody, if I can find there we are. Right behind everybody will appear a very familiar looking gentleman to Josie, who will start walking towards the circle and where the specter is standing. He will look at the circle with a little bit of confusion of why you guys are still standing there. But then he takes a moment to also kind of observe and examine the specter to see like what you've been doing so far. And he will look to your circle and say, "All right, that's very good. Now I need you guys to pull out, please. Escape while you can."
I will bow to him and say, Shimon-san, he is stuck in his own mind. He believes he is going down the stairs, but the stairs do not stop. And then I will just bow again and walk away.
Yes, I'll take care of this from here.
You know, Bronson, that you can't let this guy come here and just show you up and tell you to leave like you're a child.
Hey, this is their village, their customs. If they want to handle it, they can. I mean, I've done my job by holding it at bay until the cavalry arrived.
But you could destroy it. I didn't think I asked you to hold it at bay. I asked you to take it on.
Well, yeah. And I have. I've gone face to face with it, and it chickened out. So clearly, it doesn't even think I'm, like there's no point in challenging me because obviously I'm going to win. So I might as well take a step back and allow this guy to do what he does.
I mean, is that going to make you look strong to let someone else do the dirty work for you? I mean, look at the way he talks to us. Oh, okay, very good. Take it from here. You can go now. I got this. Like you're nothing to him.
I probably am, but it'll be a great opportunity to learn.
So Bronson, this NPC will look to you and say, "Young man, is there a problem?"
Not as such. It's not in my nature to back down from a fight, especially one which I feel confident in my ability to manage.
As much as I admire your courage, it is not needed here. You can leave.
Bronson will just kind of keep his hand on his katana, ready to pull it out, and just gradually kind of step back, ready to absolutely jump back into the fight as soon as this guy gets in over his head, because obviously he's going to, and then I can come in and save the day. That way I get to look even more heroic, because not only did I kill the Spectre, but I saved this dude's life after he was being super condescending.
Okay. At this point in time, while everyone is standing here, and I just want to let you guys know, I gave you fair warning to leave the area. So if you need to leave the area, I would do so now.
I want to leave, but I just want to ask, does Arwen recognize who this is based on the description she got from Grandma Anna?
Yes, as far as the description, he is matching it to a T. The only thing that is not matching the description are his eyes. He is supposed to have one red eye and one black eye. Right now, both of his eyes are quite red.
Okay.
He'd have one black eye if he took you on, Bronson.
So, I will mention to everybody as we are walking away that, by the way, that is Benimaru, and we need to show respect because we need his assistance, or we at least need to give him the white lily that Grandmother Anna gave us to give to him. So please be on your best behavior.
Are you retreating, Bronson?
He's being dragged by Josie.
It's a tactical extrication.
Now, not only are you letting someone else show you up, I guess you're not really the badass I thought you were, but you're not even going to be here to learn from it.
I didn't say I was leaving the scene.
So, the NPCs down south will open the doors and hold them for you in the circle to exit with them. Everyone will be outside of the tea house if they choose to do so.
Yeah, I think I will go outside the tea house.
Okay. So, at this moment in time, once everyone is outside the tea house, there will be a gathering of many, many wraiths who will enter in from all sides around this building. They obviously heard the ringing of the gong, and they have gathered to this very location. At the center of it is still Benimaru Shinman, who is standing in front of the specter that the circle had confronted earlier. Benimaru will look to the specter, and he will yell as loudly as he can to everyone gathered around outside the tea house, and says, "Our friend Osamu from Block 3 has just turned Jigoku." And everyone outside will cheer and raise what appears to be banners in their hands, very similar to the motoi that I had mentioned earlier. And they seem to be kind of like jumping up and down, with cheering. They will spin these banners around very, very ceremoniously. And they will shout, "Seiya, Soya! Seiya, Soya!" in response. And Benimaru will look over to this specter and say, "You know, he likes a good festival, so let us start." And he will walk up to the specter, almost like a friend greeting another friend. As soon as he stands in front of this very grisly-looking specter, he will say, "Oh, there you are, you old fart. Look at this, Osamu! This whole town is here for you. You're too old to be raising this kind of hell, and you know it. That being said, you always did enjoy making a scene, right? And he will gather his hands together, start motioning them around as if performing some type of martial arts technique. And as he stretches his left and his right arm out into the various directions of this tea house, it will start to light up in flames and burn. And there will be powerful cyclones of fire that start to emerge all around the tea house itself. This will also affect the Skinlands, as the building will begin to set on fire. And the townspeople who are in the Skinlands will react to this and start to call in for the fire brigade to come in and put out the fire. In the Shadowlands, the Wraiths are rejoicing in great celebration for this immolation of the tea house itself. And at which point, once the entire building has been set ablaze, and the Spectre will look over at the damage and destruction, feeling that it had caused all of this havoc himself, he will lower his head in utter sadness towards Benimaru. Shinmon Benimaru, on the other hand, will walk up to him, like I said, as if greeting an old friend. And he will say, "Way to hang in there, friend." And with one very quick and clean strike of his hand, you will see him impale the Spectre with his hand. And as it strikes him through, you will start to see the flames and the ashes of the Spectre start to dissipate. And he will start to cool and burn out into embers. The last thing that the Spectre is able to do is place his hand very, very gingerly across Benimaru's robe. Almost one last act of kindness. And the Spectre will disintegrate completely. There is no Nile. There is no returning to the labyrinth. You're not really quite sure what just happened. But the Spectre is no more. And the fires of the tea house continue to burn as Benimaru slowly and carefully leaves the tea house. At this point in time, the people in both the Skinlands will start to put the fire out. People in the Shadowlands will go back to their daily business as if trying to depart their ways from this ground. It's almost as if this has become a holy place. And they don't want to disturb it. And Benimaru will walk towards the circle. And he will look over to everybody and just kind of face them. So, I saw what you did back there. And that's fine. If you're here, then you're here. Whatever. It has come to my understanding that you wish to present me with something.
All right, which one of us has the white lily? Is it me? Or is it...
I hope it's not
Arwen?
me, because it's gone.
I got it.
All right. She
I
wants
will
them.
pull out the white lily, but let Josie speak.
I will just bow to Benimaru saying, Shimon-san, Grandma Anna sends her regards, and then I will face Arwen while she hands him the white lily.
Okay.
Her
You will
grandmother Anna.
Yeah. He will look to you in the circle and say, So, that white lily, that's coming from Charon's Onyx Kingdom, correct? Stygia? The Iron Kingdom?
I'll be honest, I am uncertain of the details, but Grandmother Anna assured me that you would know what it means.
Maybe it's best if you come with me then, and we discuss this. And he starts walking towards the geisha house.
I will follow.
Okay. At this point in time, yeah, go ahead.
Before I follow, I just want to look at the tea master, and I want to take off the coat that I'm wearing and hand it to her, and just say, "I'm sorry."
Okay. She seems to be grieving the moment that she was grieving to begin with, but even more so now that you've given her this memento. There is a strong mixture of what can only be described as gratefulness, but also pure sadness at the same time. But she will bow in recognition for what you have brought her and what you have done. And as everyone is making their way over to the geisha house itself for this discussion that is about to occur, you will notice that the fires of the house, the tea house, have been put out at this point. It has been almost completely demolished at this point from the flames that Benimaru has caused and created. As soon as the fires are out, you will see what appears to be a group of both the living and the dead gathering together and coming together as almost like a union of sorts. And they seem to be discussing what it's going to take to reconstruct and put everything back together again. Because there is damage in both the Shadowlands and the Skinlands from this hazardous flame that has occurred. But you and your circle will make your way over to the geisha house. And I will move you guys over there. Almost completely bypassing the... there we go. Almost completely bypassing the person at the front who usually addresses anybody who's coming in. Benimaru will just walk in and stroll in like he owns the joint. She will nod her head and greet everybody as they walk in. And you'll notice that everyone is now located down to the south in what appears to be like a conference area with a table and seats for everyone to kneel down onto some comfortable-looking pillows. Also accompanying the group appears to be the shogun herself, Junko Kirigiri, who knelt down as well to join the conversation. Benimaru will look to the circle and looks at the flower very, very kindly. And then, before he's lost in the moment, we'll look over to the circle and say, well, you've obviously traveled very far to be here today, so let's just get down to business, or as your country would call it, brass tacks. And with that, we will take a 10-minute water break and come back to this small sequence. So everybody, enjoy your 10 minutes. I will see you soon. And
Hi, Craig.
yeah, let's deactivate our good friend Craig since he's been working so hard.
Yeah. Out of character.
Yes.
I'm a little sad because I know there was relics and artifacts in that tea house.
That is very true. As everyone starts to settle in inside the geisha house, between all 6 of us, there is slight tension in the air. Right now, it seems that 4 of you are outsiders looking into this culture and are trying to figure out how things are done. Thankfully, the actions that you had taken against the Spectre moments ago were not seen as offensive or out of place. In fact, they might have even helped Benimaru conduct everything that he needed to get done as well on his end. So, as far as you're concerned, since the group is still together and are not being reprimanded, you might be in good graces at this current time. But it would seem that also Benimaru needs a little bit of clarity of your intentions and what is going on around him. He will look again at the white lily that you have handed to him with a good sense of curiosity, as if reliving a memory from the past. But then he will also look sternly back at the circle. Well, you've got a lot of explaining to do. Barging into our village here unannounced. Why are we here? He will point over to Josie and say, I obviously know that she wants to learn Japanese. What about the rest of you?
Well, and Arwen will kind of look at the group and go, our main purpose was to seek out fellow Nemoi. As we were going through this journey, we also ran into Grandma Anna, who gave us the white lily to give to you. She said that you two had done great things together, and she wanted to see if you would fight with her as a team once more. And so she asked that we bring the flower to you and to let you know her intentions.
The moment that you say the word Nemoi, you'll notice that the pupils on Junko's eyes will dilate briefly, but she will try to compose herself and bring herself back down again into a calmness. Benimaru will look to the circle and say, so you came all this way just to bring me a flower and tell me that Grandmother Anna wants to fight alongside with me again. Is that it? Yeah, go ahead.
Can I get a read on this situation? Like, because we did bring up the Nemoi, and he doesn't seem interested in that.
Yes.
Kind of like, do I get a sense that he's brushing it off, or?
You get a sense that he is brushing it off, but there might be some importance to what you are saying to him.
Okay. And then from an etiquette perspective, would it be a good idea to bring up the fact that the town might be in danger?
That is completely up to your discretion.
Well, that's why I'm saying etiquette, so I can roll an etiquette or something like that to see if I'm overstepping my bounds.
Yeah, you may roll etiquette for that. That's going to be your intelligence plus etiquette.
Difficulty 2? No, that's what I had it set to from previously.
6.
Yeah, 3 successes.
Okay. You get a sense that it is important. However, he doesn't seem to have a full grasp of exactly why the group is here in particular, specifically. You had mentioned the Nimoy, which has garnered his attention. He may have a different word for it, or a different kind of, I guess you could say, term that is used for that, and it probably means nothing to him. It does, however, mean something to Junko, who is sitting next to him. So, by bringing up any danger that the town might be in, might spur on something new. But right now, he has no current trust or connection with your group at all, aside from the flower that you've given him.
So is it better from that perspective maybe to wait in this conversation until we've sort of established trust and why we're here, and then bring up the news I have?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to maybe make an effort to better describe what a Nimoy is, but not in such a way where it sounds like I'm talking down to him. Sort of to say, the person we're looking for would deal in, I guess, memories.
Okay. And what are your intentions for this person?
We hold on, I'm trying to think. I mean, it would be accurate to say we want to connect and share memories and learn what they know.
Do we not want to bring up Kayron?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what their feelings are about Kayron over here.
How specifically do you want to word that to him?
I kind of don't want to bring up Kayron yet. I want to bring up, though, that we want to, and maybe this is I want to diplomatically state that we want to, we want to learn something from this. This person has a memory that's very important to us, and we would like to experience and learn it.
What kind of memories are we talking about here? I don't understand.
It is a memory of another life.
So the memory of a past life is what you're saying?
Yes.
That sounds very, very specific. Can you please tell me whose memory?
Is there anywhere I'd know how what the relationship is between them and Charon around here?
Mostly, your etiquette will tell you that it is probably a strong displeasure, considering that they are proto-nationalists and do not trust the Jade Emperor, and probably do not trust other kingdoms outside of their village as well.
So is there a delicate way to word that we want to learn, access a memory of Charon's, but maybe not hint that we want to bring him back?
It may beg to reason that you just be honest with him. Otherwise, you'd be dancing around his questions all day long.
Well, then, you know what? I think I'll just come out with it and be honest. Say we want to access a memory of Charon. We've sent on a mission to collect those things and stop a greater danger from potentially annihilating the Shadowlands.
Oh, Charon, you say? Well, that just changes everything now, doesn't it? You can tell that there's a little bit of sarcasm on his face when he says this. So, you've come all the way here in order to share memories of the Overlord Charon from the East. And you're assuming that somebody in our village has the ability to connect with you and share memories in return.
We have been told that there is someone here who possesses such an ability, yes.
Well, I don't care what some imperial lapdog thinks what they were told. And I'm especially uninterested in hearing tell tales from a gullible puppy such as yourself.
Well, this danger could potentially affect everyone.
You don't say.
Well, I'm no friend of these people you speak of. In fact, I've spent a great deal of my time in this unlife trying to stymie their efforts to control and contain us. But this is a case of a bigger enemy and having to make the right decision to ensure that any of us have a future. I don't know if you're familiar, Shimon-san, is that the right way to say it, Myles? I'm going to address him, like, still respectfully.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, I don't know if you're familiar with what has occurred in California.
He will kind of look to you curiously, but at the same moment, kind of go back to earlier, what was being discussed, and say, "So, no, I'm not familiar with what's going on in California right now. But tell me, what are we to be concerned about? What is coming after us? Who is our enemy?"
What was the name of that? Is it Lord Seth is not the boss of that group, right?
Nope.
Or he is?
Nope.
What's the name of the
Jocklehops?
Jockalops was the name of the guy
Isn't that-
serving the
Yeah,
main.
that's Oscar's new name. Oh, the Cold Heart, isn't it?
Yes, and I'll say that. It is something known as... Well, first of all, California was completely destroyed, and the person we have been told is returning is someone by the name of Coldheart. And either Myles is doing a dramatic silence or he just got disconnected.
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
I have no reason to believe that is actually happening out there. From all I know, California could still be where it says it is. And you were telling me this cold heart is interested in destroying my village of Asakusa.
No, he is... I think he's intent... out of character, Myles. Coldheart is pretty clearly intent on destroying everything Wraith-related.
Pretty much.
Yeah, Coldheart is, well, not a Wraith. He's of Oblivion and the Abyss. He wants to destroy everything.
And who are his followers? Who are the ones who are supporting him? Or does he travel alone, thinking that he can best me?
Not travel alone. He has a great many people who serve him. Heretics who would like to see him raised again and accomplish his goals in this world. Right now, he's operating. We've run into one such heretic by the name of Jockalypse, and we barely escaped with our lives. Well, most of us escaped with our lives.
Hey,
Well,
Oliver?
Huh?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but maybe it would be easier if we showed them our fight against Jalacalypse. I can do that.
Yes, that would be great. Thanks.
well,
I'm gonna need your
not a tr-
assistance.
I'm not a trusting soul, and I've never seen one of these so-called heretics take a step on my stomping ground. So if you have a way of proving this, then please do.
I have the ability to show a person's memory to multiple people in the room.
Okay.
And
Which?
if Oliver is willing, I would like to use his point of view.
Okay. Which skill will you be using?
Casting the scene.
Casting the scene. Okay.
I'm willing.
Okay.
And hopefully with him being willing, the difficulty goes down.
It is just his willpower. So yeah. So I need you to roll manipulation plus mnemosis, difficulty 9.
Oh Jesus.
You can pre spend a willpower for a success.
Hold on, let me see. Because it costs me a willpower as well to use it.
Yes.
I got enough. Okay, I'll use the 3 pathos and the 1 willpower to activate, and then I'll use 1 willpower to get an automatic success.
Okay.
You want some help, dear?
Not this time. Maybe I should. This is
Would
yeah,
you
why
like?
not?
Would you like? Actually, I think I can offer you many angst. Would you like 4 angst? Or wow, angst.
I can offer you many angst.
Now that's an offer you don't hear every day.
See, I'm telling you, my brain and my mouth are just not working correctly. Anyway, I can offer you 4 dice. Would you like 4 dice?
Maybe 3. We do 3 instead.
Oh, I suppose. But are you sure you could really want to make sure that you succeed at this?
I mean, if I take 3, that gives me 10 dice, and I already got an automatic success. I think I just want to go with 3.
Oh, I suppose.
Okay.
Can't choose not to resist this.
Your willpower still goes off to resist.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right, here goes nothing.
Give me that angst.
Oh, I got 1 success.
Okay.
And I got 1 angst.
Technically, you got 2 successes overall. If that helps make it better.
Well, minus the 1.
But you also got the free one.
Oh, yes, that's right. 2 successes.
Okay. Sounds good. Let me feed your shadow really quick.
Nom 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 nom.
And Nicole, I want you to describe for me exactly the memory that all of us are seeing through the eyes of Oliver Berg. What exactly do we see?
I want us to see the moment, I'm going to call him Oscar because that's how I know him as. The moment Oscar arrives and then kind of gives his spiel and then we start fighting. It's right before we lose Oliver.
Okay.
The first time.
Okay. So as everyone takes a moment to experience this memory being enacted, including Junko and Benimaru, we will all kind of gaze into this relapse and recalling of Oliver witnessing Jacques, also known as Oscar, leading his troops along with him, and him declaring himself the Arterius of Frost. And it starts to go a little dim the moment that you and your circle are deciding what to do and how to escape their clutches. And you look over to the wall of where the Tempest is being held. And yeah, you'll just get the strong gulp from Oliver the moment that he sees it, as if recalling a sour memory. And everyone will come out of this memory that has been shared by both Arwen and Oliver. Junko seems to be keeping to herself, as if experiencing something that she hasn't experienced in a very long time. Benimaru, on the other hand, is very, very surprised by this, and almost seems a little impressed by you and your circle. And he will look over and say, "So, if I'm getting this correct, you're saying that there are these heretics that are possibly trying to do things to my village.
Your village. How do I want to word this? And this might be another sort of etiquette rule, but I mean, I don't out of character. I don't have specific knowledge that it's the heretics doing it, but I do have information that his village is in danger from different ways from the west as well. Kinda. And then maybe I want to reiterate that our purpose here is to stop what's happening in the west and hopefully also allow this place to continue on as it always has. Does that seem like a diplomatic way of putting it?
Yeah.
Then that's kind of what I'll say. I'll say, I have heard that your village is in danger from people from the west and their western ways and tactics. They're trying to change things here. That's exactly how it was worded to me. I was also accosted and restrained and robbed by 3 mysterious figures who I could not see at the what was that place I went? A bathhouse?
It was both an inn and a bathhouse.
The inn or bathhouse, but I managed to escape after they had left. They could possibly be the people attempting to endanger your village. I'm out of character. I'm leaving Inako? I'm leaving Inako out of this story sort of to protect his identity and involvement so as not to get him in trouble. But I will say that I overheard something about this town will burn. So yeah, that's kind of what I'll say to him. And then I'll say the efforts that this Coldheart and his cult of heretics want to do will affect and enforce themselves upon everybody's way. And we understand that you have a unique way of doing things in this village, and we have no desire to change that. We want to prevent these things from happening in the West so that they never come here and affect you in the East.
See. He kind of pauses for a moment to think about everything that you've said. Well, it is strange that we haven't seen a Myles is trying to remember the word. We haven't seen a Jikoku in almost 2 years. And now all of a sudden, one appears just as your circle has arrived here as well. So you must understand why, even with your visual illusions that you have provided for me, I do not 100% believe your story that you tell, especially since you are all from Stygia. But what I can do is offer a option for you and everyone else. I suggest that we investigate this matter. Asakusa is a relatively easy town to get around, and if you can find any traces of these heretics who are invading my town, all the better. And we will bring them down to justice and figure out exactly what their intentions are for invading this district of Tokyo. Does that sound fair?
Hey, before I say something stupid, I'm reading between the lines. He's telling us, you help us with our problem, and then we'll help you with your Nemoi issue.
Correct.
Then, yeah, I'll look to the group to get a sense of it. And does everyone look like they're on board with this?
I'm going to just kind of give you a look and say, Oliver, didn't you say you heard that Westerners were coming to town and were going to cause trouble?
That's what I said to him.
You literally just told
gotcha.
him that.
Oh, my bad. I was...
And then his reaction was basically like, yeah, okay, you did a pretty movie for me, but if you don't find proof of this, I really don't care.
We basically we have to solve. He's basically saying we have to solve that problem if we want access to the Nemoi.
Gotcha. My brain parsed that as part of the whole something else, some other issue.
Oh,
Sorry. Brain is. Anyway.
I guess I'll look around for a nod from everyone,
Yes.
unless they
I'll
like.
nod.
Okay,
Yeah, Arwen nods.
and then just Bronson nod.
Bronson just kind of shrugs, like, eh.
Then I'll turn and I'll say, that sounds good, Shimon-san. Thank you.
Yeah. It's an opportunity to prove yourselves here. After all, firepower and fist fights are the flowers of Edo. If you can prove yourselves to me, then maybe there is something that I can do to help you as well. I will go out and investigate for myself and see if I can discover anything. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
And he just gets up and starts making his way out.
If I may, before you leave, I have a question. It seemed like people weren't entirely put off by the sudden appearance of this Junko, specter, as we would call it. That they seemed almost to be cheering when the townspeople saw what was going on. If I may be so bold, I was wondering if I read that correctly. Your traditions are new to me, and I want to understand as best I can. I would hate to make a faux pas and cause additional tension.
The releasing of his soul is something that I am conducting for these, as you call them, specters. It is my way of releasing them into the next stage of their afterlife. If I recall correctly, you and your culture believe that when a specter is destroyed, it returns back to oblivion. Is that correct?
That is my admittedly very limited understanding, yes.
Well, that is not the custom that we apply out here. Instead, I am the one who extinguishes these specters and brings them into a different state of bliss and a new plane of existence beyond comprehension that exists outside of oblivion.
That sounds like a much more enlightened and beneficial approach. Were we to have attacked this specter in defense of your village, would that have been wrong?
The fact that you did not attack the specter gave me enough time to get to the location to conduct my ceremony that I traditionally do when these specters appear. I appreciate you and your circle holding them at bay until I was able to arrive on time. But if you were to take any kind of action or force against this entity, it probably would have made things very difficult.
Very good. Thank you for explaining that. If we happen to run across another one, I wanted to make sure that we don't accidentally, so to say, put our foot in it.
You will notice that no matter where you travel, there will be these large bells that are located in each area. If you ring that bell, I will be able to hear it from anywhere in Asakusa and come and assist you and conduct the ceremony myself. Is that understood by everybody?
Bronson will
Yes.
nod and then bow.
Very good. Then let us begin our investigation of the village. And please do not cause any more damages than necessary.
I'm going to get up and start walking,
Okay.
following Maru.
Yep. The moment that you exit the doors, you'll notice that he has vanished from the location.
What a friggin' ninja.
Oh,
And
like we've got an
then
investigation.
We do.
I
Although we
suggest
should
we
probably make
investigate
it
the tea
quick.
house.
I mean, I'm
not opposed to that, but we should probably make it relatively quick since you know who is following us.
Can I just give Junko like a meaningful glance before
Okay.
leaving?
Yeah. Were you hoping to communicate something with that meaningful glance, or?
Just like kind of giving her a hint that I know who she is.
Okay. She will give you a very kindred smile in return. Nothing telling and nothing really like that communicates her presence to you. She's obviously very, very dedicated to her secrets and has not brought that up, openly or out loud to anybody. So, but she does notice your glance and will again smile in return. So it sounded like everyone wanted to go to the tea house, so I've moved the group back to the tea house. The tea house is currently no longer under fire. It is currently being repaired and fixed on the other side. Now that the flames have cooled and all the wreckage has been removed. It looks like it's going to take some time to repair the entirety of the tea house, but it is currently underway. The specters who are here are currently on the outside of the tea house itself.
The specters?
I'm sorry, the wraiths. The wraiths are currently outside of this area. They'll walk by, but it looks like they are treating this location like hollowed ground. They don't want to step on it or go near it. So if anybody wants to enter the tea house, they may do so at this time.
I'm gonna go ahead and look around, say, "Are you ready?" And then just kind of start walking forward, unless somebody is like, "No, we shouldn't."
I'll kind of.
So can I like do like an etiquette roll to see if would it be rude since they think it's kind of like holy ground or something?
I'll assist.
Okay. Yep, that'll be your perception and etiquette.
All right, so that's 6 plus 1 assist. Difficulty 6.
Yes.
And I have 4 successes.
Okay. You get a sense that because you are in an investigation, that you specifically, the circle, are permitted to be on these grounds in order to explore and look for any clues that might have happened, leading to whatever it is that happened here. Or if it helps you find out more information about the heretics, you can also explore these grounds. But yeah, some wraiths will take notice of you walking over. They'll hesitate for a moment, but then after a little while, they'll just kind of like nod to each other and keep walking. So this would not be, quote unquote, a disrespect to this area if you were and walk around.
Don't go knocking
Okay,
walls
good.
down looking for clues.
Yes.
I see something behind the wall. Let's knock the whole thing down.
Burn it down again.
I
Now,
think I
Arwen,
have
you said that
Molly.
you heard a distraction. That's what got us all over here. Where was that distraction that you heard or saw?
I'll show you. And
I mean,
will
that seems
take
like a reasonable place to start, to me anyway.
Yeah.
It might also be a good idea not to keep anything we find in here that isn't related to the investigation.
Unless it's a really cool relic or
Yeah,
artifact
or an
or
artifact.
paper.
Even if it's an artifact.
Aw, man. This is all out of character, but I really want things.
In character, Bronson, your shadow says it will assist you with stealing whatever you want from here in whatever capacity you need.
My shadow is such a helper.
Okay. Who wants to roll a perception and investigation on this kitchen area?
I do. Perception and investigation is
As always, 66 or 60-10.
Can I roll that separately on mine?
You guys can roll separately if you'd like to.
Did anybody want to assist me?
I'll throw an
I'll
assist
assist.
in with Josie.
Okay, then
Okay.
I will assist Bronson.
Okay. So
All right,
I'll have the
'cause I
two of
can
you roll
flood
your
guns.
dice pools when you get a chance.
All right.
Can we cover a wider area if we're both investigating separately, maybe?
Separately gives you different results.
Okay. No, I'm not saying me rolling separate from Jay. I'm saying because we're doing two groups of investigating, maybe we can cover a wider area.
In the kitchen, you would think so.
Okay.
Difficult level 6?
Yes.
Okay. I got 3 successes.
Okay. How did
And I
you
got
do,
5.
Alex? You got 5?
Yeah.
Okay. You're kind of examining this charred remains of this area where there's definitely a lot of dark, spectral, very shadowy energy emanating around this area, as if it's like tainted from the shadow that had emerged into its full form as a specter. With 5 successes, Bronson is able to locate something a little bit out of place because he examines everything inside of the room and kind of takes an inventory of what kind of seems to be appropriate for the kitchen. But then he notices that there is a small vial on the floor that it seems to still be intact, just barely. And you'll find it basically in the middle of the floor of the kitchen. By doing a little bit of, I guess you could say, trying to think of the appropriate word for this. I'll just say examination. And kind of like looking at the area, seeing where the Wraith had become a specter, you kind of look at this vial and decide, you know what? I think this glass might be one of the causes of him going into becoming a specter. And it was possibly forced upon him.
Do I see any other signs of a struggle in the kitchen?
Nope.
Myles?
I'll definitely
Yes.
call attention to it to everybody else, but
Okay.
Do you think that Nicole or do you know if Nicole would have figured out how to make the tea while watching the brewmaster make it herself?
Unfortunately, no, she was not. She was there for the serving of the tea. She was not there for the actual creation of it.
Ah, okay.
Mhm. So is there anything else that anyone wanted to explore in this area?
Is Bronson telling
Oh,
us about the
definitely.
vial, or?
yeah, I mean, I'm definitely like calling attention to it. Presumably I haven't touched it, but I'm looking at it to see if there's anything left in the vial, any indication of whether it was like a liquid or something else. But I'll kind of point out, like, this looks out of place. It seems like this may have had something to do with the unexpected transformation.
I'm gonna poke it to see if it's Skinlands or if it's I forget the word for where we're at.
Shadowlands?
Channellands, thank you.
Okay.
So can I interact with it?
Yes, you can.
Oh, interesting.
And as far as what Bronson has described, he can't really determine if there was a liquid inside of it or possibly something else. It's really hard to tell.
Did anything happen when I touched it?
No, nothing happened.
I'm going to look up, did anybody else want to pick it up, or shall I?
Be my guest.
If you want to pick it up, go for it.
Yeah, well, may as well. I'm gonna pick it up and look at it closer to see if there's anything if it's completely clear, if there's any gel, if it looks like there was liquid in it, anything, any hints.
Yeah. I need you to give me a intelligence and science roll.
Science.
Even just to tell if there's gel or...
Yep.
Well, at least I do have 1 dot in science.
Oh no, it's a 5d10 roll.
Did you want some
Which
help?
makes up... you know what? Not this time, because I think other people could probably figure this out. But also, it's kind of amusing because the last one was 7d10, and so the 5d10 is going to average it out to 6d10. And holy shit! Even with a difficulty level of 6, I still got 4 successes.
All right. As you're examining this vial for a moment, and you're just kind of like looking for any small traces that might be apparent within it, you start to think back to some of the vials that you remember when you were a zoologist and did a lot of work with various species of animals and different types. And after a little while, you start to remember seeing these types of vials when you were studying insects. So these vials were used for insects.
Everybody keep your eye out for insects, because we used these at the zoo when we were studying the bugs that our animals would attract and occasionally cling to. So this is a bug vial. Look for bugs.
Did many of your bugs turn people into horrible flame monsters?
Well, no, but I was also in the Skinlands where I didn't actually believe much in an afterlife. And here we are.
Duly noted.
Well, now that you guys have investigated the kitchen, might want to give you guys a reminder that you do have a map that was prepared for you. That did kind of explore some of the various discoveries that might be inside of this house. However, you do recall that Oliver did give a warning that maybe it's not a great idea to remove those items.
He did, but we can at least look at it, right?
Certainly.
All right, I found one.
Okay.
I mean, you see where Bronson is, like.
Yeah.
I'm
All right.
pulling up the maps that I made, yeah.
Okay. So, starting with Alex, I need you to roll 1d10 for me. What'd you get?
That's a 2.
All right. Give me 1 second.
Did I explode? I exploded, didn't I? I found the bomb.
I don't think so. But speaking of explosions, you will find what appears to be a grenade. It has a sulfire glow to it. And you're not exactly sure what it's capable of, but it looks to be like a makeshift created grenade with a sulfire glow inside of it. You're not exactly sure what it's capable of doing. Do you want to leave it there, or what would you like to do?
Take it.
Does it? You say that it looks sort of makeshift. Does it look like it would be safe enough to handle, or?
It looks like it's easy to handle, yeah.
Then, I mean, best case, I get to keep it. Worst case, it's evidence. Like, this doesn't seem like the kind of thing people normally have in a tea house, so.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and, pick it up.
Okay. Next, Nicole, I need you to roll 1d10 for me.
7.
7. Okay. You will find what appears to be a ancient jade bell. And with a little bit of studying it over, you seem to recall some of the lore behind this mysterious jade bell. It is known as a bell of summoning that has been brought over from the Jade Empire. It bears the appearance of a small Tibetan bell, complete with a small round head. And by touching this artifact, one or more wraiths may invest as much pathos as they wish into it. Afterwards, whenever the bell is rung, its summons are heard across the Shadowlands by those who have invested pathos into the device. So 1 pathos is spent each time it is rung. It does not ring out to one specific wraith. And once all the pathos has been spent, the bell can no longer be heard for summons, no matter what the urgency is. The bell can only be rung for 1 minute for each point of pathos that's been expended into it. This is very similar to the bell that was used for Benimaru, but this is something more guided towards wraiths. So do you leave it there? Yep. Do you leave it there, or do you collect it?
Or you have a devil's dare that says, I dare you to take that.
Man. Are you doing it?
Yep.
Ah.
Jay, how much? Oh, okay. Jay, I see how much angst you're going to be putting into this Devil's Dare. Got it. No worries.
I'm scared. Okay, so I'm gonna pick it up. I don't know if I'm taking it yet, but I have it in my hands.
Okay. Devil's Dare is still active right now.
I understand.
Okay. Is anybody else investigating anything that I should be knowing?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I put my character up in the top left corner where the red relic is noted on the map.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to move some items over to the appropriate people.
Mm-hmm.
And Roll20 is being a little funny right now.
Let's take a clown nose on it.
All right, so Soulfire Grenade is going to go over to Bronson. And I'm going to put the Jade Bell with Arwen for the moment. It seems like she might be a little hesitant right now after her shadow has decided to Devil's Dare her to take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just seemed like the appropriate thing to do was to cause problems on purpose.
I see. Somebody said that they were going to be looking at something?
Yes, top left. Josie
Top left.
is looking at the relic.
Okay. I need you to roll 1d10 for me.
9.
9. Okay. Okay. When you are examining this corner, which appears to be part of the pond, there is a very decorative and very meaningful looking spear that is lying there in the corner. It looks like a two-handed weapon. It is, at least from when it was first placed here, it looks like a wraith has placed it here for ceremonial purpose and reason. Maybe possibly honoring somebody who once used it and decided to place it there. Kind of similar to a gravestone, but more just, in memory of them.
And cannot be concealed. All right. My plan is for now to leave it where it is and tell everybody that depending on how things go, I may or may not be coming back to swipe this before we leave, but I also don't want to offend anybody, so I'm not doing it right now.
Oh God! Don't swipe it at all unless they give it to you.
No, fair enough. I'm going to leave it there at least for now, but I'm keeping it in mind for future. I may or may not. I will at least know where it's at for if.
Are you telling me that you're leaving? You might potentially come back here and swipe it in the future?
Well, I'm just going to tell everybody that it's there, and that depending on how things go, I'll say I don't plan to steal it at the moment, but if things go awry and we're never coming back.
She's not saying she's going to steal it, but she's also not saying she's not going to steal it.
Yes, that's troublesome.
Basically.
That seems a little disrespectful, but okay.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm not doing anything.
Given us access to a sacred site, and that you. I mean, I was stealing things even coming into consideration here. But I'm going to investigate these bushes down here.
Hey, sounds good. Roll 1d10 for me.
Two. Do I have to re-roll because it's we've already rolled that once before?
Nope, you're good. Let me pull that up for you. All right. And come on, roll 20. Work with me. Okay. Give me 1 second. Just adjusting some notes on this item that you've found. I was not expecting you guys to find it, which is probably a good thing. All right. So, Rob, as you kind of go down and look into the bushes, you will find some very, very strange looking chains. They seem to be wrapped around a severed arm with a hand.
Interesting.
Yep. The chains themselves are very tightly wrapped around this arm as if they're not going to be letting go anytime soon. But you kind of like reach forward and you can actually pick up both the arm and the chains if you wanted to. They are currently in the Shadowlands.
I want to touch it, but not pick it up.
Okay. Yeah, you touch it, and it is definitely there.
Wait, so I want to. Is there a way to figure out what it does without taking it?
Very good question.
I mean, okay, what does it look? Does it look like it was placed here intentionally?
It looks like it. It looks like it may not really supposed to belong here. It looks like it may have come from the outside. So,
outside of the tea house?
Outside of the tea house, yeah. It does not belong here.
That looks like a clue. You should definitely pick it up.
Damn it! I was gonna make an example and not pick it up. But we find the one item we should probably pick up.
I mean, how is that not a clue? Come on.
I am at least going to pick it up and examine it more closely.
Okay. Yeah. Rob, do you have any occult?
I do not.
Okay. You can you can use your intelligence if you want to examine it and get kind of just like a sense from looking at it and thinking what it might do.
After I do that, I can still go to someone in the team who's more experienced and ask them what they can figure out what it is. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do the intelligence roll for now.
Just to see
what I can suss out.
If I could roll. Sorry.
I'll let you roll after I've checked it out because I think you're still up by the spear.
Oh, I walked back, but yes. Because remember that whole
What?
conversation about I'm not going to steal it right now.
1 success.
Okay. At this point in time, you have picked up the chains and the arm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The moment that you start to examine it and use your intelligence to kind of like figure it out and conduct its kind of like the meaning behind it, I need to know the thought that goes through your mind the moment that you pick up the arm and the chains. Like, what is the thought that goes through your head that you're saying to yourself?
I guess, let me think. I'm trying to put myself in the mind of someone doing an investigation and seeing it in a bush. I think,
So
are you
I'm-
looking for my initial gut thought if I saw something like this?
Yes.
What the hell is this?
So,
Okay.
I use Freudian slip to
Okay.
instill a thought in his mind.
All right.
Wait, does Freudian slip make you think something or say something?
The way it's written on my sheet, it just says "say something." But when he was reading it earlier to Nicole, he said that it could also instill a thought. So I'm not sure. That's why I was asking.
Yep. I think you have to choose either or.
So he can make me think something that affects what happens with the Nyoto's embrace.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. Let's just make
All
sure.
right. 1 second. Let me just pull up the thorn in my book. All right. So, Rob, I need you to roll 90-10 for me.
Any difficulty?
Difficulty 7.
Two successes.
All right. You can still say the statement, Alex, but it will not affect his behavior.
You really probably should try wrapping them around your arm just to see like how that happened to this arm, and that would give you a little bit more insight into how this happened and why it was here.
Yeah, no.
You want to.
I really don't. So what do I get out of it from thinking that, like I just did? What the
Yeah.
hell? What is
Yeah.
this? What is this?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You get a sense as you're kind of examining it for a longer period of time that this is not used necessarily to harm somebody, but it does remind you immediately of the chains that you were kind of locked up with earlier in the hotel. So they're very similar. They are not made of Stygian steel, but they definitely do like remind you of the tools and equipment that the individuals use to harness you and keep you down.
So the arm isn't part of this. It's someone. Is it someone was locked up in this and their arm stayed behind and the chains are the artifact?
It's quite possible, yes.
I'll present this to Josie and say, and kind of I'll relay that. I'm like, I found these. I think these are similar to chains that were used to bind me when I was robbed. And I guess I'm wondering if you could figure out more about it, or if this arm is even part of this, or it's just the chains that are a relic. And then I'll reach over to hand it to her.
Before I touch it, I'm going to roll occult to try to consider if this is something I even should be touching.
Okay.
Because, I've already risked touching something once earlier, and Lord knows we've touched terrible things in the past, so I'm gonna roll my 60-10
Okay,
for occult. It is intelligence and occult, right?
that is correct.
Alright. And I'm gonna explode that. 10, difficulty 6.
Yes.
Good. Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4 successes, and 3 of those are 6s.
Okay. So you take a moment to kind of recall a lot of the kind of experiences that you had, not only in the Skinlands, but also the Shadowlands, involving like restraints and chains. And your occult is telling you a little bit of history behind these chains, that they were built for one purpose alone. It is meant to completely ensnare and trap somebody. They are, as you kind of like examine them a little bit closer, they seem to have like a black, dark tinge to them, a black inky tinge to them that is infused into the metal itself. If you were to use this and throw this at somebody, you could ensnare them with these chains. And you get a sense that if they were ensnared by them, they would have a very strong difficulty being able to use their arcani. The way that it works is that you throw it at the person that you'd like to ensnare. Once they are trapped within the chains, the locks that are kind of like set along the chains will snap into place, and it will be shut using the basically the trigger word or thought that goes through the mind of the person throwing the chains at somebody. So you throw the chains at somebody, you think of the keyword or the key thought or sentence you want to use, and it ensnares the person until you give that command in your thoughts again. So, for example, open sesame, in order for the locks to unlock and unhinge.
Well, I will tell all of that to Oliver, and I'm just gonna leave him hanging there with his arm, his bonus arm, in fact, hanging out there, and just be like, I don't really feel like touching this. It's probably safe, but you can keep on holding it. That's fine.
Can I use Sense Strand to figure out whose hand it is?
Let me check. That's a very good question.
It says a fetter, and I don't think this is a fetter, but I figured it was worth asking.
Yeah. So you can use your power. Most likely the arm is not going to be a fetter, but the chains might be. So you can probably tie the chains to somebody else.
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and give that a whirl.
Okay. It'll be Perception plus Life Web, difficulty 8.
Oh, that is a whole bunch of nothing.
Okay. You get a sense that this is probably not a fetter to begin with, and therefore doesn't have any belonging to it. You do get a hint that you might be able to ascertain the owner of these chains, because the chains might have some meaning towards the person who last used them, but unfortunately that's been lost.
Gotcha.
Yep. If you retry this power, difficulty will be higher.
Hey, Shadow, you want to give me some dice?
For what?
I want to know whose this is.
Why? What's that going to do? That doesn't sound fun at all.
Well, but just think about it. I mean, yeah, no, you're right. It's probably not super fun. I'm just curious because, you know, if somebody was tied up and lost an arm, it would make sense that you want to know who was tied up. It seems like relevant evidence, but
We would. I guess we would want to see the torso. Maybe they ripped off all their limbs. It's all
exactly.
Like
How else?
and gory.
Exactly.
Sure.
That way we can find the rest of them.
Well, okay, fine. Pick a number.
I'll take 3.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. I want to make sure I'm not screwing myself up.
Too late. You picked 3.
Yeah, okay, fair
If
enough.
you change your mind, I'm only offering you 3.
Nope, 3 it is.
So you're going to re-roll, except with 3 extra bonus die?
Yeah.
Okay. Difficulty, I believe, will be at a 9 now.
Ah,
Any ones?
1 second. There are 2 1s,
Okay.
and it is a botch. So
Ooh.
you can attempt to correct that with willpower. If you think it's worth the risk.
I want to, but it's not worth the risk right now.
Okay, I will say this. I botched once on trying to read a certain sword and destroyed it.
That's very
Okay,
true.
so Myles,
Yes.
just so that I'm clear,
Mm-hmm.
if the amount of temporary willpower I've used is equal to my maximum willpower, I go into a harrowing, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, then I'm not going to reroll.
Hey, that's fair. That's entirely fair. Although you bot, I shouldn't say this, but because I'm just giving Myles ideas. But you botched, and I'm holding the damn thing.
So, very similar to a situation that may have occurred in another game session, Bronson will kind of hover his hands over these chains as you were, just to kind of get a reading. It looks like he gets a little frustrated and basically puts some more pathos into it in hopes that it'll work the second time around. The moment that he does this, there's a strange wind and chill in the air. And because of that very strong wind, the chains and the arm will start to disintegrate and melt away into nothingness.
Oh no, just like the paper.
Darn, happenstance again, right?
Well, I don't even know if you were. Do we even know that he used an Arcanoi?
You get a sense that he's been using pathos to use an Arcanos, yes.
Because I was going to say, if there was no way for us to know, then that totally would have looked like it was my fault. Thankfully, I can be like, what did you do?
Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is I'm no longer using Synth Strand.
Is there anything left of the arm, or is it just completely gone, like not even residue?
Both the arm and the chains are completely gone at this point and have dissipated.
Well, I mean, at least we knew it was here, but I guess we don't have it as physical evidence.
Nope. No, we don't.
I mean, we got the memory of it.
There is that.
There was an arm and some chains, and we knew what it did before it was destroyed. So maybe we can ask someone associated with this tea house why it would be here. And I will say we probably want to limit how often we go back to Benamaro. Maybe it's better to do our own investigation around town, because A, he might think we're stupid if we go back to him for everything, and B, it might just annoy him. He already seems a little annoyed with us. So maybe, I don't know what you guys think, but maybe it might be a good idea to talk to the workers at this tea house and see if they know anything about why there would be an arm with chains wrapped around it.
We could.
I'm a fan of that. You should definitely do that. You should do the talking since you had the arm. And now you
Okay. Well, thanks
melted
for your
it, clearly.
support of our endeavors. Glad to hear you're all on board for this. Be sure if we need
Look,
you in the
I
future.
found this bell.
Okay.
Quick,
What
let
does
me
it do?
let me see if it's a fetter.
No, don't touch it. It's very similar to the bell that they used for Benimaru. Basically, you put pathos in it, and then you can summon people. I think it's pretty neat.
You think it was left here by someone, or does it belong to the tea house?
I mean, it could. So why don't we take it? And we can bring it to the tea master to find out. Out of game, Myles.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The Devil's Dare. It said to just take it. It didn't say I had to keep it, right?
You get a sense that the purpose behind taking it would be that you are collecting it for yourself.
Okay.
Myles,
Yes.
what do I get a sense that this is a clue or something that belongs in the tea house?
You get a sense that you don't know if it belongs to the tea house or not, but you do get a sense that it does have, it has something to do with your investigation that's going on. So there is importance to it being here, but you don't know if it belongs to the tea house or not.
Maybe we should put that back for now. Ask the tea house employees what they know about the Jade Bell, and then if we find it doesn't belong here, we can then collect it as evidence.
Or I take it and we bring it to the employees and ask them, hey, does this belong to your tea house?
I mean, I can see both sides of this issue, because on one hand, we might be doing something, breaking etiquette by taking something from here, but on the other hand, it does save a potential trip of, hey, we found this bell. What bell? This bell. Well, I guess we have to go back and get the bell. So yes, it makes more sense to take the bell, but present it to them in an honest way and say, hey, we found this bell. Does this belong in the tea house, or did someone bring this here?
Exactly.
I mean, now that I think about it, summoning bell, that could easily be a way of transporting oneself into the tea house.
And if we ring it, maybe we'll find out who it summons. Because it says, like, you put pathos in it, and then it summons everybody, I think, right? Who
Well, we'll
pathos
definitely
into the
want.
bell.
Yeah, we'll definitely want to talk with somebody and figure out what it is before we ring it, though.
Okay, sounds good. Arwen puts the bell in her bag
Okay.
with a smile.
Very good.
Well played.
So, as you guys are spending some time in the tea house and exploring the grounds, you can't help but notice that the employees that you were talking about earlier will be apparent. They're actually right across the road by the Geisha House. They seem to be standing outside of the Geisha House currently. So if you guys want to move over to the Geisha House, let me know.
I do.
Okay.
I do as well.
All right.
There's
I'll
nothing
follow.
else here. We're all done.
It sounds like you guys have collected everything that is of importance here.
All right, let's go.
Quote
Okay.
unquote collected.
All right. Let me get the tea house employees out again. Unfortunately, it just appears to be one person at this point, because there was only basically two people working inside the tea house, and only one of them survived. So let me move you guys over. Give me 1 second.
Dad's got his own dinner plans, just you and me. We're done for the day.
All right. So I've got the circle at the top, speaking to the former employee. She will look to your circle very familiarly. She seems to still be going through a little bit of a mourning process from losing her good friend. And she looks up at the circle.
Hello, Tea Master. No, I just like that title. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions about the incident that happened? We're investigating a potential foul play that's been going on in this town.
Okay. She will wipe the tears from her face and look to your circle and nod her head a couple times.
We discovered a few items while we were investigating the tea house that we're not sure if they belonged there or not. and why they would be there. What if you have an idea of what they might have potentially have been used for? The first of them is, and if you would like to show it to her, Arwen, is a bell of some sort we found on the premises.
I will pull out the bell.
Okay.
Is this something that belongs in or to the tea house? And because we believe it's used to summon someone or something.
She'll examine it very carefully, and after gathering enough strength and wiping the tears from her eyes, she'll say, "No, that doesn't belong here at all, actually. Judging by its looks and the way that it's been constructed, it looks like it belongs in the Jade Empire itself. So maybe somewhere near China or Tibet. Otherwise, it does not belong out here."
Interesting. And Arwen will take the bell right back.
That's it. Yeah. Now, the other item we found, unfortunately, during the course of our investigation, it disintegrated into nothingness. And I'll kind of give a subtle side eye to Bronson. But it was a severed arm, which was wrapped in some form of chains used to restrain someone. And I'll describe the item in detail exactly as we found it.
Okay. She will look to you again and say, "That does not sound like something that was constructed out here. I've heard of such things made out in the east, where you come from. Or I'm sorry, the west, where you come from. But no, nothing like that is used out here. And
Okay.
we would have no reason or purpose to have that in the house itself." And you said you found an arm? I wonder if it belonged to one of the people in the Skinlands. And they were being restrained.
Ooh, I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, that is a good that is a good point. Something I hadn't considered, that it isn't a. Well, okay, Myles, knowing what we know about the item, would something of that construction transfer over from the Skinlands? Because it sounds like it was something specifically made to capture wraiths and inhibit their movement.
It sounds like you would have to use some form of Arcanos in order to make an artifact useful on the other side of the shroud. It can be done, but it's something involving Arcanos.
So you're saying somebody might have taken that to the other side of the shroud,
and used it on a living human being, yes.
and that's what the arm might. Well, that would make sense because a severed arm of a wraith wouldn't persist, right?
Nope.
Oh. Well, unless that's all. Do any of the rest of you have any questions or you would like to ask? That's all for me.
At the risk
I have
of,
a quick question. Oh, go ahead, Alex.
I was just gonna say, at the risk of wasting your time, I'm going to assume that there's no reason you would have soulfire grenades in the tea house.
Her eyes will widen and say, "No,
Yeah,
absolutely
kind of my thought.
not."
Huh.
And then one final question, and I know it's a painful memory, but when you looked into the kitchen, do you remember seeing anything else in there that was odd? Did you see anything like a bug flying around? Anything like that?
She'll look to you and say, "No, I didn't. I just saw that there was plates and silverware and all kinds of ceramics all over the floor."
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
I do have one question. Sorry, I was on mute and didn't realize earlier. There was a spear in, I believe, the northwest corner of the tea house.
Yes.
Was that for someone specific or some specific purpose?
Yes, that was belonging to one of the older warriors, and she goes into a long backstory of one of the more ancient soldiers that once served Asakusa itself. He sounded like a very proud warrior, and when he died and passed over, his spear was kept there for special importance. And it sounds like he did not survive very long in the Shadowlands as well, wanting to maintain his soldier nobility and continue fighting. So the spear remains there as an honor not only to his living legacy, but also his legacy after death as well.
So I should not use that even if an emergency arises and I should need a spear and it happens to be nearby.
Probably not, unless you got permission from Benimaru. He is the one who destroyed the tea house, after all.
That is fair. Good to know. I appreciate the information.
Okay. She will tighten the long coat that Arwen had given her moments ago, and starts to walk out into the snow, very melancholy in thought.
I am now looking at the maps, out of character. I am now looking at the maps for Asakusa because I don't remember what else we got.
The only other one is the military armory or whatever.
Well, there was the geisha house, but there was only the one marking it was yellow. That was not Nemoi. It was energy reading. And I put the white lily information in that one. Oops. We already did that. The maelstrom. That's what that was. Military hold is the only thing we have left, isn't it?
So, to give you guys a little bit of an overview of where we are, I'm going to move you back to the overworld map.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, we are all in different locations now. We're all the way down to the
Down here.
the geisha house. Yep. So, when you guys are ready and you've decided, I want you to place your characters where you'd like to investigate next. And don't forget that there are some locations that you have not explored quite yet in Asakusa. There is the storage house. There's a shrine, pagoda. There's a small residence. There is the military hold. And yeah. So these are some other locations of interest that still exist in Asakusa.
I have a theory that there's a chance we might find a soulfire grenade at every location we go to.
Oh.
Oh, then that was supposed to
my
set it
thought
off.
as well. That, you said that they were trying to burn down the entire town.
Yes.
The only other place that we have a map that would show where things are is the military hold, right?
But my only thought about the military hold is if we're investigating the possibility of soulfire grenades being... It wouldn't be out of ordinary to find a soulfire grenade at the military base, whereas it would be further proof of our investigation to find a soulfire grenade somewhere that isn't the military base.
And see, my thought was perhaps they went missing from the military base. But I see your point. I'm fine with whatever.
I think my suggestion is that we investigate somewhere that isn't the military base, and then if we find a soulfire grenade there, we switch our investigation to the military base to ascertain, I got to use the word ascertain, whether they are missing munitions.
Works for me.
So where do you guys
I
think
wanna
we
go-
should check next?
I want to go to the pagoda.
I was thinking the bathhouse, because that's where you were being held, right? And you kind of left. Did you investigate while you were there?
I realizing in retrospective, is how risky it is to be wandering around alone. No, I got out. I got out of the bathhouse as quickly as I could after I escaped. So we could investigate the bathhouse.
I would say the bathhouse. Because, I mean, after all, they robbed you. Maybe your stuff is still there.
Nah, that
not.
stuff is gone.
Probably not, but
A man can dream.
maybe, yeah. I guess that makes sense. If we do the bathhouse, we can investigate at least the room where I was tied up and see if they left anything behind, and also continue our investigation for soulfire grenades.
Okay.
It sounds like a good idea. And then maybe shrine afterwards.
I was just thinking,
Oh,
since
the
we were
pagoda?
right here next to the pagoda, we could go there first. But if you guys want to hit up the bathhouse first, I can do that. I'm open to that too.
Which one's the bathhouse? This one, right? I'll put myself if we're doing the bathhouse.
Bathhouse is top right
Yeah,
below the
this one.
residence.
I thought it was this one. This
Both
one,
of
right?
these are the bathhouse, right? Is that
Something
correct?
like that.
You're looking at the top right.
Both of these
Yeah.
buildings are part of the bathhouse, right?
Yes.
Oh, inn and bathhouse, yeah.
Okay, well then, yeah, that's where I'll drag my icon over there as a vote for bathhouse.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to save time, do you want to split the party 2 and 2?
No.
Now,
Okay, there. Never mind.
is
He got
Myles,
robbed.
how big is this town? Is travel a factor in terms of the closeness of the areas we investigate?
Seems like it would just take a few minutes for you to walk from one location to the other.
Okay, so then yeah, but where they are doesn't really matter. We just pick and investigate in what order we feel they're relevant. So
Okay.
I guess it's going to be bathhouse.
Sounds good. Let me prepare a scene really quick. And I will move you guys over there. So, upon entrance of the bathhouse/inn, it would appear that Oliver Berg is showing the circle their way over to the entrance for which he first came into this location. But as soon as they're able to make their way to the east to make any more progress, they will find Benny Madu standing in their way along the gravel sidewalk. He looks enraged, and you can see the heat rising from his body and the sparks of flame that are starting to burst from his hands as well. He looks deathly angry at your circle.
Oh.
I didn't do it.
Wait, at us?
Yes.
Oh no.
I'll approach him. See what he says.
Why would you do that?
Well, what are we going to do? Are we going to run from a death god?
Yes.
I'll approach him and say, Shimon-san, and talk to him respectively, because I don't know what he's mad about yet.
Yeah. He looks directly at Oliver Berg. Your ashes. And you are soon to be worse.
Seems to be the problem.
Shut up. No chance in hell are you talking your way out of this one. You're the ones who turned Osamu into a Yikoko.
I can assure you we did not. Why do you believe we did?
How do you think we did?
No point in playing dumb. I saw you and heard you. I know your plan to make Kirigiri a Jigoku and bury my town in ash. But you screwed up. You screwed up big time.
Why would we even be talking to you if we plan to bury your town in ash? Where did you see this?
You have no chance. And at this point in time, he will be activating several powers. Before we go into combat, we're going to take a dinner break.
Hooray!
So I will see you guys in 1 hour. And yeah, take a good time to consider what you'd like to do.
Against the god of destruction.
Exactly. All right. So we seem to be in a predicament at the current moment. Rob, when you get a chance, I will need you to roll. Actually, everybody. I will need you to roll your wits plus alertness, difficulty 4. And something I want you all to keep in mind is that you do not need to take a aggressive action during your turn. You could use it for social reasons. You can use it for powers, such as your arcani. It's just merely to give you a sequence of events that occur. So you know who goes first, who says what first, and how to react. So we are entering combat, but that does not necessarily mean that you need to suddenly jump in and fight. But just bear that in mind.
Do ones
So it's-
cancel for wits plus alertness rolls?
Yes, they do.
Okay, then I got 3.
Awesome.
What was the difficulty you said?
Difficulty 4.
Oh, thank God. I got 4 successes. So it sounds like this could be either actual or social combat.
It's like it's Skyrim combat. We yell words at people.
Not gonna
Okay.
lie, I've not actually played Skyrim.
Well, have you ever seen the memes where they're like, "Roda!" and like stuff flies away?
I don't know.
That's how we're gonna fight. We're just gonna yell at each other, and it's gonna like explode things away from us.
And that's basically Dragon Ball Z.
That too.
That would be pretty awesome.
Sounds like a plan to me. All right. So give me 1 second to write everybody down. Rob, what is your initiative?
My roll
Yeah, what did you roll for initiative?
3.
Okay. Alex?
5.
Jay?
4.
And Nicole.
3.
All right. Benny Maru has 23 as his initiative.
So I will just
And-
point out that with a number like that, I don't feel like you needed to tell us we don't have to fight him right now.
Just wanted to make sure that you guys knew your options.
Why did we even roll initiative? No.
So,
Can we combine our initiatives?
yeah. If you're gonna do mob combat, I might consider it.
Even with combined initiatives, I don't think we could hit that number.
All right. So, Rob, what is your wits?
2.
Nicole, what is your wits?
2.
Rob, what is your alertness?
3.
Nicole, what's your
Three.
Oh my god. Which one of you wants to be at the bottom of the order?
No. Keep going.
Okay. Roll a D10 for me.
Corn.
Nicole and Rob, roll a D10, please.
Damn it, I was hoping we'd go down the whole gamut of skills.
Nice.
9!
Okay.
And at the bottom.
Nicole, so we are at the beginning of round 1 of combat. You get to declare what you do first since you are at the bottom of the order.
Yeah, I was hoping to avoid that. I have no idea what I'm doing here. You know what? Can I prepare to double check something?
Yeah.
I have enough pathos. I don't want to do that again. Never mind. All right, so I will. Can I hold my action until
Yes.
I see him actually attack?
You may hold your action.
Okay.
All right. Rob, what is your action for this round?
My action is to prepare a dodge, take no aggressive action, and say, I'm not going to fight you.
I'm not going to fight you. So social soliloquy as well?
Yeah, I'd be passive as much as I can and show that if he's going to explode us all, it's not going to be a fight.
Okay. Jay, yeah, go ahead, Rob.
No, never mind. Sorry. I was like
Okay.
off.
Jay, what is your action going to be this round?
Before I say this, what would the difficulty level be to do the shoot, what's it called? The thing I just did on the other guy. The specter. I'm trying to find the word for it.
Oh,
Jigoku?
No, stretching reality. I'm just curious what the difficulty level would be to do stretching reality, but on Benimaru.
yeah, let me check. All right. Right now, the difficulty is going to be at an 8.
Yep,
Yep.
that's not bad.
Nope.
Difficulty is 22.
I mean,
The difficulty is 8, but you're rolling against 27.
right. I'm gonna hold off on that. It's going to be my backup plan for the next round if he decides to actually attack, to
Okay.
pause him in his tracks if he attacks. But for now, my plan is to say that I'm going to find an alibi or ask him when he heard this, because we were definitely down at the D house and we had talked to somebody, and I'm like, when did you hear that? Because we were just down at the tea house, and Arwen was talking to Arwen. Did you, Nicole? Did you catch that person's name? The tea master, tea brewer's name?
No, we still
Yeah.
just know her as the tea master.
You want to
Alright, well, then
roll? Nicole, do you want to roll intelligence, because the name was given to you?
Oh, it was? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll roll. Hold on.
Oh, that's a hilarious roll! Wow.
I know, right? And I get to explode them.
Oh, good.
A difficulty of a 6?
Yes.
1 success.
All right. With your 1 success, you'll remember Osamu, when he greeted you and introduced himself. He said, "You are currently in the tea house of Nozumi, the tea master and brewer of this establishment."
Oh, Nozumi. Could you spell that in the chat?
I can. Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you, Nozumi? Aha, Nozumi. There you are.
All right.
And well, we're
Yep.
still in combat, and I never actually asked what her name was, so I'll just say we spoke to the tea master at the tea house, or the,
Mhm.
and you're welcome to check our alibi. But that's my plan. But secondary, if he attacks, is doing the I literally
Stretching
just said the word, but you know what I'm talking about.
Stretching reality.
Yes, stretching reality.
Sounds good. All right. Alex, what are you doing?
Probably gonna die, but so I honestly don't remember. When we were getting the original description of Benimaru,
Yes.
like in previous session, he was described as having one red eye and one black eye.
Correct. Both of his eyes are red at the moment.
Okay. Was I able to hear that description being given?
Yes.
Okay. And you said both of his eyes are currently red?
Correct.
Then I will can I roll to see if he's like somehow in like mid catharsis or something, or
Yeah. You can do a. So when your turn comes around, it'll be a perception and awareness.
okay.
That never even occurred to me.
So I'll do that, but I'll also I guess I'll split my dice pool and prepare also to flicker out of the way if he attacks me.
Okay.
Like not to flicker and hide, just to flicker and not take an axe to the face or whatever.
Gotcha. I will bear that in mind. Benimaru will be activating, as I said before, 3 powers at this current moment. First one. Let's see what I need to roll. Oh, no, I don't need to roll for that. Perfect. I will be spending 1 Gnosis. Second power I will probably need to roll for. Yep. All right. And that will cost me an additional Gnosis. And then I will be activating my third power. And that will cost me 1 point of essence to activate. So, for this round, 3 things will happen all at once. With a split dice pool, I am able to activate 3 different powers at this current moment. The first one is called Halo of the Sun. In this moment, when the Gnosis is spent, there is a blinding light that starts to surround Benimaru. He is just completely, almost reminding you and your circle of what it means to look and face the sun directly. For a Wraith, that is a big deal since you have not seen the sun ever since your first day in the afterlife. You have only seen the dusk and the slight light that comes from that, but you have never seen the actual sun. So to see the sun like this is very, very blinding and powerful. If anybody wants to take an action against me at this point in time, you will suffer a -3 to your dice pool, no matter what it is you decide to do. So this includes social actions and other types of actions as well. Second power is 1,000 Suns will be activated. After spending another point of Gnosis, you will notice that the winds around you are starting to gather up and become more and more hot in temperature and more powerful. The power that emanates from this seems to almost engulf the entire group as a whole around him. The beauty of his halo that he has created is now starting to mark its way out and kind of pulsate and empower himself. At this point in time, I will need everybody to please roll their straight up. Let me see here. I need you to roll your straight up stamina. So just your stamina as he activates this power.
Is our dice pool reduced for that, or just stamina?
Nope, it is not reduced for this particular roll.
Okay.
Thank God.
Your dice pool is reduced by 22.
I explode my 10 because I have 4.
Can 5 please succeed?
If your stamina is at 4, then you may re-roll your 10s.
And what difficulty level are we looking for?
Just the 6.
0 successes.
Okay.
Wow.
So my options are to spend a reroll and maybe not botch, but go into a herring because I'm out of willpower, or just take the fact that I botched that save.
I like option 1.
Alex, would you like to roll the Fate of the World dice against this?
I personally kind of want to, but I also would rather put that in the hands of the party.
I vote
Does-
yes.
Because every time I've made rolls, they tend to not go well.
I feel like my stamina is good enough that I could maybe grab Alex to at least prevent him from dying, maybe, but I don't know if that's how that works.
Seems
Yes.
to be area effects caused by the Thousand Suns power that will affect you no matter if you're pulling each other aside or dodging.
Fair enough. Well, regardless, out of a dice pool of 4, I got 5 successes, so...
Okay.
I'm
Alex,
okay with not. I'm okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Alex, would you like to roll the Fate of the World dice against me?
All right, I'm basically going to flip a coin, and so roll 1d2. If it's 1, I'm not going to roll the die. If it's 2, I'll roll the die.
Say roll the die. Let's roll the die.
Yeah?
You roll the die. Totally. When okay. What
Go
else?
for it.
When else during the session besides facing like if there's ever a time to roll the Fate of the World die, it's when we're about to fight a god. Because what's going to happen after this? Are we going to fight a super god?
Well, I'm thinking about round 2.
No. Rolling the Fate of the World die will have a drastic effect on this confrontation. I think
All right, let's do it.
Okay. Sounds good.
you're assuming
Come
we
on.
would survive to round 2.
Well, you know.
So I'm going to roll first. 14. Higher or lower?
As much as I know the statistics is to say lower, I really want to go higher. But we'll play the odds. I'll say lower.
Okay.
So I
Who's
roll
scared?
1d20.
Yes. Nice.
Okay.
So, Alex, thanks to your roll of the Fate of the World dice, you will not be completely immolated in flames
Yay.
from this power going off. In fact, you will take no damage from it. Rob, you will take 1 aggravated damage from this. This power going off. It would make sense too, since you are the closest to Benimaru when he activates this power. So let me just mark your character sheet for 1 aggravated damage.
Gelder's going to be like, "Oh, you're back. Hey,
Welcome back. We missed you.
how's it going?"
Next time you should ask if they have a frequent dyers program.
Wow, Alex. Wow.
I regret nothing.
I know you don't.
All right, 1 second. Okay. So Rob, that puts you at 1 aggravated damage and 1 superficial damage.
Okay.
Okay. The third power, after spending 1 essence, you will see these blasting fiery jets come from his fists as he stands there and assumes a martial arts position with his body. He seems very unaffected to the fact that he has scathed Oliver Berg in this moment of activating his powers. And yeah, he will look to Oliver in this moment and say, Screw that! So, for the rounds of combat, first we have Alex. You have not been attacked, so I have it written down that you want to do perception and awareness.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your perception awareness. -3 die. So take your.
My shadow wants to help.
Yeah. I'll help. I don't feel. I don't. This is not good. Yeah. How many dice you want?
2.
Why don't you have 3 since you're at -3? You silly goose.
That's fair. 3 it is. I'm gonna regret this.
How did you do?
Well, I've got to explode a 10. That's the good side.
Did you roll any ones?
I rolled 2 1s.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm looking for 6s.
Yes.
That would be 2 successes.
Okay. With 2 successes, if I remember correctly, you said you wanted to observe Benimaru because you wanted to see if he was in catharsis. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, basically, like, I'm wanting to compare if there's anything else about his description that seems off from this, other than just the red eyes.
Okay.
Like, maybe he's been replaced or something, or if he's in catharsis, or, like, what is going on.
Okay. With your first success, you are able to determine something very, very important. He is not a wraith. And therefore does not suffer catharsis.
Okay.
The second thing you are able to determine through observation is that he is very much so in character to himself. He is very hot-headed and very short-tempered. The thing that is driving him most of all right now is possibly some kind of misunderstanding that has occurred, which your group has tried to calm him out of. But you also remember something that he had said earlier in conversations long past, where he said, "Firepower and fire fists are the flowers of Edo." And what that tells you with your awareness is that he will not stop unless brute force is met back at him. It doesn't matter how many social soliloquies or social powers you use against him, he's going to keep coming at you as this force of destruction. So that's what you get with your awareness.
Well, poop.
Jay, it seems like he has taken some aggressive actions, and one of your teammates seems to be phased by this power that he's activated around him. Does this mean that you want to use stretching reality, or would you like to use a social ability against him instead?
Well, my character, I'm assuming that Alex never, Bronson never told the rest of the group about the whole social security.
So that is actually that I just realized. Is my link up still, or is my mental link still there with
Arwen?
Arwen?
With Arwen, yes, it is still activated.
Okay, at the end of my turn, could I send her a mental message saying basically that?
Yeah. What would you like to say to her?
I'm reasonably certain that the only way to stop this guy is to meet him with force, even though it looks pretty insurmountable. I don't think he's open to reason.
Okay. That is the sentence that you will say to Arwen. She will receive it at her at the beginning of her turn.
Yes.
All right. Well, since it worked on the Spectre, and I don't have any reason to believe it won't work on this guy, I don't think yet, I'm going to go ahead and try doing stretching reality.
All right. That'll be your manipulation plus pandemonium. Difficulty is going to be at an 8. Whatever that dice pool is, Jay, you need to subtract 3.
Well, fuck. All right, I'm rolling a whole 3d10.
All
Hey,
right.
Shadow.
You want help?
I would love help.
Well,
Can you give me 3 dice?
Can I offer 2 options? I could either give you 2 dice,
Mm-hmm.
or I can give you an additional action. If that is okay with Myles, if I can do shadow play.
Yes.
Okay, so those are your 2 options. What do you want?
I know what the catch is for 2 extra dice. What's the catch for shadow play, the extra action?
With shadow play, let me look that up again because I kind of forgot real quick. It is. So you gain an additional action, but you lose a point of pathos and gain a point of angst.
Oh, I hate that, but quick question, Myles. You said the having the dice or taking away 3 dice from the dice pool thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is that including attack rolls?
Yes, every roll used against Benimaru. Yes.
Against Benimaru. I can't see a way to use that information at the moment, but it's good to note. Oh, but I do have the cattle prod. So perhaps I could try to stun him and with a second action stun him with the cattle prod, but
I was gonna say, if you decide to change your action, your difficulty will go up by 1 because you are deciding to do something different.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
But you can add that action with my shadow play.
Well, yes, that's what I was talking about was with a secondary action with the shadow play, but it sounds like even with the secondary action, since I didn't plan in advance, it'd go up by 1 difficulty spot. And I don't want that, but I will...
No, go ahead.
But I'm going to keep that in mind for next round, in case that's a thing I can do. So this time I'm going to go with my original plan, but I'll keep that in mind for next time. I might actually need it. I just want to plan in advance. So I'm going to go ahead and take the 2 dice this time.
Okay.
And it's still 5d10.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
Well, that was wits, right?
For
Not
the
wits.
it is manipulation plus pandemonium.
Yeah, I don't get to re-roll that 10, but I have a whole 1 success.
1 success. Okay.
No angst.
So, did you roll any 1s?
I did not roll any 1s.
Okay, good to know. So, with that in mind, with 1 success, what you're able to do is cause Benimaru's spatial perception to change, but only to a minor degree. So any small item that is within arm's reach will suddenly appear to move out of range by no more than 5 feet in any direction. And the effect is limited to objects within arm's reach of the target. The only object that is within arm's reach of me right now is Oliver Berg. So if you want to move him using your power and have me strike at nothing, that can be activated for next round.
Okay. I will activate that for next round.
Okay, I will bear that in mind, which will come in handy considering how fervently I want to destroy all of you.
Yeah. I might not be great at the whole fighting thing, but that's stretching space or stretching reality is very helpful for defense.
Okay, sounds good. Your power will get 1 success off at this point in time. See, next it's going to be Rob. Rob, it sounds like you were taking a defensive action. You were still burned from his initial power activating of 1,000 suns. But you are still allowed to do your social action if you want to. There's no reason for you to dodge or defend yourself. He's mostly just activating all of his spirit powers at this moment. So, do you still want to use a social soliloquy against him after he just recently had said to you, "Screw that"?
I think I just want to take a step back.
Okay. Did you still want to say we don't want to fight you, or is there?
Well, okay. That's the question. I don't know what Bronson knows. He said that in a secret message with Arwen, right?
Yes.
Then I'll back up and say that. Yeah, we don't want to fight you. This is all a misunderstanding.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. I will gain 1 rage point because of that. And with my 1 point of rage, both Alex and Jay, Josie and Bronson will notice immediately that after Oliver Berg has taken that step back and said, "We're not going to fight you," his left eye will turn a dark black of absolute malice, and it's basically the kind of dark that you would expect to see the moment you die.
Oh, hey, it is Benny Maru.
Nicole, you said you were holding your action. Is there anything you'd like to do at this moment, even though you have held your action?
Am I allowed to both take out my sword and say something out loud? Or is that considered 2 actions?
No, that's fine. You will take out your sword and draw it out. The icy grip that you hold onto it will cause this stir of frozen mist to occur around everybody, kind of like remarking against the amount of heat and pressure that is pushed against you. What do you wish to say?
After hearing Oliver saying we don't want to fight you, I'm going to say, no, we kind of have to.
Okay. Very good. Does everyone want to keep their initiatives, or do you want to try to re-roll for a higher initiative?
I want to try to re-roll.
Okay.
I'd like to re-roll.
Sounds good. I'm going to get to re-roll too. So go ahead, everybody, when you get a chance.
That way, maybe we'll beat his 22. Let's see.
Initiative, everyone. That's wits plus alertness, difficulty 4. And no, you are not affected by the -3 pool dice.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Statistically, our best chance is to re-roll every turn until he's no longer first, which will be never. Hold on a second.
Difficulty level 6 still, right?
4.
4.
Oh, 4. Well, that's even better.
Wait. Let's see. I got 6 successes. Look who's going to be going first this time, Mr. Destruction God. Probably still you. Wow, you got a 33. You might beat... No, that's what it added up to. When the number it adds up to is lower than what he gets on success die, it's indicative of a dangerous fight.
Yeah.
Also,
All right, Rob,
I have
what is your
really-
initiative again?
6.
Okay. Alex, what is your initiative?
4.
You said 4, correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right.
Oh,
Jay, what is your initiative?
5. My initiative's 5. I'm sorry. I had rerolls on accidentally.
Okay.
Or wait. Yes, 5.
Jay, what is your initiative?
My initiative is 4.
Okay. Nicole, what is your initiative?
4.
Okay. Alex, what is your wits?
4.
Jay, what is your wits?
4.
Nicole?
2. Gosh darn it.
Alex, what is your alertness?
3.
Jay, what is your alertness?
2.
You said 2? Okay. Alex will be going ahead of you.
Okie dokie.
Okay. So, bottom of the order, it will go to Nicole first again.
Yeah.
Nicole,
Okay.
what
Yeah.
is your action for this round after you have drawn your sword out and the iciness of your sword seems to cause this mist that is counteracting the flames and heat and pressure around you.
Ah, darn it. Okay. I will. There's 2 pathos and a willpower. Yeah, okay. I will do. I can never pronounce this word for some reason. Nemotex? Techics. Whatever. Yes.
All right.
I will attempt that.
Let me.
My
Okay.
number 2 power, as in Nimoy. That's what I'm going to say for now on.
Okay. Your mnemotechnics. Let me write that down. And just a reminder, Nicole, that'll be -3 to your dice pool if you decide to do that.
Yes.
Awesome. Next, Jay, I need to know what you are going to be doing this round.
All right. So first off, is my stretching reality going to wear off after this round?
Yes.
Okay. So if my shadow offers me again shadow play, I think what I want to do is go ahead and try to renew the stretching reality, and when that inevitably fails, do the shadow play and take the second action of getting my big ol' axe out and fail at attacking him with my big ol' axe because it's something.
Yeah. What was the first action you wanted to do? You wanted to use your stretching reality?
Yep, I'm assuming difficulty level 9, and I will have 3 whole dice because I'm assuming I can't get more dice and do shadow play in the same round.
No.
Right, so going to try and probably fail to renew stretching reality, and then after that, assuming shadow play is offered, then shank with the axe. Well, not shank with the axe, but stab with the axe from far away.
No, I totally hear you. Rob, I need to know what you're. I'm sorry, Alex, I need to know what you're doing this round.
Okay. So I want to make sure that I'm remembering the quote that he said correctly.
Yep.
He had said that flames and firepower are the blossom of what?
Firepower and fist fights are the flowers of Edo.
So this grenade that I have, is it like the kind of grenade that I'm thinking of where there's like a pin that you can hold and just it not explode until you let go of it?
Yes.
I can't decide if this is an amazing idea or a really, really, really bad one, but
I think it's a great idea.
that tells me it's a terrible idea, but
You will earn this destruction god's respect by taking a grenade to a knife fight. It's like you don't know what to expect from me. You may destroy me, but I am flattening this bathhouse in the meantime.
okay, so jokes aside, I was able to tell that no like social soliloquy was gonna calm him down.
Nope.
Then yeah, I'm pulling the grenade off my belt, pulling the pin, and drawing my katana.
Okay. Let me write that down for you. Are you pulling the pin?
Can I reserve that action? No, actually, no. I'm going to. No, I'll just draw my katana this turn. Not going to do
Pull
the
a
grenade.
pin. You can put the pin back in. You just want to be on the dead man switch.
Well, that's kind of my thought, but at the same time, I don't really want to blow up the whole town if we're
Why
right
not?
about. If we're right
Don't
about.
worry. Hey. If the grenade goes off and you're holding it, you won't have to suffer the consequences because you'll go into a destruction harrowing and end up back in Stygia.
You know what? Yeah, I'm pulling the pin, drawing the katana. I'm holding on to the dead man switch, and I'm just ready to attack him if he tries to attack me.
Sounds good.
Like, I'm not making any openly hostile moves, but I'm also not backing down, and I'm showing force and firepower.
Okay.
I didn't think I'd be able to persuade you to do that.
I have been thinking about it since the end of the first round, and I just, it's either a great idea or a really, really bad idea.
Most really good ideas are on that line.
Rob, what are you doing this round?
We've determined we have to. It's a good question. I'm not really sure what I can leverage against this guy. I am going to let me pull up my arc. I can cloak others if I do enshroud.
Yes.
What if what if I try to enshroud the group? Does enshroud work against?
If you want to enshroud the group, Rob, I'm gonna need at least 4 successes on your end.
But would it even work against him not being a wraith or a specter?
I'm going to be honest with you, Rob. With the Thousand Suns power activated, you'll most likely be revealed after you've activated your Argos.
Okay. I don't really have any powers that don't work on. I'm going to. Does intimation work on him?
You don't know.
I want to try to quash.
Okay. I'm pulling that up right now, just to make sure.
I want to quash a war god's or a destruction god's desire to destroy.
Okay. And just a reminder, Rob, that'll be -3 to your dice pool when you use Quash.
Okay.
Okay. So, with Benimaru, I will be using 2 powers. First one is maintaining my Thousand Suns, which is already activated. That will cost me 1 Gnosis.
That's a lot of mouths to feed.
Sorry?
That's a lot of mouths to feed.
A lot of what?
A lot of mouths to feed. 1,000 suns.
See?
I'll see myself out.
And I will also be activating a second power, which I don't... There it is. Okay. That will cost me 1 Gnosis to cast. So, I need everybody to please roll their straight-up stamina. Difficulty 7.
May I use a willpower for an automatic success?
You may, yes.
Ooh. Can I too?
1 second. Let me get to Arwen's character sheet first.
I'm also double checking that because I think I want to do the same thing.
Everyone throw out their willpower except.
Yep,
Wait.
I want to use a willpower.
Can a shadow add to a roll like this?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Can you provide shadow die for this kind of a roll?
Yes, for a stamina roll. Yes.
Okay.
So Nicole, Arwen will get a willpower. If you want to roll, I'm sorry, you will get a willpower to give you a success for this roll. So, did you roll already?
Yes, so including my automatic success,
Yes.
I have 2 successes.
Okay, good. Next, let me check with Alex. Alex, are you spending a willpower? You can't spend a willpower.
Nope. I got
Okay.
one success though.
Before you roll, unless you already did.
I already did.
Okay, well.
Alex, you got one success?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna roll now. Sorry, forgot to. Oh, dude, 10s explode?
For your,
Doesn't matter.
do you have stamina of 4?
Yeah.
You do have stamina of 4? Then yes, they do.
I got 2 successes if you count the willpower I spent.
If you did spend the willpower, then yes. Okay, let me mark that on your sheet, Rob. 1 second. Jay, did you spend a willpower?
I did.
Okay.
And
For
what was the
automatic.
difficulty level again?
Difficulty 7.
Okay, well, I still got 3 other successes, so a total of 4 successes.
All right. Good to know. Good use of your willpower, everybody. I'm very, very impressed by this. As a GM.
I'm glad Nicole asked, because
Yeah.
I totally forgot.
So, for the second round of combat, no one will take any aggravated damage from the Thousand Suns that is still lingering in the air. And for my second action, I will be activating Kiss of Helios, which will cost me 1 Gnosis. And I don't need to roll for it. So,
Did you say Gnosis?
Gnosis, yes.
Oh, no.
So, at this point in time, he will stand at the ready. There seems to be like just this concentration as he is focusing on you and your circle. And Kiss of Helios will activate at this current moment in time. Next will be Rob. You were using Quash, correct?
What am I rolling here? What's the damage?
1 second. Quash, I need you to roll your manipulation plus intimation, difficulty 10, and -3 dice to your pool.
Okay. Okay. I'm looking deep inside myself to see if there's any reserves of strength I can perhaps pull out from, I don't know, any sort of psyche that might reside within there that can provide such assistance.
You want to spend a willpower?
No, I'm trying to see if I can get my shadow to. No?
Shadow is silent.
Okay.
Sorry, what were you trying to get your shadow to do? He was busy.
Shadow dice.
I can give you 3 shadow dice.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay.
Wait. Can I spend a willpower on this roll?
Yes. Give me a second. I just pulled up your character sheet, so give me a moment to go back.
Is this a resisted roll?
It is not a resistant roll. It is me resisting you. So you would have to spend a willpower to get your power to impact me.
Then I will.
Okay. 1 willpower is spent, so you have 1 automatic success, and you have again your dice pool -3.
You know what? Since I haven't rolled yet, can I not take that +3 from my shadow?
Yes.
Because here's my thinking. If I spend a willpower and the difficulty's 10, I'm better off rolling a smaller amount of dice because it's less a chance of rolling a 1.
Okay.
So, I'm going to roll 5 dice. Here we go.
Okay. Difficulty 10.
Wait,
Botch.
how's it a botch? Oh,
Difficulty 10.
no, it's not a botch. It's a not a success because I spent.
Oh yeah, that's right. It is a non-success. Do you want to blow another willpower to re-roll 3 of those die?
No, I don't think so. Well, where am I at on willpower? No, I don't.
Okay. All right. You will stretch out your arm and spend the pathos in order to enact your power, and nothing seems to come of it for some reason. It might be the blinding light that is emanating from his body.
Literally, the only thing I had to do was not roll a 1.
Next is going to be Alex. Alex, do you throw the grenade?
No, I have no intention of throwing it. I'm basically just kind of holding it out there as like, I'm going to fight you. If you kill me, it's going off. You know.
You should put the grenade in your mouth and then hug the destruction god.
Yeah.
You know, the thought did occur to me to teleport behind him and stick it down his pants, but I feel like that's a little Looney Tunes. Also, I don't want to blow up the village if it is rigged to blow. So
Alex, just a warning: the grenade will go off at the beginning of your next round.
You can hold.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about it. Like, if you could have it on a dead man switch where you pull the pin, and as long as you're holding it, it's not going to go off, and then you put the pin back in.
It's like if with an actual grenade, if you pull the pin, it doesn't go off until you release the trigger. Like you could put the pin back in afterward.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
you did not release the pin?
No. So I pulled the pin, but I'm still holding onto the plunger, so it's not armed. It's primed but not armed.
Okay.
So basically, it's on a dead man switch. That as long as I don't drop it, I'm fine.
If his hand goes off the grenade, it explodes. But if it doesn't, it won't.
Okay. That sounds fun. You will draw your katana at the same time. While this happens, is there anything else I should know about your character?
Well, his name's Bronson, and he likes long walks.
The way you phrase that makes me think that there is something I should be thinking of, and I'm not thinking of it. I can't think of anything.
Okay. No worries.
Actually, you know what?
Yes.
No, never mind. I'm already committed.
Okay. Next, I have Jay. Jay, you said you wanted to stretch reality? Or did you want to do something different? I know you have 2 actions at the ready. If you decide to commit to your drawing of your axe and swinging it, I must warn you, it will subtract to your dice pool in half because you're taking 2 actions.
Ew. Also, it helps when I unmute myself before I talk.
So you can use stretch in reality, or you can swing your axe. Or you can do both actions, but your dice pool will be cut in half, -3 for Benimaru.
Yeah. I'm really not wanting to engage Benimaru, but seeing as drawing axe and using it against Benimaru is 2 distinct actions, and using the stretch reality is going to be a difficulty friggin' 9. I feel probably in my best interest to take the take my axe out and swing it if my shadow is still willing to do the shadow play with the 2 actions.
Oh yeah, that's
I
right.
am still willing.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, I'll just
Stretch reality first.
Oh, can. Oh, I thought you were saying that even without, or even with stretch reality, even with my shadow play 2 actions, taking my axe out is a distinctly different action than actually swinging it.
So if your shadow decides to use shadow play, you actually do not need to divide your dice pool because they have decided that you get 2 actions. You will lose a pathos and gain 1 temporary angst, but that gives you a full dice pool for both actions.
Is it weird that I'm kind of hoping she tries to put me in catharsis and attack?
I've been thinking about it. I've really been thinking about it.
Yeah. So Nicole, do you want to use your shadow play and give her an extra? Okay, good to know.
Give me that angst.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So, yep, 1 second, Jay, as I add and subtract a pathos from you.
Good thing I was at full friggin' pathos before today.
Yeah. And Arwen will, I'm sorry, not Arwen. Your shadow guide will gain a temporary angst from this shadow play that is occurring.
Mm-hmm.
So now you may, at this point in time, you may actually take 2 actions with full dice pools, -3 each because of Benimaru. So if you want to use your stretch in reality, it'll be your manipulation plus pandemonium. Difficulty will be in a 9, but you still get your dice pool -3. So that's that's going to be your manipulation plus pandemonium -3.
Yep, so I still only get to do 3d10, but I'm going to go ahead and try it now that I have full dice pools for both actions. So, alright, let's hope for not a botch.
Okay.
Holy shit. Well, I get 1 success.
Alright. So with 1 success, just like I had described earlier, you will kind of displace something in front of me that I am perceiving. So it can either be, the closest things to me right now is yourself or Oliver. So do you want to displace yourself or Oliver if I take an action against one of you?
Quick question.
Yes.
He's not going to be able to take an action until after I swing at him, correct?
He will only be able to take an action after you swing at him.
Okay, then we're going to do for me because I'm the one that's about to attack him, and so he's most likely to attack me. So displace me.
I will displace you. Good to know. That will take place. You also get a second action thanks to your shadow. Do you wish to swing your axe at me?
Yes.
All right. Sounds good. Let me check your axe.
Difficulty 7. Strength plus 6.
Sounds good.
Ooh. But what do I roll to for swinging the axe? I forget.
For swinging the axe, interesting. Apparently, I didn't write that down. Imagine that. Let me open that up. I thought that I would have written that down for you.
You probably did at one point, and it's probably just lost.
Right. So, to succeed, I'm going to need you to roll your dexterity plus your melee. Dexterity plus melee.
Oh, well, that's still 5 minus 3, I'm assuming.
Yep, -3.
Rolling 2d10.
All right.
And please no crits. Wow. I got 1 success.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I can't explode that 10 because
Dex is only a 3, but
Okay.
I still got 1 success.
Yeah, you will cut into him. Let me check the stats of your axe and see how much damage you've given me. That actually
Damage is strength plus 6.
Okay, what is your current strength?
Strength is 3.
Okay, you will do 9 damage to me, and I will attempt to soak it.
Nice.
Yeah, but that is a full 9 damage that you've dealt. Let's see how I can soak that.
Maybe this will, get him to calm the fuck down if, he doesn't listen to words, only pain.
Maybe he's like a glass cannon and it takes like 1 hit to drop him.
Unfucking likely.
It's like, oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought?
And while I do this, I'm saying, I'm sorry, you're just not listening.
So, with your success, I will allow you 1 point of essence damage to basically my body. You will see blood spill onto the ground. The moment that you strike him with your axe, it goes right across his face. And with that 1 essence of damage, he will look to you with absolute malice the moment that you do so.
Thank God I put that trick in where I got his view.
Yeah. All right. Nicole, you wanted to use your mnemotechnics?
Well, here's the thing. If I change my action, that raises the difficulty by 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay, second question. He told us that he saw us planning to basically destroy Asakusa, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can I use Tabula Rasa to remove that memory permanently?
Ooh. Is that one of your basic powers?
Yes. Well, no, it's one of my, it's level 4.
Okay.
It's one of the extra ones.
Ooh, it is one of the extra powers. Yeah, let me pull out my extra book and look that up. That's a good one.
Yeah, because I figured, because it says here if I botch, it brings the memory to like the forefront, and it's already there, so I don't see a problem if I botch.
No, I gotcha. Interesting. Yeah.
I have a thought to tack onto that for next round.
So, Nicole, what that's going to be is your wits plus mnemosis, difficulty 6, and -3 to your dice pool.
Correct. Shadow. Hey, want to help me? Hey there.
Sorry, I was
All silence.
I was about to burp and I didn't want to burp in your ear, but anyway, too late. I think I can help you out. In fact, I think I can help you rather a lot. How does 4 dice sound?
I'll take it.
All right. Give me that sweet, sweet angst.
That's 7d10.
Okay.
Let's do this. Difficulty 6. That is 1 angst goes to my shadow.
Okay.
Nom 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 nom.
And I've got 2 successes. And I would like to use a willpower to make it a permanent removal.
Okay.
Ooh.
Wow.
Damn. I like that.
That is a powerful movement indeed.
I'm glad you're on our side.
All right, give me 1 second to adjust your angst.
Oh, I had actually added the 1, because I was clicking on it and trying to figure out how to remove it because I knew you were about to add it yourself.
Okay.
So I only have, yeah. Anyway.
All right. Interesting. I'm just reading the description right now.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that it works. If not, I will use it instead on his Arcanos, the Thousand Suns thing, if I can't use it on the memory.
Nope. The moment you do this, it causes a great confusion and stir within Benimaru, where he will kind of like stop in motion. We are currently out of combat as he is perplexed by what has just occurred and is trying to kind of like regain what has happened. At this moment in time, for all intents and purposes, you guys will notice that Junko Kirigiri has appeared behind the circle and is making her way towards Benimaru to figure out what has happened. Does anyone want to interact with her? Again, we are out of combat, as Benimaru is completely confused, and we are currently out of combat.
I don't want to necessarily interact with her, but as soon as it looks like he's no longer in full-on blood murder mode, Bronson will very discreetly put the pin back in the grenade and put it back in his pocket.
Okay.
Roll to put the pin back in the. No, I'm just joking. I just want to blow everyone up. Sorry.
Hey, I want to save that for a rainy day for the next time you do a Devil's Dare that I got to blow something up by the end of the session.
That would have been a hell of a Devil's Dare. You need to kamikaze a god of destruction.
Whew.
It would have been hilarious.
I feel like you gotta put like 10 angst into that one.
Yeah, right?
Kirigiri will approach the circle and say, "What's all this commotion about?"
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead. I didn't know what I was going to say. I was just.
It seems that crap. I was about to say Benimaru, but I want to use his last name.
Shinmon.
Shinmon-san. It seems Shinmon-san is was under the impression that we were going to shoot. I forget the exact phrasing. Was under the impression that we were going to destroy his town or something to that effect, or I'm not sure why he decided that we were the bad guys, but literally we were just investigating the tea house. Like he told us we needed to investigate, so we were investigating like as it was agreed, and then we talked to the brewmaster, and then we came over here, and he decided that we were the bad people or something, and I am so very confused, but he started attacking us, and I'm not sure why he stopped attacking us, but I'm very glad he is, because I'm pretty sure much more of this and I would be dead. But like for real this time.
Junko will look to you and say, "That can't be right. It's too absurd. What else is going on?"
Can I read her to see if like she's genuinely concerned or is she like faking it?
Certainly. Perception plus empathy.
I just got perception. Okay. Ooh, explode the town. Come on. No successes.
Okay. You can't really tell.
Can I read her?
You can attempt.
Well, I have empathy. That's what
Okay.
I'm asking.
That's fine.
Empathy plus
Perception.
I'm assuming it's not difficulty 10, so I'm going to lower that. 1 success.
Okay. She is genuinely interested and concerned about what is going on around you.
Well, I'm going to look at Oliver and be like, I spilled my guts. Do you got anything else? And then,
About what?
since that's probably the expression on your character's face, I'm like, oh, the arm. Tell her about the arm.
Well, I mean, we were investigating the tea house before we came here, and we're actually found a few interesting things, which is why we were coming here to investigate, and we were accosted by Shiman-san, who seemed to be under the impression that we had done something wrong, but we couldn't get an explanation out of him before he decided we were to be destroyed. We found some interesting things at the tea house, though. Does she look interested when I say that?
She does not. She's actually very concerned about Benimaru, who looks like he's coming out of his days very, very soon.
Is he gonna start up again when he comes out of his days?
It's possible.
Hey, but I did it permanently. How will he remember?
He probably hasn't forgotten that he was attacking us.
I'm asking her that. I didn't say that.
Oh,
I wasn't
sorry.
asking the GM. I was asking
Okay.
her if he's going to attack us when he comes out of that gaze.
Let's not risk that, shall we?
Should we
I'm
go?
gonna be like, I'm gonna hide behind you.
Should we go somewhere and talk about this before he comes out of this?
Should we go into the bathhouse to do it? We can both talk about it and investigate since we're here.
He looks straight at Benimaru and she's like, let me handle this.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But is that a let me handle this, like, as in to say, get out of here, or... Myles?
It is not get out of here. It is more of a let me handle this.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll wait and see what happens.
Okay. So at this moment, Benimaru will come out of his daze, and the aggression will come back to its normal setting that it was at previously. No powers activated. You will notice that Junko has placed herself directly in front of him, as if trying to interrupt anything from happening. And she will say, no! Benny, hold on. You need to calm down. And Benimaru will look like he was ending a sentence that he was hoping to say earlier, but he'll look at you in your circle and say, your dead god, Charon, is made up. My real enemy is here. And he will start to engage again. At this moment, you will see Junko Kirigi grab a hold of his wrist the moment that he's about to reactivate one of his powers. When this happens, Benimaru will look very, very concerned and nervous the moment that she does this. And in the moment, you will notice that the makeup that has been applied to her body earlier in game is starting to flake off. And you will start to see darkened ashes on her body start to form. And it looks like she is starting to burn up from the inside out and starting to completely cremate herself. Benimaru is upset by this, and he says, No, I saw Oliver Berg planning to turn the people of this town into Jigoku! And I will make him pay! In response, Junko will simply place one of her hands that is not burning up against his face and say, Benny, as a favor to me, would you at least hear them out and hear what they have to say? And she will fall to the ground, almost consumed in the flames that Benimaru has created. And you'll notice that a lot of her corpus is starting to ash and become nothingness in front of you. Benimaru is taken aback by this. And looks to the group and says, No. No. I will fix this. And I will meet with the rest of you back at the geisha's house. Give me a moment. And he'll clasp one of his hands against Junko's shoulders. The two of them will disappear and vanish from all view. When this happens, there is absolute silence within the group. You are out of combat. What do you wish to do?
That went well.
Y'all saw that, right? They
Ooh,
disappeared.
Do we want to head back to the geisha house since he said that's where we would want to meet him?
Yeah, but you saw that, right? It
Saw what?
disappeared.
Him
They just-
disappear? Yeah.
Okay, just making sure that wasn't just me, because the combat was exhausting, and okay, sure. I guess there's nothing left to do, but go ahead and go back to the geisha house, unless we wanted to investigate the bathhouse while we're here. But
Well, the question is, do we want to investigate the bathhouse? But I would think we want to go back to the geisha house now. I don't want to keep him waiting if he's already convinced that we're...
you know
know.
what? Good point. I don't want him to think that we are the bad guys he seems to think we are. May as well go back to the geisha house.
So that is what we shall do.
Okay.
I'll just boop, boop.
Going on an adventure to the geisha.
Over under on him being insane again?
I mean, if he really wants us dead, he's gonna find us and kill us. Real good. Real fast.
Okay. Just waiting for Roll20 to catch up with us.
Oh,
Myles?
Benimaru used Gnosis.
Yes, he did.
That must mean he has only brothers. Sorry, I'll see myself out again.
I'm
He's
not
got
sure who
no
let you back
sis.
in.
He's got no sis.
Oh, boo.
Oh.
Boo.
I
I
thought
was
Miles,
looking for
can I?
something deeper than that.
Well, that's your problem. Looking for something
Oh,
deep
did
in
you
a
wanna
joke I tell.
Alright, out of character, I'm only going to murder him a little bit.
Nicole?
Oh, I was wondering if I could gain a willpower back from surviving the fight with Benimaru.
Yes, you may.
Cool.
actually that is something I wanted to ask about as well. Let me make a character sheet up. So would Would being fully ready to kamikaze the god of destruction count as proving myself in combat?
Yes. I believe so.
So how do I roll to get willpower back?
You don't need to roll for willpower back.
Sweet. So I just get a willpower back?
You will.
Nice.
Did I qualify for that?
Let me check your.
Hold on, let me
I'm just checking your nature.
check the exact wording. Because I kind of stood up and said, "Not gonna fight you." Iffy.
Which
I don't
actually, him stepping up and saying, "Hey, I'm not going to fight you," and all that, and trying to lead and then failing, would that qualify as a dark passion?
The act of being the one to step up and try and put myself in front of the group and talk to Benimaru, that might qualify for my nature.
So, Rob, would you rather put that in front of your? Would you say that you had placed yourself in front of everybody?
I would say that, yeah, when we saw Benimaru was in a state of wanting to destroy us, I immediately put myself in front of the group and started trying to reason with him, which put me in a position of danger.
Okay. Then that is a no for you, Alex.
Okay.
And
Shadow.
Hey, it was worth a shot.
And Jay, you wanted to say something?
Yes. Do any of my actions qualify me for willpower? And also, I'm pretty damn sure that survive to see another day under passions is something I can roll for pathos.
Yeah.
Because I survived to see another day.
Yeah.
You don't know that yet. No.
Roll 3d10 for me. It does not match your willpower, but you may roll for 3d10.
Perfect. Ooh! I'm assuming I need to get a 6 or better?
Yes.
I still got 2 pathos back.
Okay. You will gain the pathos back. You will not gain any willpower back at this point.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I will have other opportunities, and I'm not hurting for willpower just yet.
I believe you. Everyone is back at the geisha house. There is a moment of kind of silent melancholy that seems to be occurring at this current moment. Even approaching this geisha house, there is a obscure moment of emotion that kind of pulls through the four of you after fighting Benimaru the way that you did. Who wants to go in first?
I can. Well, yeah. We don't have to speak Japanese, do we?
Possibly not.
I'll go in.
But I will
behind.
let. I would. Yeah, I will. I'll let. If someone only speaks Japanese, I'll let. Sorry, my mind just went completely blank.
Josie.
Josie, thank you. I forgot every word.
Yeah.
That's
The
okay.
the receptionist will look to you and say, "Well, you are expected, and I believe Josie knows the way."
I do, in fact. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oop. And then do. And because in character, I don't recall which way she was referring to, so I'm going to take it here. Don't see him, so then I'm going to go the other way. And then do. Go down this way.
Hey.
And then, holy shit, bro. Well, actually, no. I'll come up here because my tutor did the whole tapping on the screen door here, right?
Yes.
I'm going to attempt that.
Okay.
Can I actually do what she does? Because you said she was interacting with the skin lands, and I don't think I have that, but I'm going to try.
Unfortunately, you do not have that power.
Fabulous. Oh wait, this is open though, isn't it? Out here.
It seems to be open at this moment, yes.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and go down here, and then this is also open, right?
Yes.
Okay, then I will go up here, and before entering, I'll say Shimon-san.
Yes, what is it?
You asked to see us?
Yes, you may enter when you're ready.
And I'll just turn behind me, whoops, and be like, everybody ready?
Arwen
Oliver?
is gonna hide behind Bronson.
Oh, sorry, I thought this was the room.
It's in here, and it's opening here. So, yeah, anyway, I'm just gonna go be like, boop-a-doop-a-doop. Here we go.
Okay. As you enter, there's a completely different female character than you would have expected for Junko Kirigiri. She is Caucasian. She has pale, ashen, almost misty white hair. And she seems to have a strong amount of decay that is occurring on her corpus that is destroying her from within, as if her corpus is in a constant state of disintegration. But the makeup that Benimaru had applied to her earlier was helping mask that. But before you and everybody is clearly a Caucasian woman sitting in the room. It seems like it's too late for her to use any powers or allow Benimaru to apply any artifact cream to her corpus to cause her to look different than who she is. But she seems very vulnerable and bare to the view of your circle. She is instead allowing Benimaru to use a form of healing to negate the superficial damage that has been caused to her after grabbing a hold of his arm. But you can tell that there's something a little bit more deeper that is damaging her at this moment. And she hasn't got long to last in this very moment. She and Benimaru will look to the circle. Yes. What is it? Benimaru will say to the circle.
You asked to see us.
Yes, you are here. I understand that. I don't know what's going on right now because I seem to have had a lapse of memory. But once I've figured it out, I assure you, I will beat you all to a pulp and then hang you out to dry. But at the moment, I am reserving judgment to figure out exactly what is going on.
I believe that you could. Okay.
No, it's okay. I was going to say that Junko looks to the group very, very solemnly.
I believe wholeheartedly that once you decide to destroy a person, even us, we will be destroyed within mere seconds. But we did nothing to... let me tell you my version of events to see if that will aid. Once we left this building the last time, you said to the effect of we should investigate the claim that Westerners were coming to destroy, etc., etc. So we went to the bathhouse where that was destroyed to see if we could find anything interesting, which we did. I can come back to this later, but the important thing to me is both the vial that there was a bug that we keep bugs in at the zoo that seems quite out of place for a traditional tea house, but also an arm wrapped in chains that we're not sure we know much about, but we feel it may have belonged in the Skinlands. Unfortunately, the arm is no more. We're not sure exactly why, but it seems to be a clue. Regardless, we decided to then go to the bathhouse to see if we could find anything new. And then there was you, angry and talking about how you'd heard we were... I forget exactly what the claim was, but you were not happy with us, which is very strange since we offered no insult to our knowledge, and in fact we spoke to the tea master on the way out, and she was still grieving, as one does, but she did not seem at all insulted. So since we did nothing but walk between the tea house and the bathhouse, I am at a loss as to what could possibly have sparked your ire.
I seem to recall Osamu being transformed into a Jigoku. Is this accurate?
At the tea house, yes?
Yes.
Yes,
I am searching my memory and I don't have anything that recalls why this is.
Why?
That's
what is?
You sent us to investigate.
I sent you to investigate. I don't understand.
It was Oliver that heard the rumors. Oliver, perhaps you could refresh... one second. Shinmon-san's memory as to the threat you heard and passed on.
I'm sorry. You had... we were there when you arrived and dealt with or freed the spirit of the Jigoku. We spoke to you afterwards. I had heard and personally been kidnapped by and robbed by a group of people who had claimed that this town will burn and that things will change. Hold on. Things are going to change, and that these outsiders who are here, whether it be just those three or others, be using Western tactics, whatever that means. So we spoke to you because we're here on a mission to interact with someone who has powers to over memories, and in exchange for that, we were helping you investigate what was going on in this town. We investigated the situation at the tea house, as Josie described, and then after investigating the tea house, speaking to the brewer, by the time we got to the bathhouse, which was where I had been kidnapped, robbed, and subsequently escaped, that was when we were approached by you, and you seemed convinced that we were guilty of something, and I was incapable of getting a more clear understanding of what you were so angry about beyond that.
Kitty-san. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, at this point in time, Benimaru will get up and he will point to the ground with one of his fingers and say, for Kirigiri's sake, I'm delaying your judgment. Try to leave before I say you can, and there will be violence.
You mean the town, Shiman-san?
and you will vanish.
Of course.
Well, I mean, we weren't planning to leave this town anyway. How's Kirigiri doing? Is she conscious and capable of interacting, or is she just...
She is. Yeah. She seems to have taken some superficial damage to her corpus from the interaction that she had with Benny Maru. But at the same time, she is struggling tremendously with something else that is going on within her.
I'll look to her and say, thank you very much for coming to our aid. Is everything okay?
Well, she'll look to the group very, very honestly. And with a strong as she can will honesty towards everybody, she'll look to Oliver Berg and say, I'm sorry about him. Benny has always been a stubborn one. That's just as true as it has ever been.
Do you know what has angered him so?
He has obviously seen something that is not exactly what he has perceived. I believe you and your circle when you say that your intentions are true, but he has obviously seen something that does not correlate to the reality that has really happened. Tell me, has anything occurred in the last few hours that might give light to what he may have seen? Maybe one of you has created ire more than the others.
Kirigiri-san, I don't believe this is what you are asking for, but it seems relevant. When I was being taught your language, Japanese, I noticed that when she was teaching me the words for all the, oh gosh darn it, all the arcanoi, such as Pandemonium and Argos, I'll say those in Japanese.
Yeah.
I noticed there were two things missing from the list. One was Castigate, which I'm not sure if you've heard of, but it doesn't seem quite as relevant. But the other, which seems much more relevant, is Moliate. Have you heard of this?
I am familiar with both, yes.
The thing that makes me wonder is perhaps, Moliate can be used to change the shape of your whole self, and many other things, but it would be no particular bother to change your entire shape to make somebody look like another person. But perhaps if somebody wanted to make it seem as if it were me, that might be a possibility, but it is it would not be a great feat, but it is not also easy. So it would be someone with mastery of this Moliate.
Well,
Does this at all help?
It does. But surely there would have to be some kind of object or equipment or something that is held.
They have all my gear.
She looks at Oliver with a very surprised and stern look. Excuse me?
When I was kidnapped at the bathhouse, they took all my gear.
So assuming this description that Josie has given, someone may have moliated themselves to look like Oliver Berg and used his equipment to look exactly like him, and perhaps said something in front of Betty Maru to cause confusion. Do I have that right?
It is a possibility. There are other possibilities. There are other arcanoi that allow you to believe something that you did not actually see, but I can't think of which arcanoi they would be, but also they would still have to be an even bigger master to plant such a thing into Shinmon-san's head, I believe, since it is much easier to change your own self and present a play, as it so seems, rather than, I have witnessed the power of Shinmon-san. I believe that would be extremely difficult to plant that into his head.
You'll see Junko's eyes narrow into a kind of attitude of concern. And she will say to you, believe me, moliate and castigate are not known to this district, let alone this culture. This is something only I would understand.
I am so glad that I am able to speak with you then.
You cloned me, Myles, you son of a bitch.
Is this one of the Western tactics to help destroy?
It makes sense.
Yeah. Asakusa?
Those are two clearly Western tactics.
Junko will look to the circle and say, what do you plan to do?
I think, my personal suggestion is maybe we should go back to the room I was kidnapped in and look for clues. Because if the problem is with someone owning someone and moliating me, then it would have to have been one of those three people who stole my property.
Kirigiri-san, when
Yes.
Shinmon-san said that we should not leave, he meant Asakusa and not specifically the geisha house, correct?
A little bit of both. I will assure you that if I accompany you to wherever you decide to venture out to, I can assure that you will be within safety and not under any wrath. But before we do so, I should also let you know that, and she will look over to Arwen with a melancholy look of misery and yet relief. I am the Nemoi that you seek, that you had mentioned before.
Arwen just nods her head. She knew.
But there is a problem. As much as I would like to share my memories of Charon with you and allow you to progress in your mission, my shadow is ever present and powerful at this moment. I am on the precipice of becoming shadow eaten, and there is nothing to stop it. And I fear that if I share my memories with your torchbearer that you have in your circle right now, that I will perish, and Asakusa will be lost without its shonen, without its leader. And I am not ready to sacrifice that quite yet, until I am assured that Shinmon Berimaru is the rightful leader of Asakusa. That he is the correct person to lead this village into its next evolution. That even if I were to pass away into nothingness, or become a specter of myself, that he could continue, and that Charon's memories could be preserved. Does that make sense to you? And she'll say this to Josie specifically.
It does. I see that you sense that I have some knowledge of castigation. Would you like me to... give me 1 second while I double check the soul sight stuff. Soul sight can also detect specters. Wraith rolls perception plus castigate, difficulty 8. Number of successes determines how much insight she gains. Storyteller described the shadow's strength as weak, nominal, fairly strong, strong, or imminent. Oh, well. It sounds like it's just going to tell me it's probably strong, or fairly strong, strong, or imminent, depending on this. But
Yeah.
I will still offer to say, would you like me to attempt to measure the strength of your shadow? I'm not super skilled in castigate, but I am willing to do what I can.
There's no need. I can tell you right now.
Understood.
Ever since my conflict from 10 years ago, I have sacrificed so much for Asakusa. And I should let you know that my shadow is ready to take me over. I am on the precipice of becoming shadow-eaten. I am only seconds away of becoming a specter. In front of your very eyes. And yet I bear the memories of Charon that need to be passed to the next Nemoi. So, unless you have a power that can help me negate the powers of my shadow, while your Nemoi is able to extract the memories of Charon, there's very little hope I can give you.
Okay.
Is it possible for me to put you in a happy memory, which would drain some of your shadow's power, but also at the same time get Charon's memory? I don't know if I can do both at the same time.
So Nicole, you get a sense that you will be able to access the memories of Charon as you have before and done almost effortlessly with other Nemoi. The problem is that this particular character is ready to become shadow-eaten and is going to become a specter within moments. So unless somebody who has the power of Castigate is able to lessen the power of their shadow while you are using your Mnemosis powers, it may seem impossible to gain these strengths. She is basically on the last few inches of her life before she becomes a specter. But Castigate may give you a chance to access those memories.
So here's the problem system-wise, is that I think what I need is Purify, which is 3 dots, and Castigate when I only have 2. Perhaps after this session I will have enough experience to buy up the next dot of Purify, but I definitely won't have it tonight.
Do you want...
Can't.
Well, oh, never mind. Sorry, I was thinking of something else.
I mean, it would be hilarious if I don't know how much permanent angst I have, so probably shouldn't see if my shadow is willing to trade a permanent dot of angst for an extra dot of extra dot of Castigate, although that would be the most hilarious purchase ever.
Well, why not?
Well, sadly, I don't have that ability.
Well, there's that.
Do you want to learn Castigate, Bronson?
Bronson,
No, wait, I don't want to teach you that. Fuck.
like, well, I mean, I did just get some willpower back.
Hold on, let me see if this affects me. No, I don't want you to learn this. Screw that. I'm not teaching you Castigate. Why would a
Oh.
Wraith ever, or why would a Shadow ever teach a Wraith Castigate? That's a terrible decision.
It really, really is.
Oh, wait, Myles, so I can't use my number 2 Nemoi power to just buy time?
This would be your regular Mnemosis power.
Mm-hmm. Because it says if I put her in a happy memory, the number of successes indicates the number of angst points drained from the target shadow.
Okay.
Ooh.
So could I do that? Buys us time, and then I can go get the memories. Since we don't have someone with Castigate of level 3.
Not currently, no. Let me look at your power that you are invoking.
I may need to borrow some pathos from somebody, but
What was this again? It was Mnemosis level...
2. The one I can never pronounce.
Memno-techno.
Yep. What are you attempting to do, Nicole?
Just to put her in a happy memory so that it will remove angst from her shadow. I don't know if that'll work.
It may work. It may not be a permanent solution, though, and it may not be a temporary solution either.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I could try.
Yeah, of course. In this very moment, you guys get a sense that it is not the necessarily state of the Nemoi that is in front of you that is most important, but it is the state that is in Asakusa. Because she will look to you and say, well, I know this may not be important to you, but what happens to Asakusa is very important to me. And it seems that we are at a point where they are struggling. And from what I've heard, it sounds like Asakusa might end up in flames. So, might I suggest that you solve the issues of Asakusa, and then we can resolve this memory accumulation that you're Nimoy is seeking.
Myles,
Sounds like a plan.
quick question for Myles. Was I understanding it? I think I was misunderstanding for a minute there. She did offer to go take us around and be with her, be safe, but you were saying just moments away from being a specter. What was that like more metaphorical than
Literal?
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 Yes, more metaphorical than literal. Like, yes, it would take very little to get her to be the specter, but she could still walk to the bathhouse within Asakusa.
It seems like she has she's standing on a tightrope right now. Betty Maru has healed her to a point where she is able to maintain herself. But at the same time, there is a concern about her becoming a specter.
Well, in that case, I will ask, not Junko, Kitty Kitty. I will say, Kitty Kitty-san, you said that you were willing to walk with us to make sure that we stayed safe, since Berimaru trusts you, and we would still be within Asakusa. Would the bathhouse be too far to go, or should we stay here with you, since your state is, not to offend, but a bit on the fragile side?
To look to and say, it is no concern of mine. I can walk with you. I just can't transfer memories at this moment.
Well, I will look at my circle. Do you think, or would you like to go ahead and try one more time to go to the bathhouse to see what we can find?
I think so.
Higiri-san, would it be helpful if we found someone to accompany you to attend to your needs? I don't know what needs you may have, but surely someone here in the geisha house would be able to assist you better than we could.
No, I think your circle will do just fine.
Okay. I thought I would check. So, all right. So, shall we?
Yes, we
Just
shall.
Stand up and start walking very casually. And I guess it's this way. Whee! Oh, or we could do that.
Outside of the bathhouse, we see Benimaru. I will kill you, and we're like, oh god damn it.
I'm hiding behind Kitty Kitty again.
I mean,
I was
I'm kind of
hoping
expecting it.
if we fought him and we won, Bronson could have been like Benimaru, more like has Benimaru.
Oh no.
I'm only mad that I didn't think of it.
You're both the worst.
So, the entire circle and Junko, Kirigiri, will approach this hotel / bathhouse. What are we doing?
Oliver? Oh, good.
I'll take you guys to the room where I was locked up.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna need to shackle you to the bed and blindfold you just for the sake of authenticity.
First of
Again?
all, I never said I was shackled to
Oh.
the bed and blindfolded. You voyeuristic sicko, you.
You did say you were blindfolded. I assumed the shackle.
Oh, there's a person. Are we just ignoring that person?
Yeah, we should probably talk to this person before.
Yeah.
I will go over here to Kitty Kitty, or by Kitty Kitty.
You should
Yeah.
talk to this person because you speak.
I will bow and say, I will greet her. I can't remember the Japanese word for. Oh, it's like konnichiwa.
Juko will look to the individual. There will be an exchange of nodding heads to one another. And everyone will be allowed to progress forward.
Hey, easy mode. We only had to get attacked for it. All right, Oliver, take us to the room where you got robbed blind.
Okie dokie.
Totally not a pun.
Bronson, take you to the room where you got robbed, blind, and those 3 guys showed up and they drove the nail through you. You know, the one with the blue bed sheets. And I'm like,
Oop, I'm just gonna, cheat.
That's my conspiracy theory. It was Bronson all along. Does this room look familiar to you, Bronson?
What a twist.
No,
So I'll take him and I'll be like, this is the bed I was tied to.
No,
and
this
then-
doesn't look familiar at all.
Upon entering, the Stygian steel chains and the every restraint that had been described to you before is now missing. It is a regular room.
Been cleaned up.
Yep, it's been cleaned up.
You know, a smarter me would have taken the chains with me, but I was just happy to be free. Is there?
I
Able
think
to look around to see if maybe they left something behind?
Okay.
This
Perception.
Calls for-
No, it's okay. Perception and investigation. If anyone wants to assist Nicole this time, they may.
I'll assist.
I have 60-10 exploding 10s. I'd like to roll on my own unless somebody else wants to help.
I'd like to roll on my own as well.
Okay.
all right.
Okay, so then I'm rolling with 1 assist. And then everyone else is rolling on their own.
What's the difficulty level?
6.
Only 2 successes for me.
Okay.
I have 1 success.
Okay.
I've got
Alex?
3 successes.
Okay. So, even with your combined 3 successes and anything below, there's nothing relevant about this room that has occurred or stands out to you in the past few hours. If anything, you're kind of like examining the bed and noticing that there were some restraints that were attached to it once before that have been removed and discarded. You're kind of wondering where they are. You will notice a slight pool of plasm on the bed where someone might have been struck, but otherwise it is undetailed.
I'll repeat the bed.
And nothing else really stands out to the group.
I'll look at Oliver and be like, so that plasma on the bed. Did you get laid or kinky shit or what's up?
At this point in time, Oliver will remember that he has a spike driven into his gut that has not been removed yet.
Well, then, wait a minute. How have I been using my powers if the spike was never removed?
The spike does not influence your powers.
I'll take the spike out.
Okay.
I assumed that was removed. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I need you to please your dexterity plus your brawl. Dexterity plus brawl.
You know, if you leave those in for more than 12 hours, you might get toxic shock syndrome.
I don't know if that applies to Wraiths. If I botch, what happens? I just rip my stomach out? 2 successes, doesn't matter.
2 successes? Okay. Everyone will see Oliver like grab onto what appears to be a copper nail that has been driven into his gut, and he will grab onto it with both of his hands and pull it out enormously. It appears to just kind of like spurt this enormous amount of corpus and ectoplasm all over the place. Rob, can you please roll your stamina, please? Straight up stamina.
Successes.
How many?
0.
Okay. You will take 1 superficial damage as you pull this nail out of your body. But now that it has been removed, you will kind of like show the others as in like, haha, I did it! Ow, that hurt.
I'm like, I got a nail, and then I'm like, wait a minute, and I pull another nail out, and then I'm like, hold on, where are all these nails coming from?
So what you're saying is you got nailed.
Pretty much, yeah.
Turns out Oliver's body is a clown car of nails.
I'm 3 nails short of a. Never mind.
So he now has a copper nail in his hands. You guys are left with a ectoplasm smear on the bed and nothing else.
Can
So
I investigate the nail?
sure, here.
You certainly may.
No, you just
So
keep holding that.
that's going to be a
No, you-
perception. So
you have to hold it. You have to hold it, or I'm not going to let you investigate it.
So
Sorry, what did you say, Myles?
Jay, that is your perception plus occult.
Ooh, still sees 60-10.
Wait, are you holding the nail? Are you holding it? Because otherwise, I'm not going to let you invest. No, I'm just joking.
If I hold them, they're going right into your ass, just so you know. That's out of character, just for the record. And thank God I get to re-roll that 10. 1d10. What difficulty level?
6.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. 3 successes.
All right. As you're holding this copper nail in your hand, Jay, you recall a lot of mythology and knowledge, lore, and skill back into what it means to have a copper nail in the Shadowlands as a wraith. And you recall that a lot of hierarchy members and members of high influence will use a copper nail to drive into a wraith to remove them of their 5 extra senses as a wraith. Alongside of that, their death sight and their life sight. And it seems to just diminish and almost reduce the amount of effectiveness that a wraith would normally have, well, as the undead. So this copper nail is definitely a way to reduce a wraith back into the status of being immortal if you needed it.
And how many nails were there again?
1.
Just the one?
Mm-hmm.
Then is Oliver, are you still offering this nail to me?
I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna
Yes.
I'm going to maintain eye contact with you, take it out of your hand, keep eye contact with you, and put it in my pocket and see what you do.
I said yes. You can take it.
Okay. So I'm going to be like, so do you feel a little less mortal now that you don't have nail in you?
Do I?
Rob, as Oliver Berg, you will gain back the extrasensory effects that you once had as a wraith. You have the ability to sense things almost doubly as you used to. everything returns back to you as you were a normal wraith. Thank goodness the copper nail was removed from your waist. Otherwise, this would have been very unfortunate for you.
How do you say that?
So when I ask you if you feel a little less mortal, what do you say or do?
Yeah, I feel better.
All right. So who was it that hammered this into you?
It was hammered into me when I was kidnapped by those 3 people.
And you saw none of their faces, huh?
Nope. I believe they had. Yeah, they took my stuff, and I don't know where they went.
But didn't you come here with what's her face? Their face? Shoot. The person that we hitched a ride down here with?
Yes. Inico helped me escape.
Oh,
So
you
Jay-
helped you escape. Mm-hmm.
So, Jay, I need you to roll your perception plus your alertness. Rob, if you want to defend, you may roll your wits plus subterfuge.
Wait, can I roll manipulation plus subterfuge since I'm manipulating?
Yes.
Oh, well, 60-10 anyway. Is the difficulty level?
6.
Okay. Wheel. 1, 2, 3. Ah. 4 successes.
Okay. So you can clearly tell that Oliver Berg is leaving out a lot of details and that he is lying.
I'm going to give him a look that says, I'm going to respect your decision for the time being and not ask you more about this now, but I know something's up. And to be kind enough to perhaps make the rest of the circle not realize that he's bullshitting just for the time being. I'm going to be like, there was kinky sex involved, wasn't there?
Of course.
I hope you're very uncomfortable. Your character, that is, specifically. But I will leave it for now, but there will be a conversation about this later.
Okay.
I will just look around like, did anybody else see anything interesting? Gosh dang it, one of these days I'm just going to write a list of all the people that is in the scene so I can refer to it immediately rather than going through my whole list. Kitty. Are you doing okay? In fact, do you happen to see anything out of place? You would know this place better than us, I believe.
She looks around and says, there's nothing obscure to me right now. No.
It was worth asking. I appreciate your answering my question. Did anybody want to look around the rest of the bathhouse? Kitty, do you believe it would be okay to look around the rest of the area, or should we ask the proprietor if she is willing to let us wander?
Oh, shit!
What?
This moment, everyone will notice that Oliver Berg will appear behind Josie and stand within the room.
Ah. Well, this is fun.
Bronson will
Oliver?
pull his katana.
Who's the real Oliver?
I'll just stab both of them. It's fine.
I am the real Oliver.
Bronson, your shadow approves of that.
What's going on here, guys?
What's going on here, guys?
I'm going to look at the two of them. And
The real Oliver's shadow uses Freudian slip to say he's the real one.
You could do that.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh,
No.
1 second. Let me look up Freudian slip.
You don't get handed an opportunity like that every day.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to say, Arwen, can you tell which one is the real one?
I was just gonna ask Myles if I can use Mind Speak and be able to tell which one is Oliver, since I've used that on him multiple times.
It's a very good question.
Can I see which one has a hole in the middle of him?
Quick, lift up your shirt.
The one who's still bleeding out plasma, that's Oliver.
Yeah, my guess is my money's on that one.
but then the other one pulls a nail out of his stomach and is like, "Oh yeah."
But I'm gonna go with asking Arwen, because Arwen's got the brain stuff, and who knows which one was here. Maybe we've been with the quote unquote wrong Oliver the whole time. But
Oh no, we've been with the right Oliver the whole time. I used an ability to play a memory. He had it. So that's Oliver. The one who's bleeding is our Oliver. Get the other one.
So you wanted to use Freudian slip?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
oh, we're
So,
awful.
Rob, I need you to roll your 90-10. Difficulty 7.
Botch.
Oh my god.
Did you do it?
Wow.
I botched.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So, Alex, what were you communicating to Rob again?
I was forcing him to say, like, to point at the other one and say, that's the real one.
Okay.
That's the real one.
Which one do you point to, Rob?
The other me. That's what he told me to do, right?
Yeah.
I point to the other one and say he's the real me, because my shadow. Now how do I mitigate that? Can I attempt to defend myself, or do not only is it just saying a phrase?
No, it just happens.
So I just said a phrase, and then I can react by saying, "Why did I just say that?" or something like that, or
Pretty much.
and that's exactly what I'll do. I'll be like, "Why did I just say that?"
So, the person on the right will also say, "Oh my gosh, why did I say that?
Stop copying me.
Stop copying me.
You first.
You first.
I'm an idiot.
I'm an idiot."
I thought
Oh
you were
my
gonna say
goodness,
you're an
they're
idiot.
I'm gonna say
2-year-old.
you're an idiot. So, if I remember correctly, Nicole, you wanted to activate a power?
No, because I realized I don't have to. Because I already used Manoy power on Oliver to see a memory. So I know the one that's bleeding out is our Oliver.
Okay.
The best thing to do is not to trust either of us until we've solved
To
this.
do is not to trust any of us at all.
You know what? I'll do this. Hey, I'll go to this Oliver, the one I think is the fake one, and be like, hey, if you're the real Oliver, give me some pathos. I'll put my hand out.
I don't have that ability, he says.
I have the ability.
That ability.
Well, if you have the ability, that's fine, but I don't.
Well, then you're
He
not the
says
real me.
recently.
Or
Hey, don't answer for me. I can answer for myself, says Oliver Berg.
I want to see, are you willing to let me take some of your pathos?
Of course, it's not a problem at all. If I was the real Oliver Berg, do you think I would say that? Come
The
on.
real. All right, so I will take who I think is the fake Oliver hand, and I will use usury and take some pathos. I'm kind of low, so I figured I'd take some for this guy.
It's fine.
We're just gonna rob this guy.
Hey, Myles, did you send me the details for the Pandemonium skill Bite Me, which is one of the tutor skills?
I should have, yes.
Where did you send that to me? Because I can't find it on Discord or email.
I don't know at this moment, but I can let you know after I do the usury skill that
Okay.
Nicole wants to do. Nicole, which usury skill do you want to use?
I am using transfer,
Okay.
and since this Oliver is saying yes, I'm assuming he's donating it, so the difficulty is his current pathos score.
Yes. Okay. So you are rolling your manipulation plus usury. Difficulty 10.
Ooh, I got 2 successes.
Okay. Are you acquiring those pathos to yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
I still think he's the fake Oliver, but I got pathos out of it, so I'm happy.
Yeah, no, I think that was a perfectly reasonable thing.
So I think if you pick the wrong Oliver, basically Myles kicks me out of the game and he just plays my character for the rest of this campaign.
So, Nicole, this Oliver will look to you. He will kind of melt down in a moment of anguish as you extract the 2 pathos from him. And he'll look to you and kind of like he'll grasp onto your wrist and say, "Oh, is that good enough? Do you understand that I am Oliver Berg? You need to stop the other one."
Take all the pathos.
I know, right?
This is a Wraith, or this is Shadow Guide speaking. You should take all of his pathos. You need it.
I mean,
You should take all of it.
why not?
That's normal.
I'll leave it at this. I'm not gonna do any more pathos.
Oliver Berg will look to you with a very painful expression and say, I trusted you. I understand that we can do this together. We must stop him before he is able to deceive all of us. He will point a finger directly at Oliver Berg. Rob, would you like to do anything?
I'm not gonna resist. I'm gonna let the group figure this out. I mean, if it comes down to it, I would rather both of us get taken out than they pick the wrong one. So
Okay.
I'm like,
Does the group wish to react to this in any way?
I mean, this Oliver Berg is not bleeding, right?
Neither of them are bleeding.
Well,
The
not bleeding, but
right seems to be weakened after having usury done on him, and seems to be speaking to Arwen, Nicole's character, very, very prominently, saying like, "We need to do something about him."
to be fair, me having the nail in doesn't prove that I'm the real Oliver.
Well, you've removed the nail, correct?
No, but what I mean is, just because I have the nail in me, they could have just as easily put a nail in the fake Oliver and sent him out too. So
It's up to
True.
the characters.
yeah, why would I make evidence against myself?
I mean, I'm still basing it on. We've been with this
the whole time, yeah.
Oliver the whole time, and I used the power to see where he is and showed it to the whole group.
Well,
And then he
believe him.
wanted-
there are also
Don't believe him.
there
He's
are also
lying.
nemesis
He is a
powers.
deceiver.
Aren't there
I'm
also
gonna look over-
like
ahead,
mnemonic
sorry.
powers that could like take somebody else's memory and give it to you?
What's a power you know that Oliver has?
The intimidation power type thing.
But something that, like, yeah.
I mean, you can
But if-
take over machines.
Yeah, that too. Is there a machine nearby?
A machine?
It's time for a power off. A good old fashioned power off. Back when I was,
a machine.
I mean, if I can give an example of me using inhabit and he can't, that proves that I'm the real Oliver. All we need to do is go through powers that Oliver has used that the group knows I have before I was cloned, and then we can, because we've already determined he can't do usury. I can. So it's conceivable that while he may be able to molliate me, he doesn't necessarily get all my powers. So demonstrating that I have abilities that he doesn't could be a way of figuring out which is which.
Hey, Kitty Kitty. You said you were familiar with Molliate. How familiar are you? Are you simply familiar that it exists, or do you have any knowledge of how it is used?
I have a knowledge of how it's used as well.
Would you be able to tell which one of these two people have, or two wraiths, have had Molliate used on them?
There's a possibility, yes.
And I will less than gracefully drag the both Olivers over to Kitty Kitty. Where did I go? Oh,
Keep me on the left. Keep me on the left. You don't want to mix it up.
yes.
Failing that, I have Life Web. I could use one of his fetters to figure out the real one.
Wait a
Nice.
minute. I can. Well, none of my fetters are here, I don't think. We can do a shell game. Oh, which one's the real one? Which one's the real one? I can move both of them.
You can move both of them?
Oh, that's great. I will say, Kitty Kitty, can you tell which one of these two have had Molliate used on them?
Try my best, yes. It'll cost me a little bit of passion that I hold in front of me, but I can do my best, yeah.
Arwen, are you able to give her some of my pathos? I'm willing to give her a couple of pathos if that would help.
No, let me do this on my own. I can handle this.
Are you sure?
I don't want you to strain yourself.
I would offer, but I'm a suspect.
Yes, no, I got this.
Hey, other Oliver, can I have some of your papers?
Take it all.
Okay, let me re-roll for the zeros. So, you look to everyone and say, yes, there is someone using Molliate to disguise their skills. And it is him
Ah, shit.
over there.
Wait, is that the one that just pulled the nail out? Because Rob moved people, and now I don't know which one's really the real one.
I don't either. I shouldn't have done that. I forgot who I am.
Tim!
No!
Tim! Grab him! Now!
Wait,
This is a mistake, I think. I don't know who I am anymore.
At this point in time, we will call this game session for tonight. And we will progress next time. Any player names I should be aware of?
what an ending.
I mean, I kind of want to give a player nom to Rob just because, like, the whole moving his character around to the point that he doesn't even know which one is the real one. I love that. Like, that is hilarious. Completely unhelpful, but really funny.
I want. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I want to give a nom to Josie because I saw her. She's been coming up with a lot of good plans this evening and trying to move stuff forward and basically, especially learning Japanese, which was very useful, and conversing with people in the town. So you get my nom.
I
thank
agree with
you.
that. Plus, you also learned Icelandic, which we're gonna need. So that was very smart. So yeah, you get mine as well.
Why, thank you. I was actually going to nom you because that whole the role play between you and Kitty Giddy with the Nimoy thing, I like that.
Thank you.
Any other player knobs that I should be aware of? Okay. Jay, it sounds like you get our player nom for tonight.
Aw, thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. For Steph nom, actually. Nicole, you will get my Steph nom for tonight.
Oh, cool.
There's a lot of interaction that occurred during the tea house that was very, very relevant and important for progressing everything forward. And I think you handled it very, very well. I liked how you grabbed a hold of the tea master and pulled her aside, ignoring everything else that was going on. And everything just fell into place really, really well with how you interacted with that scene. So you will get my staff nom for tonight.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Does
Molliver.
anybody have any questions before we adjourn for tonight?
Can we make Molliver canon because Oliver and Molliated Oliver is Molliver?
Oliver in case of a battery.
We'll just keep both of them. It'll be fine.
At this moment, we don't know which one is Oliver and which one is not.
Oh, we just
I
have
mean-
2 Olivers for the rest of this game.
Kitty Yitty did point out and said this one is Molliated, but
Yeah,
anyway.
I know, but which one is it? Like,
True.
like I
To be-
forgot who's who.
When I started doing the shell game with the Olivers, Myles had to have been thinking, Rob, you fucking idiot.
I mean, yes.
I don't know which one of these, whichever one you killed, I wouldn't know for sure if it was me or the other one at this point.
Very true. It's very mysterious. Is there anything else that I should be aware of before we conclude game today?
I don't think so.
One last thing. Did she succeed at the Devil's Dare with the taking of the bell?
Yes, she did.
Hooray!
Woo.
Good job. That might
It was
be the
well
first
played.
successful.
That was like a good way of manipulating, like because it might be like convincing. You somehow took it in a way and then word it in a way to make it not stealing.
I was
Everybody
amazed how
wins.
much angst she put into it.
My life.
Angst is always important.
It is. It is.
So, in this current moment of confusion, we'll end today's chronicle